Unfortunately, Simone, I am not surprised by much of anything. If anything, I am. I feel like they got a really fast start. They sort of slowed down, and now in the last few weeks, they've really picked up steam again. And so I'm not surprised by this. We saw that they raided Bolton's house just a few weeks ago. Now they've got Comey, as Comey mentioned, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylor, people that they have been targeting for a long, long time. There are going to be more of them. This is now part of it where they're trying to clean out the people they don't like to scare everybody else. And as somebody said, as you mentioned, this is exactly part of the process. And let me just talk about the process too. That is part of the punishment. Now, Comey is a longtime law enforcement officer, a longtime lawyer. For a lot of people, this is going to put them into significant amounts of debt in legal bills. There are some incredible attorneys out there trying to protect folks that do this stuff. But, now you've been before, your case has been before a grand jury. You've got to have a lawyer, a litigator, right? Litigators are very, very expensive, especially, I assume, in a federal criminal trial. And now you've got to go before a judge. You've got to be arraigned, all those other things. I hope that the judge in this case, whoever draws the case, will dismiss these charges if they believe them to be egregious. But I think we should see that Comey as the top of the pyramid, certainly not the bottom.
Like a lot of you, I struggle with how to stand up to bullies without letting their meanness infect me and change me. You may have seen that the governor of California has been generating a lot of attention lately by posting on social media in a satirical way where he mocks Donald Trump and his all-caps megalomania and his absurdity. And I find it very funny, hilarious even sometimes. But I gotta be honest, it also leaves me with a strange feeling at times because I don't want us to become like Trump and his followers. There are far more decent, honest, kind people in America than there are mean jerks.
This is really a reminder of how much retribution and revenge has been a driving factor in the president's presidency, not only in his campaign where he really promised to go after his enemies, but even after he won, he continues to pursue this relentlessly. And you laid out that timeline of him posting that Truth Social directly to Pam Bondi and later telling reporters that he wanted her to act quickly. He's made this very clear that he wanted an urgency here. And that is something that potentially could come back to bite the prosecutors in this case, is his statements to this effect. And this is really a break from precedent that we have seen for decades now, that the White House has not been involved in Justice Department actions. And that clearly seems to be not the case tonight.
We can't stop people from being jerks. What we can do is stop it from hurting us, from changing us. At my second Taylor Swift concert in Hartford, Connecticut, 14 years ago this summer, she sang a song about this topic, asking, why you gotta be so mean? And she spoke directly to the nasty people. I bet you got pushed around. Somebody made you cold. But the cycle ends right now because you can't lead me down that road. You'll be glad I didn't sing that. That's right. Because down that road is unhappiness. Nobody should have that power over us. Thank you, Taylor Swift. Keep the faith.
The increasingly autocratic, increasingly entirely presidentially driven policy agenda that Donald Trump is putting forward, I think, on the questions of the Kimmel story is of a piece with the Comey story, the weaponization of the Department of Justice, the politicization of that, and all of the things you saw in the wake of Charlie Kirk's tragic, undeniably tragic murder when you saw J.D. Vance and others. These things have not gone away, saying that the administration is going to war with what they call the radical left and plans to weaponize government in all kinds of ways against what J.D. Vance has talked about, against left-wing, what they call left-wing NGOs that they're now starting to talk about as if they were sponsors of domestic terror. It is where are we? We're at a dark place, Joe, and I take some comfort in the fact that Jimmy Kimmel got back on the air and gave us that momentary reprieve. But I don't think that their campaign against broadcasters and free speech is over, not by a long shot. And it feels this a very, very sobering week at the end of a string of very, very sobering weeks since this administration got underway back in January, 8 months ago.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Friday, 26 September in the year of our Lord, 2025. The President of the United States is leaving to head up to the Ryder Cup. Just had a gag. We're going to play that momentarily. John Solomon joins us with a massive scoop, big breaking news. But I have to say, as I bring John Solomon on, not only is Comey a bad cop, he's a weirdo. I want to give a hat tip to the Denver crew at Real America's Voice and my own incredible production team here in the War Room for intercutting his Taylor Swift video from, I guess, 2 weeks ago with his very emotional plea last night. And that's from a grown-ass man, about Taylor Swift. And you couldn't tell the difference in the two. John Solomon, first your thoughts on Comey. I know you know this situation very well. Then I want to get to your scoop, sir.
Well, listen, the truth of the matter is the people that say that James Comey is lying is his inner circle team. It was Andy McCabe who said it first. It was James Baker that affirmed it in an interview with the Postal Inspection Service that we broke on your show a few weeks ago. And in that case, remember what James Baker said to the government. He said that James Comey authorized me to leak classified information to the news media to his chief of staff, James Rubicki. And then we don't know yet what Rubicki's account is, but I suspect those three men are going to be the main state witnesses against James Comey. It's not going to be a MAGA lawyer. It's not going to be a MAGA talk show host. It's going to be his own inner circle saying, yeah, he authorized us to leak, and yeah, he lied to Congress. So James Comey is going to face justice probably at the expense of his own inner circle, who couldn't lie when confronted about what he had done with the leaking to the media. The Taylor Swift thing, I have a little bit different take. I do find it extremely weird to have an FBI director talking about being a Swiftie, but hey, everyone's entitled to their music. But I think there's something more cunning going on. I think you have to always calculate James Comey as being a calculating guy. He's going to need to raise a lot of money for his legal defense fund. He's about to undergo a really significant legal defense expense. I think he was setting up millennials and others to say, see me as a victim. I'm like one of you guys, and he doesn't like Taylor Swift. I think he's looking to hit that generation, the millennial generation, for donations for a legal defense fund down the road. That may have been a calculated decision. He knew what was coming over the horizon, and he knows he's going to have to raise some money for his defense. And I think there's something a little bit more calculating in that than just being flat out weird.
You see John Solomon all those years in the Imperial Capitol being the top investigative reporter. That's the kind of insight you get. Brilliant. John,
you get cynical.
Cynical, John. Before we get to your scoop, I want updates on Bolton, because there's a whole wave of stuff that is happening now and coming to the forefront. The media said yesterday Bolton looks like his office had secret or top secret documents.
Yeah, that's right. There's a search warrant return. In his office, they found secret and confidential classified information, including information on WMD, which is very sensitive. Anything we know about WMD around the world is a very sensitive piece of information. And so this is no different now than the precedent set 2 decades ago when Sandy Berger, the former national security advisor for Bill Clinton, in a story I broke when I was at the Associated Press, tried to secret classified documents out of the archives, stick them in his socks and his pants, and try to walk out with them, and he got indicted. There is a precedent for this. You are the national security advisor. You know you have no right to take classified documents with you. The fact that they found those documents in his office and that they found earlier information in his email accounts related to the book suggests that he did something knowingly and willfully. And this isn't a retribution. This is a precedent that has been kept for a long time. When you're the national security advisor, you walk off with classified information, you're going to get prosecuted. Just ask Sandy Berger.
We're going to take a short commercial break. John Solomon broke a very big story overnight, and the President of the United States has put it up on Truth Social. This implicates the institution of the FBI and the senior personnel running it post James Comey. Short commercial break. John Solomon on the other side.
You went and lost your pride, but I'm American made. I got American heart. I got American faith in America's heart. Go.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Howdy, Rav fans. This is Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hey, this is SEAL Team from Missouri. I like Real America's Voice because it's real news for real people, and it's real good.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec,
and so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
John Solomon. So, John, the story you broke is massive for what it discusses, and then also massive for how you learned out about it and what's been hidden for years. Just take us from the top and walk through, sir.
Yeah. Well, first, let me just say something about the culture of the FBI. For 35 years, I've covered it here in Washington. And in every controversy of the past, it has a history of covering things up. The FBI lab scandal, 9/11, Oklahoma City, all stories that I broke, Russia collusion. And over the years, I have spent most of my time trying to tell the American people what the FBI did in spite of the FBI not cooperating. Under Kash Patel, he has broken that cycle. He is now putting out the evidence that will allow prosecutors to seek that indictment against James Comey. That is unlike anything I've seen in my 35 years covering the FBI. And unlike that, he's sending to Congress the documents that prior directors and their teams kept from Congress. And today, we were able to get our hands on one of those documents. And what it shows is it answers the question that Chris Wray would never answer to Congress when he was asked. He would not tell how many agents were sent to the Capitol once the violence started there and the riot began. We got that answer because they did an after-action report at the FBI. Kash Patel recently found that after-action report, and it is damning. There were 275 FBI agents, most in plain clothes, without any riot gear or protection, dispatched to the Capitol that day. The reason there was an after-action review is that a lot of those agents felt like they were put in harm's way. They didn't have gear. They didn't have a way to identify themselves to the Capitol Police that they were cops. If they had to draw their gun, they could have had a friendly fire incident. And so that's an important fact. It's something that Congress needed for oversight, and Chris Wray's FBI kept it from it. But the more important issue, long-term, to all my colleagues in the FBI who have tried to dispute that the FBI has a political bias problem, this episode, this review, ended up exposing more than the fact that an incompetent FBI sent a lot of FBI agents to the Hill without gear and protections and then didn't want to admit that to Congress. It uncorked a decade of frustration among scores of FBI agents in the Washington field office that their agency had become clearly politically biased. Those aren't my words. Those are their words. The after-action review resulted in hundreds of statements by FBI agents saying our agency is a mess. It is a joke. It treats conservatives different than liberals. It is woke. It is more concerned about what face mask you wear than what criminal you catch. It uncorked something, and for that reason, Congress was most likely not given this document because it would have affirmed what Jim Jordan and what Devin Nunes and what Barry Loudermilk and all the people who've been investigating have been saying. The FBI has a political bias problem. Chris Wray was asked this question, like, no, that's a political talking point. He would have known at the moment he gave that answer in 2023 that this after-action report raised a serious amount of concern. If he didn't know, he wasn't in charge of his agency, because this was a very important document, the learnings and the failures of January 6th. This document is significant, not just for giving us the answer we were long denied on how many agents responded, how did they respond, but it's more important that it is a affirmation from the frontline agents of the FBI that they had recognized their agency had become politically corrupted, politically biased, politically incompetent, and they were crying for help in 2021, and that help was kept from them until Donald Trump won the election and Kash Patel was installed. Now, on the 275, Steve, I want to give you one possible legal implication. Many of those agents who responded were in the WFO, and they most likely afterwards participated in the prosecutions of J6 defendants. They probably executed affidavits in court cases. It is incumbent upon FBI agents to self-disclose under the Brady and Giglio standards. That's the you got to play fair by the rules standards for FBI agents. If you were a witness to a crime, that you disclose that. Otherwise, what you say is, I looked at this video footage and I looked at this evidence after it occurred, and this is what I found. But if you don't describe the fact that you might have been at the scene and witnessed some of this, you may have engaged in a Giglio and Brady violation. We don't know yet the names of the agents, but given that there are 275 of them, one of the exercises that Congress could do right now is to find out how many of those agents subsequently filed affidavits and did not disclose they were eyewitnesses, potential victims at the Capitol. That could result in a lot of appellate issues. It may also provide new fodder to defend President Trump's decision to pardon a lot of those defendants. This may have been a cheating scandal in the court system. So that we don't know yet. But from my experience doing Brady and Giglio issues as a reporter, there is a red flag blinking here today.
One of the things when I first talked to you, when you had this story and you were, doing your additional reporting to release it, the thing that shocked you was the amount of anguish, vitriol that agents had about the way the department was being run, the way they thought it was overly politicized, it was against conservatives, really quite blunt statements. Don't we have an obstruction of justice? I mean, the Oversight Committee was trying to do oversight. They knew they had a ticking time bomb at the FBI. We had not just J6. You had the grandmothers praying the rosary. You had the people arrested for praying the rosary. You had the Catholics. You had all these different MAGA folks rounded up by the FBI. Is there legal? Does the issues that the agents had with the way the department was being run, did Chris Wray obstruct justice by suppressing this report? It's kind of shocking that 9 months into Kash Patel's, or President Trump, Kash came in later, his reign at the FBI, we're now just getting this. Doesn't this rise to the level of at least an investigation on obstruction of justice?
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. Every testimony given by an FBI officer, including Wray himself, has to be evaluated. Every subpoena that was issued has to be reviewed to determine whether the documents that we're now setting forth and making public in our stories and that Kash Patel is turning over to Congress, whether they were responsive and they failed to turn them over. We were going through a 4-year debate. The FBI was pursuing Donald Trump criminal cases, classified documents, all the way to January 6th. We are having a debate that the FBI might have become politicized, and the FBI brass looked you and me and the Congress and the cameras and said, we don't have a problem. That is a MAGA talking point. That was not true. Their own agents were crying aloud. And listen, like I said, I've covered the FBI for 35 years. The natural instinct of FBI agents is to toe the thin blue line, that even if your agency made a mistake, we protect the agency. For the agents to uncork with this level of bluntness, calling the WFO a messed up place, this most prestigious office, the Washington field office, using the words political bias, corruption. These are words that agents almost never utter about their agency. They always toe that line. This had been boiling since the Comey era, and the January 6th event created a moment where they spoke out, and then their leadership looked in the eye of Congress, looked in the eye of you and me and said, that's a MAGA talking point. It's not true. It turns out their own agents had authenticated it. I think every subpoena that's been issued, if Congress really cares about being an oversight agency, every testimony that's been given should be gone through with a fine-tooth comb, and anything that's not responsive, people need to be held accountable. If they withheld this from specific requests, someone or many people should be held accountable.
John, I know you got to bounce. Only got a couple of minutes, but I know the president thinks very highly of your reporting and your sense of these institutions. I keep saying we have to have a maximalist strategy, seize the institutions, and have a sense of urgency. It is quite evident to me that Pam and Todd and all the team over there, and Kash and Dan at the FBI and DOJ, have a very tenuous grasp on these institutions because they're so massive and they've been corrupt, and they have a certain operating style that they've had now really since, the 50s for the FBI, the Kennedy assassination, and DOJ since post-Watergate. Don't we need an independent group of advisors around President Trump? Because Kash and Pam are too close to it. They're trying to run it every day and trying to just, tread water. Don't we need a fundamental rethink? And by the way, I'd like to hold you for a few minutes on the other side of this. Don't we need a fundamental group of senior people? I tell you what, I want you to answer the other side. But the question is to think about. We need to restructure. It's the deep state, but also we have an institutional problem. You can see in this kind of at the last second, we had to kind of get this done because the institutional pushback on Comey, which is quite evident, what he didn't want to do it. And if they didn't want to do it, it's not going to happen. You saw this in the first term. In the second term, when President Trump basically sends a missive to Pam Bondi publicly, all of a sudden we start to get some action. But if you look at the entire apparatus, we have a very tenuous grip on it. We have a very tenuous grip on the FBI, even though Bongino and Kash, I think, are doing a terrific job. Anyway, think about that, John. I need an answer from the great John Solomon on the other side. We're going to take a short commercial break. Birch Gold. I got a lot to talk about geopolitics later in the show. In capital markets, Russ Votes put the fear of God on them. The Hill's got a story. Headline: Senate Democrats start to get wobbly, start to get a little jiggy, because all of a sudden Russ Vogt is laid out the plan to have mass firings of federal employees. Now all of a sudden they might be in for a CR, a clean CR, President Trump's CR that takes you down through November. We'll have more on all that. Birch Gold, take your phone out. Bannon, BANNON 989898. Text it right now. Get the ultimate guide, which happens to be free, for investing in gold and precious metals. In the age of Trump, gold near all-time highs today. Short break.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love RAV?
Because we've become family. All those RAV live chatters and me.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. RAV is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
In fact, gold is at 38.10. Remember, it's not the price, it's the process. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, end of the dollar empire. Get it today. Philip Patrick's going to be with us tomorrow. We're going to spend some time going through the latest in what's happening geopolitically, how it's affecting capital markets. Gold at another all-time high, or near an all-time high today, breaking 3,800. It's the process that drives value. Why has gold been a hedge for 5,000 years of mankind's history against times of financial turbulence? It answers the question. We're not selling you a fish, we're teaching you how to fish. John Solomon, if we don't do this, brother, on Trump's watch, the country is going to be in extremis, and you can tell by these bad actors. So tell me what your solution is. What would you tell him?
All right, so I'll tell you what my reporting is first. The FBI has been fully taken over by Kash Patel, Dan Bongino. There are tens of thousands of pages of evidence that have been transmitted to the Justice Department. It has overwhelmed the Justice Department. There are more than 150 requests for subpoenas that have gone to various U.S. Attorney's Office from the FBI. The FBI has had a complete takeover. There has been an enema. There are still people that need to be jettisoned. They will over time. Some of the strategies that Kash and Dan have had there has been to take people who were the bad actors, who are very close to pensions, and say, hey, you're not going to get your pension. You're going to get fired if you don't tell me exactly what the hell went on here the last 10 years. They've been able to squeeze out secrets from the former insiders of the Comey Ray world. But we have a major problem. The speed at which the FBI is producing the evidence is overwhelming a Justice Department that is grossly understaffed. And it has resulted in some of those silly moments, like Pam goes out and says something about Epstein that's not true. But the FBI is in a good shape. It still needs a long-term redirection, and that's where, as Devin Nunes has proposed, a blue ribbon commission of experts, including people, I think they ought to put on this blue ribbon commission, people who are wrongly pursued, victims of the FBI have passed as part of the blue ribbon commission, because there's no better perspective how to fix something than somebody that was wronged by the institution. That's the long-term solution. But we have a short-term problem. You saw this play out in the last few days with the Comey indictment. The Comey evidence was over the Justice Department for months. The Justice Department simply is not able to keep up with the flow of evidence coming in from the FBI. The president needs to get more lawyers, more resources there, get more U.S. attorneys. I mean, listen, you've got Stanley Woodward, who's a really major, important player in the justice. He's still not confirmed. We're 8 months into the presidency, and someone at that level is not confirmed. The Justice Department is overwhelmed by the evidence that the FBI is turning over. It's overwhelmed by the subpoenas. It needs to be resourced so that we don't run the clock on statute of limitations. After that's fixed, that's a short-term fix, then I think a blue ribbon commission to re-examine the CIA and the intelligence community, the ODNI, the FBI, and the Justice Department, because it was one big machinery that ruined this country the last 10 years. And as soon as Donald Trump's gone, it will go back to ruining this country unless its compass is radically reset. The smartest people I talk to think a blue ribbon commission like we had after 9/11 or during the 1970s, the Church Commission, that's the way to go. And I'm sure we can find the political will to get that done. But right now, there's a bigger crisis. There are strong criminal cases that the FBI has dug up that are not in a position to be prosecuted because the Justice Department is grossly short of resources right now. We got to solve that, or we're going to be damn frustrated a year from now when we see people walk who could have been prosecuted.
Okay, is that because, let's leave aside the unacceptable not going on a real recess and having recess appointments to break this logjam, which is outrageous. Let me put a pin in that. Is the rest of the problem is that we just don't have enough talented people who kind of like the cut of President Trump's jib and feel comfortable in a MAGA administration? Or is it more at the top, we just haven't processed enough people through? Do we have a manpower problem of talent, or do we have a logjam of just getting people through and getting them signed up?
I think Pam Bondi should go to the president. This is a leadership issue. There's always enough people on the conservative side who are skilled. There are prosecutors.
He's not going out either. Let's try to reboot him. Yeah. We're going to try to reboot down John Solomon. I tell you what, let's go ahead and play the while we reboot. Let's go ahead and play the gaggle right now. We got Rudy on deck. Let's go ahead and play the gaggle. Put the gaggle. Tell John if we can wait 6 minutes.
So I'm going to go for a little while to represent the United States at the Ryder Cup, which is very exciting. And we'll be watching that. This is Kai, by the way, in case you didn't know. How are you? And we'll be watching a little golf. I think we have maybe a deal on Gaza, very close to a deal on Gaza. How are you? Hello, Peter. And it's looking like we have a deal on Gaza. And we'll let you know. Mr. President, I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal with, it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be number 8, Peter. Not Mr. President, I'm James Comey. Now that James Comey has been indicted, who is the next president on your list? It's not a list, but I think there'll be others. I mean, they're corrupt. These were corrupt, radical left Democrats, which Comey essentially was he was worse than a Democrat. I would say the Democrats are better than Comey. But no, there'll be others. Look, that's my opinion. They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope there are others. You can't let this happen to a country. Will you appoint a permanent U.S. attorney in private case? Halligan has never tried to. Well, we'll see, but it's a pretty easy case because, look, he lied. You saw my truth today. He lied. It was, yes, no. He didn't say, well, in my opinion, he didn't do a lot of things that maybe he should have, but I don't think he could because he lied. That was a very important question that he was there. And he wanted to be specific, but he didn't. The only thing that happened to him, he didn't think he'd get caught. That answer that he gave, that was a very important answer. And it was for him, it was a very good answer if he didn't get caught. But he got caught lying to Congress. Are you worried now that the next time there's a Democratic president, they will indict your FBI director or people in your administration? That's what they tried to do, right? They did it with me. For 4 years, they went after me. They went after me for 4 years, and that doesn't include the 4 great years that we had in the White House. So when I ran it from 2016, when we won, it began before I got to office. You know that. Wait a minute. Before I came to office, I started hearing rumors about Russia. I said, what the hell do I have to do with Russia? Nothing. And then it got worse and worse, and some of the fakers, not you, but some of the fake news picked it up and they loved it. And we went through a long time with that. And despite that, we had a great first term. That's how it went. They know and think most not. Is this more about justice or is it about revenge? It's about justice, really. It's not revenge. It's about justice. It's also about the fact that you can't let this go on. They are sick, radical left people, and they can't get away with it. And Comey was one of the people. He wasn't the biggest, but he's a dirty cop. He's always been a dirty cop. Everybody knew it. And it's, as far as the case is concerned, he gave an answer. It was a strong answer. He then verified it a couple of times because that was a very important answer. If he would have equivocated, if he would have been like a little bit less sure, that would have been very bad for him. So he gave an answer. The only problem is for him, he didn't think it'd be caught, and he got caught, Peter. It's about justice. He lied a lot, but this was a very important thing. He could have said, well, maybe, or I don't remember. He didn't say that. He gave a very specific answer, and then he verified it numerous times, and he got caught. The problem that Comey has is he got caught lying, and he was very strong. It's not like, well, maybe, or I don't remember. He gave a very specific answer because it was a very powerful question, a very important question. And when he gave the answer, the only problem is he got caught. Well, we're going to see if the radical left Democrats want to shut it down. And there's something that we have a great economy going. You saw the numbers yesterday. They're fantastic. The economy's doing well. Prices are down. We have virtually no inflation. Everything's going good. We're respected by every nation in the world. And you know what happens? The Democrats want to shut it down. And they want to shut it down because they want to give billions, ultimately billions of dollars to illegal migrants, people that came into our country illegally. Some of those people are criminals, but they came into our country illegally, and they want to give them the essential over years trillions of dollars, and our people aren't going to stand for it. They also want to have open borders. They want to have men and women sports. They want to have transgender for everybody. These people are crazy, the Democrats. So if it has to shut down, it'll have to shut down. But they're the ones that are shutting down.
John Solomon continues with us. President right there, a lot of news, deal in Gaza. We'll get to all of that. John Solomon, can you finish your thought, please, for the audience?
Listen, I think the first issue for the Justice Department is a leadership issue. You got to go and take whatever it takes to get from the White House or other places a group of people who can come in and clear the logjam and get this done. This starts with leadership. I don't doubt Pam's commitment to getting to the bottom of this stuff. I think they're just so overwhelmed right now for what the FBI's turned over. They can't keep up with it, and that's going to disserve the entire country if they don't fix it. So you fix that, Steve, and then when this evidence is out in the public and people can see the magnitude of what was kept from us, then you go get a blue ribbon commission and you rewire this entire system before the end of the Trump presidency. Much like we rewired the intel community after 9/11. We did a lot of good after 9/11 in fighting terrorism. Of course, what we ended up creating was a deep state. We didn't solve that problem. We made that problem worse. We have to fix that. A blue ribbon commission is what most of my experts tell me is the right way to go.
John Solomon, where do they go to get your reporting, just the news, the show, social media, all of it? Did we lose? I guess we lost John Solomon again. Okay. I want to talk about real quickly. I got the mayor coming up. There's no better person to look at and talk to about this terrorism bill and also Comey and all of it than America's mayor. We're going to go to Rudy Giuliani after a short commercial break. My Patriot Supply. Remember, My Patriot Supply is the company that kind of created the vertical. This is why we call them the axe in the space or the gold standard. They've got a deal, a 1-year food kit, and they don't do this often. 1-year food kit, normally $4,200, is now $2,688. So you get a huge discount there. Was that $1,500? Am I right there? Something like that. Plus, more importantly, or as importantly, they put in an additional $1,500 worth of free products. Make sure you go today to mypatriotsupply.com. This is a sale, I think, kind of unprecedented in its scale. 1-year food supply with a massive discount, plus they put $1,500 in of additional product. It's pretty extraordinary. Go check it out. Talk to the folks at My Patriot Supply. America's mayor on the other side.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't Don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, by the way, I forgot. It's mypatriotsupply.com/Bannon. That's the promo code. And please take a look at this offer. It's absolutely extraordinary. And I want to make sure you guys get the benefit of it. Or, as I always say, at least take a look. We get tons of information here from our sponsors to make sure you're immersed in information. Remember, you do that and you can always compare and contrast. So right there in the gaggle, President Trump said that more indictments are likely coming against corrupt deep state officials after Comey and will include potentially other high-ranking politicians, America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, and I think the greatest prosecutor we've had in this country's history. Rudy, what say you, sir?
Well, I think it's obvious, Steve. The indictment is a giveaway in the history of indictments. I think I know them pretty well. You see how short it is? So you might think as a defendant, I get a little short indictment like that. That's terrific. That's if he committed one crime once. That is a preface, not even an introduction, to the major War and Peace novel that the indictment will become. They're beginning with him. Maybe because of the time pressure. I mean, she can't be immune to the fact that there's pressure on her. I might think it's unfair because I'm a prosecutor, and I don't know what good it is to push prosecutors. But this definitely is a result of the president pushing her a little. And it's a good indictment. Don't get me wrong. It's a good case, but it's rather small in the big scheme of things. You've got a case that could be 3 times as broad as the original Biden RICO case that I outlined in my book. It could be that case plus 2 others all in one RICO case. Think of RICO as a novel with 7 or 8 chapters. Each chapter, a different crime, different predicates, and a different set of penalties. Plus, here's the benefit of RICO, Steve. You can take the money away. So if you want to diffuse some of these, let's say, hypothetically, let's say that people were funding Antifa, Black Lives Matter, to do those riots. You could bankrupt those operations. You could take their present accounts, and then you could spend the next 10 years tracing all their accounts and taking everything else. Case in point, the Teamsters. Joe DeGeneva, your friend, and I did that to the Teamsters. We spent 10 years, went on after me, after him, and we took all their money out of the Central States Pension Fund, which took all their money out of Las Vegas, which took all their money away from them, which is why they're a pathetic, silly group of old men now and wannabes. You could do that to the criminal money in the Democrat Party. You could find it all and get rid of it because it was all being contributed to illegally trying to stop Trump and then trying to unlawfully remove a lawfully elected president, which gets about as close to treason as you can get. Now, do I have to name the people involved in that? I mean, I have it written down. I mean, that's the whole group. That's Obama, that's Hillary, that's of course Biden, that's the two bums the two bums in intelligence. So
hang on. I want to bifurcate. I'm going to get to the terrorism thing and the source and all that after the break. You're going to stick around with me. I want to tell you. I just want to make sure we're clear on this. You're saying that the little 2-page indictment on the lying to Congress and the obstruction of justice is just the appetizer when it even comes to Comey. But because you're saying more things are going to come on Comey. Are you also anticipating when President Trump said that statement right there that you're going to have more indictments and a broader conspiracy investigation about Russiagate, about trying to remove him as president, about trying to destroy his presidency in the first term? Do you think that's what Trump's talking about?
Yes. I'm not exactly sure if the president has envisioned everything that he's talking about. After all, the president's not a lawyer, and he doesn't know the tools that are available to them. The president's objective isn't even so much prosecution. It's bringing it to a public daylight and bringing it to account. So simple, so it doesn't happen again. This is not a question of vengeance. This is a question of justice and deterrence. And if he didn't do it, he wouldn't be a president. If he had nothing to do with this, but this was on his plate, he would have to do the same thing. And otherwise, he'd be a lousy president, and we'd have this all happen again. The only thing that's going to stop these people, because they are thoroughgoing criminals, very similar to the mafia people I prosecuted, very similar to the terrorists I prosecuted, and certainly just like the corrupt politicians I prosecuted. They'll do this forever. We can be in power for 3 terms. They'll come back and do it again. The Democratic Party has been crooked. I don't know. The 2 things they embraced originally was slavery and being crooks. That's what the party's about. Its history is boss tweed and slavery. Why someone wants to belong to it and not change its name, at least, I have no idea.
Is the potential of these broader things, because last night the historical reaction by people like Andrew Weissman and others, McCabe and these guys, because it's not just about Comey. They understand what's coming, they understand what their crimes are, and they understand where this is going, sir?
Well, the one thing I don't see yet, but I don't know the inside of it, I want to see the one really great prosecutor. What I mean by a great prosecutor is the one who can flip people. People think of a great prosecutor as a great trial lawyer, a great investigator. Truly, that's all true. Here's the skill that you have if you're a great prosecutor. This is why I made so many cases. This is going to sound terribly, terribly boastful, but as the best trial lawyer in the U.S. Attorney's Office, I won every case. So even when I was the U.S. Attorney, I would go to court and try cases. I was the last U.S. Attorney to try cases in court. Second, I was skilled at turning people. I was taught by the best, and I turned the mafia people, but I turned a lot of other people. I turned Russian spies. I turned German Nazis. What I mean by that is you'll see about 4, 5, 6 indictments. I don't think Comey, although you try everybody. You hit somebody and then you try to flip them. They were very unsuccessful in that, the Biden criminals. You know why? Because the people were telling the truth. Flipping works when you got real criminals. People that are innocent.
Rudy,
some of them will lie for you, but some of them are honorable enough not to.
Hang on for 1 second. We're going to take a short break. The president is landing in Long Island. He's going to the Ryder Cup. And boy, do we need the president's spirit on the American side for the Ryder Cup. And the greatest mayor in New York City and one of the greatest prosecutors this nation's ever had, Mayor Rudy Giuliani. And hopefully maybe Alex Jones later, after the break.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, Friday, 26 September, year of our Lord 2025. It's first day of the Ryder Cup, a three-day event between America and Europe in golf. And, of course, President Trump is not just an avid golfer, but follows major golf, what is called major golf championships, and has a course that will eventually be back, one of the legendary courses in the United Kingdom, or actually in Scotland, Turnberry, which he's put a lot of money into rejuvenate and wants it back on the what we call the open rota over there. David Zier's in Long Island. By the way, Rudy would be down with the president if he hadn't broken his back or the vertebrae in his back. Rudy's also an avid golfer and has golfed with the president a lot. It's at Bethpage Black, one of the great American courses, a public course, which is pretty extraordinary to play. David Zier, what do you got for us, sir?
Yeah, I've slept outside there many times waiting to play in the Bethpage courses here. Trump coming here to Bethpage Black for the 45th Ryder Cup. And he had a big part of this because he helped solve the Long Island Railroad strike with his executive order about a week and a half ago to help mediate a dispute with one of the many unions that run the railroad here, because Bethpage and Farmingdale train station outside the venue, very important, 250,000 people coming over the next 4 days, over the next 3 days there to the Ryder's Cup at Bethpage Black. This event will bring $200 million to the area. Tickets are up to $4,000, as much as that. And people are getting $18,000 for the week to rent their houses around it, charging $100 for cars to park in their driveway. So that mass transit component was a big deal. Trump very close to golf, 15 golf courses, 3 of them in Jersey, Westchester, Hudson Valley, and he's very close with like Bryson DeChambeau and Scotty Scheffler on the U.S. Ryder Cup team. And the U.S. lost 8 out of the last 11 cups to Europe, so they got to win it. And one more thing, Rory McIlroy saying very nice things about the United States.
Oh, thank God. Rory, kind of a progressive. Yes, the reason the railroad was a big deal, the railroad that goes out from Manhattan all the way out to Shinnecock and the Southamptons, et cetera, is absolutely critical to getting people. You can't have people drive it there. It'd be a mess. You have some, but you got to have that railroad. President Trump, understanding what the situation was, stepped in and averted it. And also, I think Scotty Scheffler, and he's very close to Bryson DeChambeau, and of course Scotty Scheffler, a bunch of other folks there. I think they really appreciate the president taking time away from an incredibly busy schedule to come up, because this is kind of a very traditional. This is America versus the United States versus Europe. It's gotten quite competitive over the last couple of decades, and the European teams have gotten the better of us. So President Trump going up there, even with all the security concerns, to basically to back the Americans. David, we're going to come back to you as soon as we get some movement from the president. David Zier, our man on the scene. Zier's everywhere. David, by the way, did such a great job out at the commemoration service, the memorial service for Charlie. It was just incredible. I want to thank you for that, given you're standing out in the desert heat all day to interview folks. So thank you. We'll come back to you in a minute. So, Rudy, I'm going to ask you about terrorism here, and that amazing terrorism document, executive order, memorandum. The president's now given full powers. But I know you're a golfing buddy of the president, a close personal
I'm so glad
friend.
you asked.
Beth Page Black. And what Zier said, it's a public course, but if you want to play, you got to get up there and put your ball in the slot like at 2 o'clock in the morning and sleep in your car in the parking lot. This ain't it's one of the great courses in the world, but it's not an exclusive country club. It's a working man's course and one of the most brutal tracks in the world. Give me your thoughts on the Ryder Cup, President Trump, his golf game, all of it.
Oh, the man deserves it. He's had such a tough couple of weeks. I mean, he doesn't worry, but I worry for him. And this couldn't be any better. The golf course is legendary. It's by far the most unusual and greatest public golf course in the world. It's difficult as hell, both physically. You got to be in great shape to play that course. They don't allow carts, and it is rolling. It's hilly. It's beautiful. And at midnight, when it's really going well in the summer, the cars will show up. The guys will sleep in the car. Not unusual to see two guys sleep in front seat, back seat, and then two guys on the side in sleeping blankets, ready for 6 o'clock in the morning sign up. Somebody tries to get in front, you got to call the state police, right? This is like waiting outside of a Philadelphia Eagle game, not waiting outside of a golf course. And the first time they played a big event there, like one of the hoi polloi events, the PGA got very upset because of the rowdy cheering. They said it felt like being at Yankee Stadium and Shea Stadium and worse. They'll be calmer now. But he is in his glory. He knows every hole backwards and forwards.
I
mean, he can tell you, this will be... No, I wouldn't want to bring an issue of state to him unless we're going to bomb somebody, because this is going to be... can he make it from 137 yards and put it close to the hole? That's going to be what today's about.
It's on USA Network if anybody wants to tune in. By the way, I think I've made every except the last one at Shinnecock, and Shinnecock's out in Southampton, but that crowd is still a New York crowd. New York crowd's very different, so it's rowdy out there.
Shinnecock.
It's always been rowdy at Beth. It's always been rowdy at Bethpage. It's going to get rowdy this weekend. Trust me. The Europeans are ready for this because they understand this is a Yankees and Mets crowd. So
this is the Yankees and Met
people
fans,
are ready for it.
Met fans will be together. You put them together with a Philadelphia Eagle fan, Europe has no chance. That's how we won the Civil War. I mean, the Revolutionary War. With Met fans, Yankee fans, Philadelphia fans, Boston fans, all together.
and maybe a couple of cold beers. Rudy, let's pivot back to what President Trump on Monday, when he got back from Charlie Kirk's memorial service, signed. Really the initiation of this Antifa terrorism document. They finished up yesterday with a more detailed one, much more detailed of people. I've had some experts read it, and they're kind of blown away about the level of detail. Talk to me of why, because they tried, you're the guy that perfected RICO, and at first they were thinking about financial RICO for Antifa, and people said, no, we need the anti-terrorism laws here, particularly the way you can go at anti-terrorism on the finance side, anti-terrorism on look at the phone records, all of it. What is so powerful about this, and why do you have people like even the president said yesterday that he believes that they've already started the investigation onto Soros, sir?
Well, the problem with domestic terrorism is it's more of a title than anything of substance. The foreign terrorism has all of the same remedies RICO has and more. So if you give me a choice between the two, I'll go with the foreign terrorism statutes. On the other hand, calling someone a domestic terrorist is just giving them a bad name. It's like saying you're organized crime. But then what follows from that? Pretty much the same laws that follow everything else. So take RICO until you get a domestic terrorism law. Take RICO and apply it to it, and now you get it really close to the foreign terrorism laws. What do I mean by that? You can go seize bank accounts on probable cause. So I don't know. I don't know if Soros is a subject, but pretty soon you can start looking at every one of his bank accounts with extraordinary power to get into them and see, well, is it true that he was funding Antifa and Black Lives Matter in 2020? There was plenty of evidence or information that he was the top funder of Antifa, Black Lives Matter, the Democratic Party, Joe Biden, all in one through two particular organizations that they very well know the names of. Well, you know, a congressional committee can't go find that out too easily. A prosecutor can find it out in as many days as he wants to give a bank to give him that information. And if they don't give him the information, he can close down the bank. So they'll get to it. The better the prosecutor, the more experienced, and the toughness. You know the guy's going to get ripped apart. I don't care who this guy is. They're going to make up terrible things about him. They're going to destroy the man's going to go into this knowing that on one side his life is going to get destroyed, and on the other side he's going to do one of the greatest things anyone's ever done for our republic. It depends on which you think is more important.
Amen. Amen. This is going to be a huge focus of the show. Take down the deep state. Start with this. The escalating political violence. Rudy, the president's plane's landed. We're going to bounce two things. Number one, your health. Everybody's worried about you. I know your health held you back from going out to Charlie Kirk, which you wanted to do. Held you back from meeting the president today to hang out at Bethpage, which you've had so much to do with. How's your health? People are very concerned about that accident.
You know, it was really bad for about three weeks. The pain now has subsided. Not all of it. I still can't walk more than about maybe a block or two. But I think within 2 weeks, I'm going to be pretty close to normal. This comes off next week, God willing. It seems to me I'm ahead of schedule, and I feel great. And aside from walking a lot, I you know, from here, and if you unfortunately put me in a wheelchair, which also I have to admit I'm somewhat embarrassed of, I'm limited. That should all end next week. And God was very good to me. I could easily have been dead. I wasn't wearing a seatbelt, my entire head would have been smashed wide open. Instead, it was my middle of my body that took it, and I got a little extra there to work to help me.
A little padding. Okay, well, that comes off in 2 weeks. Can we do a full shot of where Rudy is? I know we got the president's plane. Just take me off and just do a full shot. I want to get a full shot of Rudy on screen. Can we do that? Can we do that? Can I get a full shot? There we go. Okay, Rudy.
We are here.
My lawyers are. My lawyers already called me and said, "Did you get copyright? You got a mini war room in back of you, the Christian iconography and drugs. But we sell that for rights. You just can't just do that. You have to come to us and get permission, and we'll license you the thing of doing everything.
We'll have you come here for the summer next summer. We got plenty of room. We got another one across the way, too. You can have your own 1,000 feet away from us.
It's a mini. I love it. Mayor Giuliani, where do people go to get your content, your show, social media, all of it, sir?
What's the best way to do it, Ted?
We actually have RudyGiuliani.com now. RudyGiuliani.com. And obviously on X every night.
Everything's there, Ted?
Yes, sir.
X. And what's the handle on X? Where do people go?
At Rudy Giuliani. At Rudy Giuliani. Every night, 8 p.m. Following the footsteps of War Room, 8 p.m. live every night on X.
People than Jimmy Kimmel the night that he got thrown out. You know, it was one of the Charlie Kirk nights, and we went over 1 million for a bunch of nights.
Yeah.
And we were ahead of him by about 300,000-400,000 just on X, not counting our YouTube, Rumble, Getter. It was so good that we. But it's awful. We have to talk about that one. I think that one got to me.
Yeah, we'll
YouTube. I was ready to get you on that, Charlie. An 81-year-old boxer against that little creep. We can make a little money, right?
Kimmel. Oh yeah, you could take him on. Broken vertebrae or not. Mayor Giuliani, thank you. I'll check in with you later today on the Ryder Cup.
I want to see what's going on. Get me some good pictures of what's going on there.
Yeah. USA Channel is where you watch it. It's not the Golf Channel. It's USA Channel. I think that's also going to be part of the spinoff of with CNBC and all these. Okay, the president's landing. He's playing right there. He's landed up in Long Island. He's going to go give the American team a little lift. I think Bryson DeChambeau is saying, "Hey, Mr. President, we need you up here." President's right there. David Zier's out there. The great Alex Jones is going to join us after a short commercial break. By the way, the My Patriot Supply, I forgot the key point. It's a special just for the War Room Posse. This is why you got to do mypatriotsupply.com, promo code Bannon. It's just for you, and this is extraordinary. So spend your time, go on the site, dig down, talk to the customer service reps. They've got the best. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Okay, right there, you're seeing the some of the staff the White House travel, and also the media. Now we're going to get the media coming down. He doesn't have the big Air Force One. He's got the smaller version because of a short flight. Look at that right there. I keep telling folks, you better appreciate Trump while we got him. You're never going to have anything like this again. Look at the media, just the world's media, gaggles, bilats with press. Look at this. He's got everywhere he goes, they max out on media avail. That was not like it during Biden. The guys covering the White House during Biden would tell you it was an absolute snooze fest. Of course, the autopen presidency. There's the front of this. This is the smaller version. Of course, any plane that the president's on is Air Force One while he's flying it, as the War Room posse in its will tell you in the chats. The president's there. The president is up today to go see the Ryder Cup out at Bethpage Black on Long Island. This was a public course. It kind of was in disarray for 20 or 30 years. It's a jewel of American golf, and really the USGA and others stepped in, the United States Golf Association, many years ago to put it up and get it back into shape so it could host U.S. Opens and things like the Ryder Cup. One of the reasons is they want to have more courses that are public courses that have access to the public in Bethpage. There's the President of the United States right there. That's that's Don Jr.'s daughter. Was it Kai? She is on the golf team at the University of Miami and is quite a player. Her grandfather, the president, is very, very proud of the work she's put in to have a real game. As you know, the president has a real game. Don't think he's going to do a gaggle. Got the beast right there. President's going to, well, you never know. Maybe we're going to get a gaggle. No, into the beast. He wants to get to the course. I'm really glad President Trump's doing this. Number one, I think it helps a lot. This is an institution, a major institution of our sporting world. President Trump's an avid golfer, loves the sport. And if he did not, he said this before, if he had not seen the need to come back and save his country, this is why I call him the American Cincinnatus, to return as Cincinnatus, the great general that saved the Roman Republic, retired to his farm and then had to come back to save the Republic one more time. The reason Trump's the American Cincinnatus, he was in a time in life to enjoy life after all those decades and decades of work. And one of the things he was doing was buying and refurbishing championship golf courses. Bedminster, of course, itself is a championship. He bought Doral, the Blue Monster, rejuvenated, brought it back. It's now the Live plays its championship there. There's the president right there at Long Island. The one that's he fought for years, for decades, to be able to build a new links course up, I think, north of Aberdeen in Scotland, off the North Sea, and a magnificent course. Also bought a course in Ireland, refurbished it. But it's Turnberry. Turnberry is one of the great championship courses of what they call the Open Championship, or the British Open Rota, where there are 7 or 8 courses that rotate around every year. And President Trump bought it out of bankruptcy, put a tremendous amount of money into it, and it's a course that had the famous Duel in the Sun with Jack Nicklaus and Tom Watson, I think, back in the 70s. So this is a historic track that Trump, with tender, loving care, put money into, refurbished the course, refurbished the hotel. It has kind of gone into a little bit of disarray. He got it all back up. And guess what? The woke, royal and ancient, because the establishment in England is the worst. And I don't just say this as an Irishman, right? It's the worst. They're so woke. And the royal and ancient, which is really even more than the USGA, the governing body for the world, took Turnberry out of the Rota just because Donald Trump bought it. This is the type of cruelty. There's right there with his granddaughter. Is that great? Going to the Ryder Cup with your granddaughter, because you can't fake it in golf. Don Jr.'s, I believe it's his oldest daughter. Don Jr.'s oldest daughter is a low handicap, can actually play with the president, and has made the golf team at the University of Miami and actually played in one of the big amateur events down there. So the president, he'll be momentarily. Let's bring in Alex Jones. So a big day for the president, big day for the United States, and the Ryder Cup gets very competitive and very rowdy. And since you're on Long Island, and I'm telling you, the Giants and Jets fans, when you got them or the Yankees and Mets fans, when you get them on a golf course or in the gallery, it's going to get a little crazy over the weekend, I can tell you, particularly after they've had a couple of adult beverages late on a Saturday and particularly Sunday afternoon. Alex Jones, a couple things to go through. Number one, can you please describe to me what was yesterday? And I'm glad I guess you shaved overnight. Tell me, yesterday was monumental. You got more traffic, I think, globally. You melted down the internet. Tell me about yesterday. What did you do, and why did the internet melt down?
Well, my wife had said that my beard was too long and prickly, and she wanted me to trim it. And so I'm up at 5 a.m. the next morning, and I was using clippers, and literally my daughter's cat loves me and jumped up on my arm there on the bathroom counter, and I went, "Nyeh," and I went, wow, I'm going to have to cut my beard off and grow it back. And then I left the mustache, and my buddy, a Navy SEAL buddy, when we were working out, said, man, you look like a pedo with that mustache. He was laughing. So I said, okay. He goes, wait, do a stunt today. Go Hitler. Let's see what it looks like. So I trimmed it, and I said, okay, I'm going to endorse the Democratic Party as Adolf Hitler, and then I'm going to parallel the two, because they're always calling us Hitler, and I was very clear that I'm anti-Hitler, just like Charlie Chaplin doing a piece. But then I had James O'Keefe on Breaking Huge News halfway through the show, and it just felt weird to be having a serious discussion with a Hitler stash. So I ran in the bathroom during the break and used scissors to cut it off. And so I had a Hitler stash for about 5 hours, and it did melt down the internet, yes.
No, it was like, I'm glad you said that, because when I first saw it, I was like, what in the hell is going on here? And then I said, oh, he's doing a take on Charlie Chaplin's The Great Dictator, which Charlie Chaplin, I think, did in the 30s with Hitler's rise. No, it was monumental, and I think you got your point across. When Google came out the other day and YouTube, you got to explain this to the audience. They said, everybody we banned, and they threw out Alex Jones, Dan Bongino, Steve Bannon, others are now welcome to go back. Correct me if I'm wrong. You and Nick Fuentes, I think, put up channels. And did Google take them down right away? Did YouTube take them down right away? Or did I misread that news release?
No, they did. I had Nick on the show, and I said we should stress test it. That was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Central. I said, let's stress test it. And I told the listeners, a lot of you had your channels taken. I said, every talk show host or pundit or journalist or political victim of the Democrats that was censored in all these Democrat-directed purges that really started in 2016, accelerated into 2020, and then on. I said, you should all now, because they've told Jim Jordan via Alphabet, the parent company of Google and YouTube, that they're stopping it, and anybody politically removed, they're going to put back up. I said, I believe this is just more talk. Just like the Paul Weiss law firm promised to stop doing lawfare against Trump and his supporters, they're still the ones running the lawsuits against me and laughing the whole time. It's just hilarious, trying to literally close our doors and involve the Justice Department and all the rest of it. The holdovers that were under investigation, but then that got pulled. So I said, let's upload our channel. So we did. It was up till about 2 a.m. I got about 100,000 followers in just that brief amount of time. Nick, I heard him say on his show, I got 30,000 followers. And about 2 a.m. in the morning, they jerked both his channel and my channel down. And I knew that. I mean, I told listeners, I said, I believe it'll be down by tomorrow. And it lasted just about 12 hours or so.
But here's what I understand. What did you and Nick talk about during that time, or what is up on these channels that's so controversial that now that they made a deal with Jordan and they're going to say, and by the way, they're blaming it on Biden, but this all happened beforehand. What was in the content that they're making a rationale that you two guys, given they got this new policy of total free speech, what are you saying that even reaches any standard that they would pull down?
They actually put a statement out yesterday afternoon. I actually have it right here. And they said, oh, it's a pilot program, and we're still probably, not going to let them come back. We're still just going to decide. So it's exactly what I thought. It's a fraud. It's the standard procedure when they get in trouble in Congress, get caught in political meddling, political persecution, election influencing, all directed, as we know, by the DOJ and the Biden FBI. Even going back to Obama, we now know they were behind the scenes 2015, 2016, trying to suppress Trump, you, myself, and others. So now that that's out in the open, it's totally illegal. Now they're acting like, to Jim Jordan's committee, that they're actually doing something. So we did as a test. I only uploaded one video. And I said, okay, the word is Comey will be indicted along with Letitia James the next 5 days. And then I said, and this is a stress test to see if they are going to allow this to stay up. I believe they will not. I believe that that this is just a stunt to try to get the Republican committee to move along. And so they're playing possum. And then I also talked about how we have Democrat women dying and going into comas, gobbling pregnant women Tylenol just to spite Trump. Exactly. So those are the three topics I covered in a 12-minute video, and they banned it.
Unbelievable. Hang on for 1 second, Alex. We're going to want to keep you through break. I know you got your show coming up, but I got some other stuff to discuss from the other day. Also, I think this highlights one of the big fights we got in front of us, folks, and we got to face this. You got to face it now. Big tech and the tech oligarchs. They are not on the side of MAGA. And Jim Jordan, all those guys over there can give us a lick and a promise. It ain't going to work. Because when the rubber meets the road, they're taking down Fuentes. They're taking down Alex Jones. It's not about free speech. It's about the suppression of free speech. Short break. Back in a moment.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat. It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored. And it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, Getter right there. Alex Jones. So, Alex, the third thing is that, and by the way, I want to thank you and Nick for doing the stress test, because I think I think if you guys hadn't done that, we wouldn't have had the reality that, oh, this is just a test pilot. It was presented as, oh my gosh, all the headlines, Bongino, Bannon, Alex Jones, all these guys. No, that's when they came to me for a quote. I said, screw you, right? Got zero interest in you guys. And if you guys hadn't tested it, we wouldn't have known what a bunch of phonies are. And I'm telling folks right now, this thing with the tech oligarchs and big tech and Palantir and all this crap you see running around is all going to come to a head, right? This is another fight we're going to have, but it's all going to come to a head because their interests are not MAGA's interests. Their interests are not populist nationalists. They are, wait for it, globalists. And I don't care how much lipstick they put on it. It ain't going to be pretty. Alex Jones, also in addition, this huge, we just had Comey indicted. You got other indictments coming out, but there's been a conspiracy against you, sir, for a number of years. And we know this in the war room because we covered you live a couple of years ago. I think it was on a Saturday. You had guys jackbooted coming in and shutting down your studio during a hit on War Room. Now, this started to get at least a little traction, looks like, in the Justice Department. But I keep seeing CNN headlines, et cetera. Just explain to the audience in the last 24 or 48 hours what's happened on this investigation and how they were trying to shut down InfoWars and Alex Jones. Sir.
Absolutely. Just a brief recap. We now have all the documents that Obama with Comey in 2013 started a national security dragnet investigation with the stated goal as a level 3 dangerous person, meaning terrorist, to destroy me and put me in prison. Then when they couldn't find anything, we got those documents after 10 years, because it continued on when Trump was in. He didn't know. It was the administration gave me this information, and we published it from the FBI 6-7 months ago, right when Trump first got in. He was in 2 weeks, and I was sent this by the FBI. Then we learned that the DOJ had financed the lawsuits, all the PR, the demonization, had show trials where the judges found me guilty, literally produced by HBO, and they admitted that this was a beta test for Trump and you and everybody else. Literally, they even bragged about it on TV, the top Democrat lawyers, the Paul Weiss law firm, and then Blumenthal's controlled law firm, Koskoff and Koskoff, that ran this with the chief FBI counsel, William Aldenberg, testified that he went and organized the families and all of that and the gun control foundations they run to then sue me. They then raised over $300 million off my name, saying I was doing things to them I never did. Then the Justice Department funded millions and millions and millions in the lawsuits directly through those charities. We have all those documents. We've sued them, spent millions in all of the discovery and emails, then with the U.S. trustee and the bankruptcy saying we'll never allow anybody to buy this at the court-ordered auction that will keep Jones on the air. So they didn't want to pay for it, so they just gave it to themselves, said they had an auction. So Ed Martin's, I've known Ed 20-something years, but I was quite frankly like, Ed, you got bigger fish to fry. You got to go after the big guys. He said, well, listen, I'm not going to tell you anything we're doing there. But he said, come on up here. And this was months ago. And he says, hey, when are you coming up here? So I went up there a few weeks ago. He said, no, our job is government weaponization. They got sloppy with you. We've seen all these documents. Bring us everything else you've got. And we've got more information. So we're looking into this because it's literally Obama and then right through Biden, literal deep state, where they funded it, ran it. I mean, it's cut and dry racketeering, in my view. It is absolute total weaponization. And so he was simply starting the process of letting him know, hey, I want to talk to you. Hey, preserve what you got. And then, from what I've been told, not from Ed. Ed says he can't talk right now because obviously he's got bigger fish to fry, which I originally said. I said, please, I don't even need this. And he said, no, this is our job. And we're doing a bunch of other stuff like this. And, they've gone and they visited people that got intimidated and threatened over COVID, like the inventor of mRNA technology, Robert Malone, he talked about on air a month ago, the FBI came and they wanted to talk to him, and the Justice Department said, we're doing a weaponization investigation. So they're doing this all over the place. That's his job. So this is how hard he's working with the thousands of people under him, and I was just one piece of that. And so the Democrats misrepresented it, ran all these headlines that Ed Martin was harassing families. No, this is the Justice Department weaponized. This is the Justice Department in my bankruptcy saying we don't want anybody to actually buy this. We're going to tell a judge it's, that ordered an auction it is, and then have a fraudulent auction that the judge said was a fraud. I mean, that happened back in November of last year when they marched in here, and I said, no, it's not a real auction. I'm not leaving. So they cut the internet off. So, and they came in before with no court order and said, get out with private security. In May 31st of last year, I refused to leave. And it's just totally, and the private security goes, yeah, we don't have a court order. We're not doing it. They literally sent like Pinkerton, not the company Pinkerton, but like, the railroad enforcers. And they're like, I'm talking to the head of the company. They're like, yeah, I've got a lady saying she's with the Justice Department and she doesn't need a warrant or a court order. Throw you out of the building. We're not doing it. So, and it goes on and on and on, Steve. And so the best I could tell from other people in the White House was that went on, and they knew that the indictments were coming up because the grand juries had already done it, and then that U.S. attorney wouldn't enforce what they were doing, so they put in the new lady who did it there in Virginia, and I think it was seen as a distraction from all the huge stuff, Comey and others that are being indicted, and so I quite frankly actually understand it. I think the people laughing and the Democrat law firm saying, ah ha ha, this got shut down, they're fools. And so bottom line, even in our civil issues, we're winning. We're winning at the Texas appeals courts. So even though I'm on appeal, they are literally in court this week. They were next week, all over. Soon the last gasp. We're shutting him down. So they don't want settlements. They refused a $75 million settlement. And I knew they wouldn't take it. They refused all this stuff. Then they go on the news and say he's hiding money. We want to close his company to get money when the equipment's probably worth $500,000. No, they say they want me off the air. That is their goal publicly. Then they do court filings saying, shut him down. We want the equipment because we need our $1.5 billion that's now I owe $400 million in interest on. By the way, Steve, we did all my accounting back over 25 years. I had brought in $60 million in my life that I've been paid. And it turned out over the years of all the lawsuits, 65% of that has gone to lawyers. So in my life, I've brought home over $25 million, and I've lived very nicely and better than I ever wanted. So, but they claim I made billions off of them, totally made up. Meanwhile, they're doing giant fundraisers for years on Twitter and on Facebook and everywhere saying, here's this man harassing us and doing things to us, send us money. So they're using me to not just destroy the Second Amendment, but the First. They got a $74 million Remington settlement. The mother bought the gun legally at a store. The killer of the kids, Lanza, used it and killed her and then went and killed the kids. All I ever did was question when the internet didn't believe it. Just like we see with Kirk with all these rumors swirling around. I didn't create them. Most of them I've been just, debunking. So this was literally a synthetic made-up thing, like saying Trump says all Mexicans are scum. Trump says the KKK are wonderful people. He said the opposite. You never see the actual video because it wasn't done. And so that's where we are. And it's like, oh, they're being mean to a hero FBI agent. I never said the guy's name. He went and organized the lawsuits. The Justice Department funded it. Okay, he showed up after the shooting. Great. I never even know who he was. And so that's how crazy this is. They're stalking me. They've sued my family. They basically bankrupted my parents. They sued my wife. And their goal is, quote, to cause as much pain as they can to me. And so I have non-dischargeable debts. They say they're going to put me under a bridge. And I got news for them. I'll work for free. I got all these places and things ready to go. But they want the name InfoWars. The Onion that was funded by Bloomberg, they said on national TV with Stephanopoulos to misrepresent who I am. They even filed in court last June saying Jones claims 13th Amendment when they were saying they want my name, real Alex Jones and all that. They said the 13th Amendment applies to everyone but him. He is a special case, and tried to get the bankruptcy court, annex, Elon Musk had to intervene to own my name. Like I was Prince and sold my name to Sony. I never signed a 360 contract to sell my name to a corporation. You can sell your name and then lose it. I never did that. They literally want to wear my skin, silence me, so they can then misrepresent what I've said and done. That's what real censorship is about. Like on Trump, go peacefully to the Capitol. that day on Twitter, hey, this is terrible, get out of the Capitol. They removed it and then said Trump said attack the Capitol. So they didn't just censor Trump, they censored him to then misrepresent what he said. It's the same thing. And then some people in the White House that aren't that informed go, that guy that would peed on kids' graves, we're not going to help him. And of course, because they don't even know the true story. I know Trump does. And I'm like, I'm not getting mad. I'm not making a big deal about it. I quite frankly told Ed, I said, yes, you understand. You follow it. You're a listener. You've seen the documents. But I said, I'm very flattered that you're, he goes, hey, I just do what the law is. And we're helping a lot of people. And he was, rattling off all the stuff. And so the guy's a hero. And the guy is a literal workhorse bulldog. And we need more people like him. I mean, quite frankly, and I know there's a lot of good stuff going on at the DOJ, and I don't dislike Pam Bondi or Castro or any of them. I'm just saying, Ed Martin, who the left fears, that would have been my attorney general, or Ken Paxton, the guys that are battle-hardened, that the enemy has come after, that got holes shot in them. We need gunfighters. We need warriors. We need Spartans, and Ed Martin's it.
Amazing. I've got about 2 minutes here. I know you got to bounce for your noon show. They called you a conspiracy theorist for years, but what you said about Antifa, Black Lives Matter, Ties Foundation, Soros, you would put up huge charts and walk people through it. The President of the United States signed an executive order yesterday in the Oval Office that lays it out like Alex Jones wrote it. Give us 2 minutes of your assessment, sir.
I'm glad you went there, because I was getting chills when Giuliani was on saying, as prosecutors, we can get out, we can get into the groups, we can find out who's funding it. We know, and not just from 2000. A brother of an Antifa captain, when his brother was in jail, went over to the house to take care of the dog, found all these documents, which we've already tracked back are accurate. This is a flashback we put back up a few months ago from 10 years ago. Obama planned nationwide riots to trigger black people to burn down the country ahead of the election, like they tried to do in 2020, to then create racial division, just like they did with Trayvon Martin. And we have the documents right here with the name of the organization run by Alexander Soros. He actually is the commander of it, and it is Friends of Democracy, and it's got all the command orders, how to riot, what to do, all the sub-officers. This is the proof that it's an organized crime terror organization, and there's other groups funding it. So I hear all these people, look, I mean, quite frankly, if anything, I should be up there with Ed Martin giving him all this stuff, because I do this 7 days a week. This is all I do. I have hundreds of such documents. I have the complete blueprint, all open and shut, and then up above it, we have Senator Blumenthal joining Hakeem Jeffries going on TV saying, we're going to put all his main supporters in prison in a reign of terror once we get in. And so that it's not us doing the reign of terror. We're having to take out basically the equivalent of Nazis or communists or the French Revolution nuts, the Jacobins. And so it's all directed by them. It's all controlled by these people, and they think it's funny.
Alex, where do people go to get InfoWars, to get your show, social media, all of it, sir?
Well, if you go to InfoWars, you can get the article Flashback, Documents Detailed Plan for Civil Unrest and Martial Law in Baltimore. It's all there. You go to Infowars.com for now. You go to X at Real Alex Jones, the Alex Jones show on Rumble and Band.video. And Steve, you are the best. Thank you so much. And just God bless you, and God bless our president. God bless the United States of America. Please follow me on X at Real Alex Jones.
You keep fighting. And where you can't get Alex Jones is on YouTube. From Google. Alex, love you, brother. Fight on. Short break.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat. It's Mama Love in northern Minnesota. You know, a collective voice is much louder than a single voice. Thanks, Rav, for giving us a place to chat and connect. See y'all in chat.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Erica Kirk is going to be sitting in with the Charlie Kirk team today for the Charlie Kirk show that we pitched to for the last 4 years at noon as soon as our show is over. So Erica Kirk today on the Charlie Kirk show. Birchko, also, Philip Patrick's going to be with me tomorrow. We're going to break a bunch of things down that are happening on geopolitics, capital markets, gold, of course, over 3,800 bouncing around up there. Into the Dollar Empire, birchgold.com/Bannon. Get it, understand it. We're going to be teaching parts of it tomorrow. Also, if you just text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898, you can get the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Now, here's what's important. They've got IRAs, 401ks. They have all these different methodologies, tax-deferred, tax-free, all of it. First off, learn why you should use gold as a hedge for times of financial turbulence. Find out about the central banks and why gold's been on fire. And then find out the methodologies and modalities of how you can do it with Birch Gold. And like I said, Philip's on the team tomorrow. Cameron Kinsey, right now, a huge thing. It looks like the Democrats may fold on trying to shut down the government because our own Russ Vought has got a big old plan to have mass firings in the federal government. That being said, the IRS is looking for every penny they can get because we still have massive deficits. Tax Network USA, if you've got a problem with the IRS, how are they going to help? Cameron Kinsey.
Well, thanks so much for having me on, Steve. It's a blessing to be here. And, you know, as you noted, Americans are still getting hit with audits, back taxes, wage garnishments. Recently, we did see an elimination of Biden holdovers at the IRS, and President Trump got rid of 25% of its workforce, which is a great start to ending this government overreach that we've experienced in the past under the Biden administration, where the IRS was targeting small business owners, low-income households as well. Like you noted, we're even seeing Democrats come out now trying to shut down the government because Trump won't enforce taxpayers to pay for free health care for illegal aliens, which is absolutely insane. But regardless, for most people, trying to navigate this system alone is an absolute nightmare. And that's really where Tax Network USA comes and steps in. We are one of the nation's leading tax firms. We help everyday Americans and business owners fight back against the aggressive government enforcement that we've seen. And whether you're dealing with years of unfiled returns, mounting penalties, collections already underway as well. We have a team of CPAs, we have enrolled agents, we have tax attorneys who really just know the tax code inside and out, even former IRS agents as well, who know these agencies' tactics and can really just help you in this sense. But we're not a cookie cutter tax company that will just take your money and vanish, Steve. We really do go to war for our clients because we believe that your hard-earned money should stay in your own pocket. We've saved over $1 billion in back taxes, and we don't say that lightly. So, for example, one of our clients was a nurse who picked up extra shifts during COVID. She suddenly found herself in over nearly $40,000 of unexpected taxes. She came to us really in tears because this is emotionally tolling, not only financially a burden for people as well. She thought that she was going to lose her home, but we not only stopped the lien, but got her total liability reduced to $8,000 into a manageable payment plan for her. And just another example, a contractor from the Midwest was facing asset seizure over a $72,000 payroll tax issue that snowballed over a few years as well. Our team halted the collections almost immediately, negotiated a settlement that cut his debt by more than 60%, I believe. He kept his equipment, kept his crew working, got his life back on track. So also with our clients, we work with everyone. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. Here's the key. If you failed to file, you got some problems with filings, you got a letter from the IRS, whatever you got, it ain't going to go away. And that anxiety is not going to go away until you call these guys. You get a free consultation, so you got nothing to lose. These guys have solved over $1 billion of problem. That anxiety is going to continue to eat away at you, and whatever kind of penalty or whatever's happening is going to continue to metastasize. Where they go online and what number do they call, Cameron? Where do they go right now to talk to the folks at Tax Network?
Yeah, you're exactly right. You don't want to throw those letters in a drawer somewhere hoping that this goes away because the IRS counts on people who are too afraid to act. So you can reach out today at tnusa.com/Bannon to learn more. We take extra care of the War Room Posse. That's tnusa.com/Bannon, or you can call 1-800-958-1000. Again, that's 1-800-958-1000. And we'll tell you exactly where you stand, what your options are, and how we can fight back for the best possible outcome for you.
Use our promo code because Cameron's years in the White House, she got us a special deal over there. So they're going to take care of you. Go use that promo code. Cameron Kinsey, thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Steve.
This anxiety ain't going to go away till you address it. You have to address it. You got to address it. Just call them. Give them a call or email them. Use the promo code. They'll take care of you. These folks are professionals. Mike Lindell, I was concerned. I heard you're traveling around the country. You can't do it. I said, I got to have my Mike Lindell. People want a special deal, particularly now that Comey's indicted. It's a very special day for us, sir.
Absolutely. And remember, they came after me and my pillow, the FBI, big time for the last three years now. But you guys, we've got the greatest special ever. I'm back in Minnesota for a day here, and then I'm traveling again. Went down, visited my factory. All the towels, remember, kept limited quantity came in. These are 6-piece towel sets. You're getting them for $39.98. Normally $69.98 is War Room special. And then you have our premium My Pillows, the lowest price in the history of My Pillow. We combined it with our Giza cotton for the ticking, $17.98 for the queen, $19.98 for the king. So get all your gifts now, everything you need right there. And then closing out the sheet line, the percale sheets, all the colors and sizes, any size, any color, $29.88. You guys, once they're gone for good. We're not bringing those back. So get them, the War Room Posse. Go to mypillow.com/War Room. There's those top 3 specials. But I wanted to tell you, you guys get free shipping on those big ticket items, which is your mattresses, your mattress toppers, your mattress pads, anything to do with sleep there. Get those big ticket items. They come right to your door. Remember, they have 10-year warranties and 60-day money-back guarantees at MyPillow. Everything we have here is built to work, and you get the biggest savings, so it's a win-win-win. You guys go to mypillow.com/War Room. Use the greatest for the most most sought after promo code in history, but also my reps are downstairs right now taking your calls, 800-873-1062.
We'll see you back here in the afternoon. Charlie Kirk show is next. Erica Kirk sits in today. See you back here at 5.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
The Charlie Kirk Show starts now.
Today, Charlie Kirk rests in glory in heaven for all eternity. He has gone from speaking on campuses in Wisconsin to kneeling at the throne of God, where he is right now.
Verily, verily, I say unto you, this is Christ speaking, except a corn of wheat fall onto the ground and die, it abideth alone. But if it die, it bringeth forth much fruit. And I want to thank Charlie for his sacrifice, because much fruit is going to be realized.
Now, I want you to know that Charlie right now is in heaven, not because he was a great husband and father, not because he saved millions of kids out of darkness on college campuses, not because he changed minds and chased votes to save the country, not because he sacrificed himself for his Savior. Charlie Kirk is in heaven because his Savior sacrificed himself for Charlie Kirk.
But the main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent.
I believe Charlie is still urging us not to sit back, not to be quiet, but to carry on his mission forward, loudly, proudly, and with the same conviction he showed.
Sacrifice is a gift. Sacrifice is that last full measure of devotion for God, for country, and for his people.
We will devote the rest of our lives to finishing the causes for which Charlie gave his last measure of devotion. You cannot defeat us, you cannot slow us, you cannot stop us, you cannot deter us. We will carry Charlie and Erica in our heart.
But we go forward strengthened by his faith and bolstered by his courage and inspired by his example to defend the country he lived for.
You see, Charlie Kirk was a true believer for the cause of freedom, for the power of young people, belief in our republic and our founding principles, in America first and make America great again. But more importantly, he was a true believer. Only Christ is King, our Lord and Savior.
The lesson of Charlie's life is that you should never underestimate what one person can do with a good heart, a righteous cause, a cheerful spirit, and the will to fight, fight, fight.
Charlie lived what our founders envisioned. Freedom, the right to speak even when we disagree. Freedom. I may not agree with what you say, but I will fight to defend to the death with my very life your right to speak.
Now, our whole administration is here, but not just because we love Charlie as a friend, even though we did, but because we know we wouldn't be here without him.
In the words of Soren Kierkegaard, the tyrant dies and his rule is over. The martyr dies and his rule has just begun.
On the cross, our Savior said, Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do. That man, that young man, I forgive him.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
All right. Hello, everybody. Good morning. Stations across the country. It's good morning where we're at. It's noon on the East Coast. I'm Andrew Colvett, executive producer of The Charlie Kirk Show. And I'm joined today by Charlie's chief of staff, Mikey McCoy, the great Mikey McCoy, and of course, Blake Neff, one of the producers here.
Wait, we have a great Mikey McCoy too?
We have a great.
I thought it was just
the great. No, the solidly acceptable.
Mediocre. Mikey the Great or Micro.
We are going to be listen, the show goes on, but so do Ask Me Anything Fridays. And also, we're going to do that in hour 1 today. For anybody that's a part of the members community, members.charliekirk.com, you can call in, ask questions live on air, and we're going to answer them to the best of our ability. And we'll see what happens. It's always one of those days when that happens. Even when Charlie was here, we never quite knew what we were going to expect and what we were going to get. And then in hour 2, we're going to show some never before seen behind the scenes footage from Charlie's Asia trip, and Mikey and Blake were both traveling with Charlie when that happened. So I'm really excited about that, to see some stuff that nobody's ever seen before. And that was a trip. I mean, how many days was that before?
It was 65 hours in Asia between both Korea and Japan. So.
But what were the dates? What were the dates? It was the weekend before, right?
It was. So it would have been, he got back on, let's see here. It would have been, he got there on the 5th through the 7th.
Yeah. Right. So he got back, and then 3 days later. So it's hard to watch, but also he was so happy and he was having so much fun that it's really good to watch. And it's, I think, cathartic, healing, all of those things. And then we're, of course, going to have the great, and she does deserve that title, the great Erica Kirk is going to join us, because she loves this audience. She knew how much this audience meant to Charlie, and she had told me she's basically not doing anything, no media, no anything, but she's going to be right here, and she wants to speak directly to you, the audience. And I said, yeah, whatever you want, like, get as little as long, like it's totally up to you, and let us know how we can serve you and help you. And she was like, well, I just want to talk to the audience. And I said, that's fantastic. So stay tuned for that. So let's get going. We have members calls. That's members.charliekirk.com. And I believe the first up is Caleb. Caleb, do we have you? Are you there?
Yes, I'm right here. Hi, how's it going?
Hey, Caleb.
I just wanted to ask what the plan is for future elections and the general election with Turning Point Action. And I want to know how I can best get involved. I live in Washington State, so that's kind of a hard area. But
Washington State is not a state that we're going to be focusing on. However, when it gets close to the election, what we do is we do these big volunteer drives where we'll book full hotels and room blocks, and we will give you an app and a list, and you can use the app to go knock on doors, make texts and phone calls, and try and chase ballots. So that's all through Turning Point Action. We're going to be probably focusing on what we call building a new red wall. Because of the way the census is working, more people are moving from blue northern states like New York or West Coast states like California, and they're moving to the red states, the Sun Belt. So that would be Arizona, that would be Florida, Texas. And because of that, there is an opportunity, if we properly counted the census, right, Blake, maybe you can touch on that, we're going to have a lot more of an ability to get rid of what they used to call the blue wall, right? So you heard about the blue wall. It was Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania. That's the blue wall, and Trump, demolished the blue wall, but it's still one of those toss-up areas of the country, right? We don't know what's going to happen in 2028. They could be back in play. I think if JD ends up running, that he's going to play very well in those states. But the point is, we can now form a new blue wall, and that would be holding Arizona. All the gains that Charlie spearheaded here in the state of Arizona. This was the best performing swing state by far. We won it by almost 6 points and about 200,000 votes, a little less, but almost 200,000. And we have a vision at Turning Point Action to completely Floridify, the Floridification of Arizona. That's the vision. So you add Nevada, that will be another state that we really want to make solidly red. We think that we like the underlying momentum that we have in that state. And then maybe a state like New Hampshire. If you put those, where New Hampshire has more registered Republicans than Democrats, if you put those three states together, and if we get Nebraska to be a winner-take-all, which is still something that we're working on, you're going to create a map that's very, 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 very hard for Democrats to win in the future. Now, you still got to hold Georgia. We got great partners in Georgia that are activating already. And I mean, listen, the midterms, it's anybody's game, right? Historically, in the midterms, 2026, the incumbent party typically does not fare as well in the midterms from a congressional standpoint, but I think everything's out the window this time. I just think there is no historical parallel, both with Charlie's death, both with what's happened with immigration. People still remember that, both with, the economy, if the economy's doing strong. So how you can best get involved is just go to tpaction.com, get your name in, make sure you volunteer, join coalitions. You can spearhead your own sort of grassroots level, county GOP level work. What part of Washington are you in, Caleb?
I live in the 4th District of Washington.
Which part of the state?
I live in Tri-Cities, Washington, so Benton County.
Yeah, that's more conservative. Tri-Cities is more conservative.
Right.
So, yeah, I mean, listen.
And I'm going to be running with, I'm going to be helping Jared Sessler run for state Congress.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
So what you should do is you should get your local GOP to get behind the Turning Point Action app. That will absolutely supercharge what you guys can do, and we have training sessions that we can do with the local GOPs if you guys want to get the app and use it and chase ballots, because that's ultimately what needs to be done. The Republican Party is now the low propensity party, meaning it used to be that we would poll behind in the sort of generic ballots, they poll which party do you prefer, but then we would make up the ground and then some on election day because our people would predictably come out. Everything's changed in the era of Donald Trump. Now we poll ahead, but then we don't show up. And so our job as the grassroots is to make sure people show up, and that's what the Turning Point Action app does. It identifies low propensity voters, helps you focus your efforts on those people and get them out to the polls. So thanks so much. Yeah, thanks so much, Caleb. Thank you for wanting to get involved, and you honor Charlie when you get involved in the movement. You make it stronger, as Erica says.
Yeah, I just turned 18, and I've never wanted to get more involved since the 10th.
Feel free to start a Turning Point chapter, too, at your
I already have.
Perfect. Awesome.
Yeah, I've started one, and I've helped get 4 more started recently, so.
God bless you, man. That's great. That's fantastic. Okay, well, maybe we'll see you at AmFest then.
All right, yeah, see you guys.
Thank you. Sean, you are up next. Sean, what's your question?
Hey, guys. Thanks for having me on.
Absolutely.
Charlie was really well-versed on a lot of topics. I mean, I don't know if I know a person that was more well-versed across all the different subjects. Do you see a more segmented approach in the future for TPUSA? And if so, what role do you think Christian apologetics could play moving forward?
Well, go ahead, Blake.
Yeah, so
Blake, you're versed on a lot of topics.
No, it's definitely Charlie definitely was, among other things, he had a huge, very broad knowledge base. He loved to pick up tons of knowledge in different areas. He had a ton of knowledge in different areas. We've talked about how impressive he was in terms of being an organizer, in terms of being a political activist, in terms of being involved inside the White House and still really caring to pick up that broad base of historical knowledge, philosophical knowledge, Christian knowledge. None of us can match that, to be frank. He was always very proud, and Mikey can attest to this, that he would love to have Mikey quiz us on Bible topics, because that was something where he could beat me on a lot of those topics. And he would ask me about history stuff. So in general, going forward, all of us are going to be trying hard to step into his shoes. Yeah. But I do think you'll see a segmentation where maybe I'll answer really detailed political questions. Maybe Erica herself could talk a lot about faith stuff.
We can keep going in the stream so you can finish this. But for radio, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we are back for the stream. Blake, continue.
Yeah. As I said, Charlie's breadth of what he was involved in it was really what made him so exceptional. How many different things he had knowledge of from his own practical experience. He could talk, this is how this election is probably going to go, because I've worked directly in a bunch of elections. This is what's probably going on inside the Trump admin. I've seen the inside. I can't speak to everything that's going on there publicly, but, trust me, I've talked to people there. He could do that with so much credibility. And okay, I've never actually been inside the Oval Office. I've never been inside the West Wing. Whereas, no one else is really interested in all the weird historical arcana that I'm into. Not all of us have the same base of biblical knowledge. So we are going to see some segmentation on that front. I think the faith one is going to be a really important one for us to cultivate. I know Erica's very great on that. We obviously have a lot of pastor friends. You're pretty good on that too yourself, Mikey.
Yeah. The other thing Charlie, I have some pastor friends. The other thing Charlie was really good at is it was the Charlie effect, and Dr. Larry Arnn talked about this, how he met this young kid who told him he was really passionate about politics and wanted to enter into that world. Dr. Arnn didn't take him seriously. And then a week later, he gets a text message from Charlie. He doesn't know how he got his phone number, but it's a certificate of a completed Hillsdale online course. And then Charlie went on to do all 31 courses. And so when Charlie would do something, he'd commit himself 100% to doing it. And so when I first started with him, he said, your first task is to watch every single Dennis Prager fireside chat. And so that's what he would do. Once he was interested in the topic, he would just commit himself entirely to it. And what Blake said too, in his free time, he was wanting to be quizzed on Bible stuff. That was the foundation of everything in his life. He loved God, so he wanted to understand God. And that meant every single free moment he had, he was looking at quizzes, reading his scriptures, everything. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we talked about this, and I don't, privately, I don't think it ever made its way onto the show yet. But one of the things that was most remarkable about Charlie, and I, having helped start this program with Charlie, remember it in this context, but he did it in everything he touched in life. He had this great follow through. You kind of touched on it a little bit, but if he was going to start a podcast, it wasn't, he wasn't going to be deterred, in the early days, if we fell behind in the rankings or something like that. He would push, and he was so dogged in his pursuit. And I don't think I was wired that way originally. But it was so long ago that I don't even remember me being that way. Like, Charlie fully transformed the people around him to be more like him. Yes. He forced them to accept his strengths, because there was a temptation, I think, to resist, and then eventually, like, okay, he was right. And if we just pushed through that wall, we were going to get to the other side, and we were going to accomplish the goal. Like, he just wouldn't stop. I think a lot of entrepreneurs, or what would be entrepreneurs, they have a great idea and then they can't follow through on it. Charlie had incredible follow through, which is why all of this exists. And I only say that because I think one of the most important things for all of us around this table, anybody that is associated with Turning Point, anybody that's going to go out to campuses, our contributors, our students, is that we have to commit ourselves to following through and learning and growing and being the best versions of ourselves that we can be, so that we can answer the tough questions just like he did. Obviously, nobody's going to answer them the way and as good as he did, but we have to be better. And that's incumbent on all of us. And we all have our own little areas of specialization and curiosity. So hopefully, and branching out from there, people that go on campuses or speak at our events, we're going to bring in people that have specializations as well. But it's going to be a group effort. There's just no way around it.
Yeah. Maybe we'll need like 2-man Charlie squads, like 2 people who can like somewhat cover.
We're going to need like 3 people for one debate.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? So
prove us wrong.
Prove us. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Prove we wrong, including our grammar. All right. Next up, I think we got somebody. Daisy, do we have somebody? Stacy. Let's go, Stacy.
Hi. Thanks for taking my question. I just wanted to let you guys know that we are praying for your team, praying for Erica. And my question is, during this tragedy, what has been one surprising thing that God has done for the team, giving peace and comfort during this time since Charlie's passing? And what is like one fear right now you may have, so that we, the audience, can pray for God to meet that need for the team?
I love this question so much that I think I'm looking at the show clock here. If you wouldn't mind, Stacy, maybe I'm going to have you repeat it for the radio audience when we come back, and then I know Mikey and Blake have some stuff they want to mention. So hold right there, Stacy. I'm going to have you repeat for the radio audience, but we'll be right back in just 1 second. Welcome back, radio stations across the country. We are doing an Ask Me Anything in honor of our Fridays with Charlie. Charlie would always do the Ask Me Anything with his members.charliekirk.com on Fridays. And we're doing it in hour 1 because we're going to have Erica Kirk join us in hour 2. So, you're not going to want to miss that. We're so honored that she wants to join the show and talk to you, the audience. And we have right now Stacy. Stacy, you already told us in the break, but please, for the radio audience, repeat the question.
Sure. Yeah. So I was just mentioning that we're praying for you, all of us that supported Charlie and Turning Point USA. So my question is, during this tragedy, what has been one surprising thing that God has done for the team, giving peace and comfort during this time since Charlie's passing? And what is one fear right now you may have so that we, the audience, can pray for God to meet that need for the team?
Thank you so much. That's such a sweet question. And I know Mikey had mentioned to me in the chat, so the floor is yours.
Yeah. In terms of what God's done, which is just looking back and being in awe of it, the actual day that it happened, and Blake can attest to this too, since he was there, being in Utah, I have no idea how I got through that day. And everything at the hospital, from the decisions that had to be made to the peace that was given to me by the Lord. I mean, it was evident that God was there. I don't know how I was able to operate. I felt, looking back, I felt like my mind had just shut off and my body was just moving and doing everything that it had to do. And then the days following that as well, coming back to Arizona, Air Force 2, all those details. Looking back on that, it was evident that the Lord's hand was involved entirely. I don't know if you feel the same, Blake, but
I definitely saw it with you. I can say that. I remember. I remember when your parents arrived, and that was like the first time I told them. I was like, Mikey's been incredible today. And I've only seen that in the days and weeks since. It was remarkable to behold. What I've taken personal comfort from was, and we'll get into this when we talk about, the trip to Asia. I was only really just appreciating how big Charlie had become, how much he meant to so many people around the world. And then seeing that the universal reaction around the world or the scale of the reaction around the world, how many people he touched, how many people he's touching because of this. I've been telling people I want to get multiple of those freedom shirts because it's great to wear them around. And the people who react to it, who have been telling me, I never watched Charlie before, but now I can't get enough of him. It's like, it's incredible the life he lived. He's inspiring me so much. I saw a post on X the other day where someone, I think he was also wearing one of those shirts or something. And the guy just, was like, oh, did you know him? He's like, yeah, I met him. And the guy just starts sobbing. He's like, I started going to church again now because of this. And millions of people are having interactions like this all around. I'm getting messages where people say, my church, which never talks about public figures, the sermon was about Charlie and his martyrdom. And I've drawn a lot of meaning from that, what we've all said, that Charlie always wanted to have a revival, and we're seeing those signs of that across America and around the world.
Yeah, and we've gotten messages from people saying their marriage is better. At the memorial, I had somebody grab me. This is a pretty high-profile person, and they shook me, and they said, I am a changed person after last week. I need you to understand that I'm a better father, I'm a better husband, I'm a better Christian. I'm a changed man. And it wasn't just him. I've heard that message hundreds of times, people sending me stuff.
Yeah, I had a very high-profile Fox host tell me the same, like, I will never be the same.
Yeah.
I am changed. And I think so. The prayer is, is that the harvest would be so unmistakable and unbelievable that we really would see revival, and that we would be faithful stewards of what Charlie implanted in all of our hearts. And
I just want to read this because we've got a minute. Daisy just sent us an image that was a message that she was sent, and no names are in it, so I think we're okay. We have two couple friends that have been impacted by this. One couple was on the brink of divorce. The husband apologized to his wife and said he needed to start treating her better and leading his family better. This is the first time in their 15 years together they started praying in the morning and the night together as a couple. Another couple we went to church with stopped attending a year ago. We have repeatedly invited them back. This weekend, they were back.
Wow. And you see Tim Allen, too. He just forgave his father's shooter for the first time.
That was incredible.
Yeah, and he said that it was Erica's courage on stage. Yeah, you can see the tweet right there. It was Erica's courage on stage to forgive that led him to forgive the man that murdered his father 60 years ago.
I think we label these Forgiveness Fridays.
Forgiveness Fridays, yeah. That's good work. Who do we forgive? It's kind of like Festivus for the rest of us. Charlie, love that. All right, we have a radio break here, and we'll keep going in the stream, and we'll be right back. All right, and we are back. So, Stacey, I think just to round out I would say pray for our safety, pray for our families. A lot of us, everybody around this table is sort of been thrust into a much more public position than we had ever wanted or anticipated. And we are doing it out of duty and honor and a desire love. We love Turning Point. We love Charlie. We love Erica. We love the mission. And, what would Charlie do? I think I asked myself that a lot. Yeah. And I asked myself that probably a dozen times a day, various decisions or things that come up. And so pray for us that we would stay humble and stay low and stay close to Jesus. And I would say, I've said this before, but there was so many instances where Charlie would have this amazing success, like this amazing thing would happen. Mm-hmm. And he would quickly type back to me personally, he'd go, just stay humble, stay close to Jesus. Yes. And I'll always remember that because that is the mantra, that's the drum beat. And, just pray that we at Turning Point, that we would be faithful stewards of all of this explosive growth, of this chapter growth, of these opportunities to continue the mission of Charlie. And we have every intention to do it. So when we get high, we need to be humbled. When we get low, need to stay positive, stay humble. That's Charlie.
It's Charlie.
That's literally, Daisy just sent me
his message.
That we have. She just forwarded it to me.
Wow. And I think back to election night when he sat right here, first thing he did is he just gave all glory to God. Mm-hmm. And there's actually a psalm that talks about that, where you'll be known by the way you celebrate, essentially. I'll have to find this first. Yeah. But it was the first thing he did. All glory to God.
I'm just humbled by God's grace.
Yeah, that's right.
And there it is. That was such a beautiful moment. And all of us were here for that. And yeah, I watched that clip back in the days after the election so many times, and it would make me cry every time. I don't want to be known as like the sobbing guy, but like it was literally two instances. What just happened and this. I mean, I think hopefully you guys will forgive me for that. But yeah, it would make me misty seeing him get misty, because I know how much he left on the field. He, as you said in the moment, if anybody deserves to get a little emotional, it's Charlie, because of how hard he worked for that moment. But
I just always think how I'm forever just going to be the guy boringly droning in that clip.
No, that was Jack. That was Jack. No. All right. Next question. I believe we have Gentry.
Hey guys, thanks for doing this show. We've been praying for all you guys. My question is, wanted to ask who Charlie's mentors were and his favorite books. Obviously, the Bible. I know a lot of people have been buying Bibles and reading that, but I was also curious what his other favorite books were and his mentors.
I would say there's a lot of answers to that.
Yeah.
I would Bill Montgomery was the one that sort of saw Charlie speaking at a Tea Party rally when he was 18, and the way that it was told to me by Bill was everybody was like sleeping, and Charlie gets to the stage, and everybody kind of their ears perked up, and they were like, "Wow, who is this kid?" So Bill was the first one to sort of take, and Bill was a really sweet guy. He took an interest in Charlie, knew that he could sort of was the first. He gets the great credit of being one of the first to see the potential in Charlie.
Yeah.
And God rest his soul. He died in 2020. But, Charlie had a lot of mentors, including Dennis Prager and
Frank
Turek, especially when it came to apologetics. Frank Turek was his go-to resource, and he would hit him up on a lot of this stuff. And then I would say, the Horowitz, David Horowitz, was one of his early mentors, especially when it came to just networking and fundraising.
Yep.
But he studied people that are living and people that are dead. So there's no end of mentors. Mikey, I don't know if you want to add to this, but
he kind of had mentors for different things.
Yeah.
And he would do these things, Blake, you know about this, where he would fly somebody out and they would be there for like 4 to 5 days on end, and they would just kind of loiter around the office. But then what really happened, where a lot of people at the office didn't see this, is afterwards they would go to Charlie's house and we would do these whiteboard sessions, these epic whiteboard sessions.
And Charlie do a Spinal Tap, suck all the essence off.
And Charlie would just sit there with his notebook. He always had these spiral bound notebooks, and he would just write and write and write and write. And if he had an answer that he was struggling with, this is something I get on campus, this is what I need help with. And so that was anybody from, Frank Turk to Dr. James Orr to...
Well, I was going to say, I was just about to say, Dr. Orr, who was on this week, was another one of Charlie's mentors, and he was a newer person that came into his life, but he was so excited to absorb everything he could on the classics from Dr. James Orr. We're going to take a quick break and welcome back radio. We're welcome back to radio. We had been asked to put together a definitive Charlie book list, and we just need to do it. We need to put our heads down because he was asked so many times.
Now it's annoying because we'll have to go back and listen to all the stuff he said. The one I always remember saying, "Man Search for Meaning," was one he would cite repeatedly.
Mm-hmm.
Darkness at Noon.
Darkness at Noon.
Greatly like. I'm trying to make sure that. He would always say that in those Hillsdale ads, but I believe he also was a big fan of that book and would cite it.
1984.
Yeah. In general, he would like very impactful books.
Yeah.
That were not too long because he was a very busy guy.
Age of Entitlement was a really important book for him.
Politically. Political philosophy.
Yep. Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. He would recommend that to everybody. Did you say Darkness at Noon?
Yeah.
You did. He loved that one.
He was really into. I'm trying to think all the books, man. We just need to like sit down and put it all
now because I know he got asked that in prior AMAs, and I think he even did like best. I always remember Man's Search for Meaning because that was his favorite book of 23, and he did kind of all of his reading in 2023, and he talked about that.
He started reading way more during COVID. Yeah. So COVID was a time where he took the shutdown and just started voraciously absorbing content. And I actually, he used to kind of hate this question, by the way.
Before we forget, C.S. Lewis. He loved all the C.S. Lewis
all the
stuff.
C.S. Lewis, sure.
Christianity, Screw Tape Letters.
But it was some of the more obscure ones, too, like...
The Great Divorce.
The Great Divorce, yeah. Anyways, so the point is, Charlie, I remember he would get kind of annoyed at this, not because it's not a good question. It's a really good question. It's just when you're on the spot being asked which books, you're like...
Well, his favorite right at the end were two. And it was Not Enough Faith to Be an Atheist with Frank Turek. But then he had just finished it, and I just ordered my coffee, and he was loving the book so much. But it was Doctrine by Mark Driscoll, and he loved that book.
Yeah, we're actually going to be talking about Revival with him next week, so stay tuned for that. And Josh McPherson, we're going to have them both on. And I think... So he had a lot of favorite books, and he borrowed from a lot of people. But let's commit to that as a team. Let's go back through the archives, get all of his best answers, and we will commit to you, the audience, to put together a comprehensive answer, and we'll put it on the charliekirk.com.
Do it Charlie Kirk Book Club, like 12 of them.
Yeah, absolutely. We should.
One book at a time.
Yeah. No, we should. So it's a great prompt and a great question. It is hard to answer though on the spot.
Now I'm just feeling like why didn't I remember all of these things? And I was just thinking, well, I could ask him whenever.
Yeah, I know.
There's this book when we were in Maine that he recommended. He said it's called Overcoming Unwanted and Intrusive Thoughts. And then he goes, but then I read it, and it gave me all these unwanted and intrusive thoughts that I didn't know I needed and wanted.
Charlie was always very great about, this is something he shared with Trump, sort of that power. He wasn't a full believer in power of positive thinking, but he was a very big believer. He's just like, Blake, I think your level of happiness is basically decided by yourself. And I remember once he was just like, I could be sad about this, but I choose not to be.
Yes, exactly.
So Daisy's mentioning in the chat that Ask Charlie Anything 183, The Road to 270, what books to read. It's in the title. So it was April 8th, 2024. That's probably still on Rumble, so you can go back and listen to Rumble April 8th, 2024, The Road to 270. Ask Charlie Anything 183. So you can look up that title. Ask Charlie Anything 183.
That'll be on Rumble. That'll be on podcast apps.
Yeah. So if you go to the Omni app, I think you can get all of Charlie's podcasts. So Omni is it's a publisher, a syndicator of the RSS feed. So if you go to Apple, some of the old ones are off. They're not available there. But if you go to Omni, you can search the Charlie Kirk Show, and all of them are there. We should, just type in that title, Google a bunch of ways to listen to it. It'll show up. Okay, so type in Ask Charlie Anything 183, The Road to 270, what books to read, and it'll come up. Okay.
And one last thing, just on the mentor issue, I just want to emphasize that kind of shows he was a very talented man, but one of his very strong core traits, even as Charlie was becoming a bigger person, a more prominent person, he had that humility. He had no embarrassment, no shame about seeking a ton of mentors. Think about how, let's just say it, how famous he was. And he's still I want to take a weekend to learn from this person who is a lot less famous than I am, who is a lot less noteworthy than I am, but I think I have a ton to learn from them. Mm-hmm. I want a whole weekend to do it. And
he always was so loyal. Charlie was the most loyal person to his friends. So after that season of learning from you, he would never forget it. And he would invite you to everything and stay in touch with you. And one that comes to mind is, you just briefly mentioned it, Andrew, but Dennis Prager was a huge mentor for Charlie. And obviously the accident happened with Dennis. Charlie made multiple trips to go visit Dennis on the East Coast.
Yeah.
In the hospital.
Well, he went out to L.A. first, and then he went to Georgia.
And Charlie made multiple trips to both. And he even just dedicated his new book, Stop in the Name of God, to Dennis Prager.
I think the title is from Dennis, too, isn't it?
The title is from Dennis, too. And so,
yeah. By the way, he would hit up Tony Robbins
all the time
to talk to him, and he loved his book, Big Influence. Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. So that's from a Chicago friend that's reminding me of those books. So, all right. Next question. Who do we have? Elizabeth, you are on with the Charlie Kirk Show. What's your question?
So I'm just curious, with the enormity of inquiries you guys have had, which praise God for that, with a child in high school and one in college, I cannot be happier to hear about all of that. But I'm just wondering what the vetting process is, how long you anticipate it will take to ensure that we're getting good leadership on these campuses, people with good, noble, pure intentions that are going to carry Charlie's torch onto the campuses with all these inquiries. I imagine it's going to take a little bit of time to vet everybody and get everybody equipped.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it in perspective, we were getting somewhere around, let's say, 30 to 50 inquiries a week before this. So to get over 120,000 is a Herculean task for the team. I will tell you that we're exploring different ways to sort of do them in batches and groups, right? And we have field team all around the country that usually will take an inquiry, it will come in. The field team will then go meet with that person and help them and give them all the tools they need to start that chapter. So there will have to be some sort of hands-on piece of that, and we're probably going to have to staff up, and we have a lot of people that we can sort of bring into that team, train them up so they can reach more people. It will take time. It will take time because the way that a chapter is formed, you have to then get a sponsor at the school. So you have to get a teacher or an administrator to say, hey, I'll put my name on this chapter. Thankfully, in the aftermath, finding sponsors is a lot easier. Chapters need an adult to help them, and so now that's going to be easier. I will say that you mentioned how do we know they're going to be doing this in good faith? Well, one of the great things about having so many inquiries is a lot of those are duplicates from the same school. I mean, we have way more inquiries than there are schools in the United States. The way that college works is that once you hit about 1,000, you're kind of maxing out the possibility there. So a lot of those inquiries on the college level, we're going to be able to plug them in to these chapters that are already functioning and in existence, and they're probably going to be the next group that leads those chapters into the future. And on the high school level, there's about 24,000 high schools in the country, and we have every faith that one of Charlie's last, desires, wishes, visions that he cast was that we're going to have a Club America chapter, which is our Turning Point High School brand. We're going to have those in every single high school in America. So even there, we've got duplicates, right? We might have some homeschools. We have a way to support homeschools or pod schools where different families get together and kind of share the load. So we have ways to do all of those things, and you're going to have duplicates. So if, say, example, A is that we have 2 or 3 applicants that want to start a Turning Point chapter at a certain high school. Well, applicant A and applicant B might tell us applicant C is not in good faith or not the right person to do this, and vice versa. So we're going to have the ability to cross-check even at the local school level.
And the only other thing I would add is that the leaders of the chapter, so you elect the president of the chapter, the vice president of the chapter, et cetera, are selected appropriately. And we also host an event every single year called our Chapter Leadership Summit. It's called CLS. And this was always Charlie's favorite because he loved the energy of these leaders, these student leaders. But that's where our team see them in person. And if they're a bad cookie, they're removed from the bunch. We have a good vetting process.
Yeah, and I just actually sent your question, Elizabeth, to our field team, and the answer we got back is that contacted within a month. That's the promise. So if you send an inquiry in, you'll be contacted within a month. But the rest of the semester to be fully equipped with activism kits, training, school approval, etc. So we're the way this typically works is about 30% of the leads convert. So hopefully it's higher now, but that's kind of the math that but even at 30%, we're in a position where Charlie's vision is really,
it's going to happen.
We're at the cusp of that. So we're going to be continuing this for all semester, but they will be contacted within a month by one of our staff at Turning Point.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Praying for you guys. And
thank you.
I'm in Arizona, so I'll lick envelopes for you guys if that's what you need as far as help. I actually applied for a job about a year ago to Turning Point, but I live clear across the valley, so coming into the office every day was kind of not an option for me. I think we determined that in my interview, but I will drive out there once a week. I will lick envelopes. Like I said, I will do whatever you guys need. So if there's a way for me to sign up to serve, my family and I were in it. So
I love that. And that those kind of messages keep my spirits really high, because I know that we have so many people behind us, and that they're doing it for Charlie and they're doing it for the mission. And I believe that this is part of the harvest that we're going to experience in the aftermath here. And I believe God has a plan and God has his hand on us. So yeah.
Amen.
Thank you so much. And by the way, you talk about getting involved. Please, at the Arizona level, Charlie so badly wanted to make Andy Biggs the next governor of this state. And we're going to keep pushing that forward. We're not giving up on that mission. I think it's critically important. We love Andy Biggs. He's a good man. He's a strong conservative. Charlie and him were very close. So please consider getting involved at Turning Point Action to become a ballot chaser, volunteer, download the app and get involved here in the state of Arizona. We need your help.
All right. Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We have a radio break coming up, and man, these hours go fast.
They're so much fun.
They are really fun. So let us take a break on radio, and maybe we'll give our partners a break too. So we'll come back for the next radio break. Don't go anywhere.
Vote against. No tax on tips. That's a
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, My name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Hi, this is Chris from Colorful Colorado. I'm drawbridge in the Getter chat. I trust no one for my news except Real America's Voice. So if anyone asks, I was never here.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
To this Real America's Voice news break, I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump back in New York right now, ready to cheer on Team USA. He'll spend the afternoon at Bethpage Golf Course with his granddaughter for the Ryder Cup match between the United States and Europe. Before leaving the White House, 47 addressed the James Comey indictment, which accuses the former FBI director of lying to Congress as part of the Russiagate investigation.
They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope they're honest. You can't let this happen to a country. It's a pretty easy case because, look, he lied. You saw my truth today. He lied. Yes. So he didn't say, well, in my opinion, he didn't do a lot of things that maybe he should have, but I don't think he could because he lied. That was a very important question that he was asked. And he wanted to be specific, but he didn't. The only thing that happened to him, he didn't think he'd get caught.
The commander-in-chief also making headlines, saying that he believes a deal on Gaza is close to coming to fruition.
I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be.
President Trump's announcement comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the United Nations General Assembly today. A number of delegates to the UN walked out in protest before his remarks began. Well, again, as it relates to FBI Director James Comey's indictment, one is for making a false statement. The second is for obstructing a congressional proceeding. President Trump weighed in on Truth Social as well. You just heard him weigh in verbally. On Truth Social, he wrote, "Justice in America, one of the worst human beings this country has ever been exposed to is James Comey, the former corrupt head of the FBI. Today, he was indicted by a grand jury on 2 felony counts for various illegal, unlawful acts. He has been so bad for this country for so long," the president goes on to write. We'll continue to monitor this story.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show, with Mikey McCoy, Charlie's chief of staff, and Blake Neff, Charlie's travel buddy and quiz partner. I think that's your title now. I just got a note from one of our affiliates in North Dakota. I think it's great. He said, "In my last interview with Charlie, I promised North Dakota would have the highest percentage of high school and college participants per capita in the nation. Let's go." Wow. There's a challenge for you. Texas, Arizona, Wisconsin, California, etc. I agree. I would love to see, let's see which state can be the best turning point state.
Yeah.
I don't know which one it would be. If I had to, I wonder where we're strongest.
Well, we have to make it Arizona.
We have to make it Arizona.
Charlie.
That's probably true. Yeah. But I will tell you, there's like huge chapters at Clemson and UGA and Georgia. And, I mean,
people
Penn
always
State.
complain about there being 2 Dakotas, so maybe one could rename itself to Dakota and the other could name itself Turning Point State.
Oh,
that would be
this
North
is a
Dakota.
good-
Wait, which one are you from?
I'm from South Dakota. Well, I was born in North Dakota, but raised in South Dakota, so I use that to confuse people.
That is confusing. I think that's great. Thank you, Scott, for sending that. What's our next question? Oh, wait. Caleb and Michelle want to know how Daisy's doing. How's the baby? We've prayed for you. Daisy is doing great. You can just barely start to see. You could just.
I don't know. I don't even think you can see it.
No, it depends what she's wearing. You can't see it like today. She's wearing, I don't know. I barely saw her, but you wouldn't notice it. But like, there was one time I was like, hey, you got a little baby bump finally. Like, it's her first baby. So I've had 3. I know how this goes. The first one, you don't show as much, and so she's kind of at that stage. But it's like she's getting close. But baby's good. She'll be 39 weeks at AmFest. She had a wait. Tell everyone I was asked multiple times if I had a stomach ache on stage because I had my hand on my bump. Did you have a stomach ache on stage?
Very big one. A very big one.
Did you eat she goes, no, I'm pregnant. Yeah, because she doesn't look that pregnant. So she's 6 months pregnant and she looks like the same. It's very, anyways, first baby thing. So hopefully that answers it, but she's doing great and she's been an absolute rock star in this time. She's helped keep the team together and handle all the coordination with the teams of people that have come, whether that was Tucker or Megan or Glenn. She was helping coordinate all of that. She's keeping the trains running on time. So she's been amazing. And she's laughing at me. Okay, Zach, next question, Zach.
Hey, how are you all doing?
Hey, Zach, we're doing well. What's your question?
Yeah, so the biggest thing for me that I've been wondering, especially in light, ever really since Trump was first elected, how do we go about having decent conversations with one another as human beings? There's a lot of, I feel, tension. And I love talking about politics with my friends. A lot of them are poli-sci or economics, whatever it may be. And we get on those topics, but it always seems like we start building the tension, and I'm not really sure how we bring that down when we're in those conversations, how we get back to a human level and really focus on what matters most. And that's, we do love each other at the end of the day. We're brothers. We've been friends for a long time, but how do we navigate those situations?
Does anybody want to take this one? Or
yeah, Charlie would always ask questions, and he said it was his secret weapon to kind of, if someone was coming in hot, it would calm them down a little bit. So his first is he would say, well, what evidence do you have for that claim? And that was his first question that he would like to ask to somebody. So asking questions, but then the hardest part is staying true to yourself, because the other side doesn't necessarily come with good intentions in debate. And so they're ready to yell at you or worse. And so doing the Charlie effect is keeping calm, being kind, asking questions, and being the bigger person even when they're not is really kind of the secret weapon there. What do you think, Blake?
Yeah, and I think it's always good. Ultimately you can only control yourself. The rule I always like to remember for debates is, remember, especially if it's in public, you're not just debating the person you're directly opposite. You're sort of debating every single person who is watching, every person who's a witness to it, and as a result, we should always be careful, not to disgrace ourselves, not to behave in ways that we'll regret later, because we're a representative of everyone who shares our views. We're representative of our cause. Always remember that, and I think that will always encourage better behavior.
Yeah, and we got to wrap this hour up here, but I would say that Charlie was really good at not dehumanizing the other side. He always treated them as a human being. And even when they don't treat you like a human being, that you could still sort of acknowledge, hey, you're not treating me with respect, but fine, I'm going to still answer your question. Yeah. And Charlie was really good at sussing out good faith, bad faith arguments.
And have confidence. You're a representation of the truth. The truth is on your side. Be confident about it. So,
All right, that's the end of hour one. I think we should take one more in the break. What do you guys think?
I like it.
All right, we'll be back for the stream. Radio will be back in a few minutes. All right, welcome back. We have a question from Chris. Chris, are you there? Because we're looking for Chris.
We lost Chris.
It's our fault. I threw a curveball at the studio, and so now they have to go find Chris.
We were so close to like a miracle.
No, we were
in
close.
Charlie's honor.
We had the
Every
miracle.
single question. There was no.
Can you hear me?
We got her. We got her.
Yay!
Yeah.
Oh my
Praise the
gosh, I'm
Lord.
so excited. Thank you for taking my call, guys.
Thank you for being here and being a member. We appreciate it.
Wow. I'm just going to read to you what I wrote so that I don't mess it up. I just wanted to thank y'all for working so hard to preserve Charlie's legacy. I understand how important Charlie's relationship is was within the Trump administration. And do we foresee continuing those relationships to further advance the MAGA Maha agenda?
Yeah, I would say, and Mikey, you'd be good to chime in here as well. So I would say one of the fascinating things in the immediate aftermath was just how many people that Charlie was communicating with reached out to our team, to me personally, just to say, hey, I'm here. This is my number. Like we knew each other, but it was Charlie was maintaining all these relationships, and it was like, we're not going anywhere. Please let us know what we can do. And those relationships have been blossoming and growing, and so those friends of Charlie's in the admin want to maintain their friendships and maintain their connection to the organization, to Erica. I know Erica's had a ton of people that are very, very important people to this country reach out directly and just say how they could help, and I know that she's ongoing having those conversations.
Yeah, without divulging too much, Erica is daily in contact with many people inside of the admin, and so she had relationships with a lot of these people, with Charlie. And then also on her own. But there's a podcast that Charlie and Erica didn't hear where one of you guys asked a question, who's more conservative? Charlie said, Erica's way more based than I am. So in regards to furthering the MAGA Maha agenda, I'd have no worry about Erica Kirk continuing that legacy.
So hold on. The actual quote was, Erica laughed. She goes, Andrew always jokes that you became way more based once you married me. And he's like, oh, yeah, totally. And that was actually a joke that we had because I remember Charlie evolved on a lot of topics. One of the things that we're trying to figure out, we're going to do this kind of like we're going to try and catalog all of Charlie's clips and debates and all of these things. And we are, one of the things I told Erica, I was like, he evolved on so many issues over time that if we're doing a large language model, you need to sort of weight the later opinions more because, he evolved on all of this stuff, and he got ultra based. Yeah, thanks to Erica, and I think some of us around this table. But no, we have those relationships. And by the way, Maha, we love Maha. RFK has been so kind, and not just RFK, but Junior, but Bhattacharya and some of the other ones that are connected to that, and we want to keep that going. Alex Clark is obviously a huge proponent of that too.
And I think we have that clip of Erica and Charlie, 305.
305. Let's play it.
My wife joins us, Erica Kirk, the beautiful,
everyone.
Legendary Erica.
I love you so much.
I love you.
You're my best friend.
Welcome to the Charlie Kirk Show. We have asked the audience for questions. You pick one.
Who is more conservative and why?
Erica.
Yes.
By far. Not even close. I am a moderate compared to Erica.
Andrew always jokes that once you got married to me, you got more based.
That's true. That is true. No, Erica is very conservative. Do you think having kids made you more conservative?
100%. Which I didn't think was possible. But 100%. Absolutely.
And do you
a better wife.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, love that.
I've seen all these edits on social media of that clip with this hype music and all these graphics flying on the screen. So like, I'm more conservative. It's like boom, 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 boom. Yeah, it's so she'll continue.
I've seen it like mixed over with the you have no idea what you've unleashed.
Yeah. You have Erica now. Yeah. Great. Good.
And by the way, just to reiterate, Erica Kirk will be joining us, I believe, at 1:30 Eastern. I think that's about when she's coming on. So, but again, it's whatever Erica wants to say or do. We have zero agenda other than she told me she wants to tell the audience how much you meant to Charlie and speak directly to people who loved him most. And that was the people that are part of the Charlie Kirk Show family, all across the country and world. You know, I know there's people that I've been getting notes from overseas that are watching our streams, and so that's awesome too. So anyways, Erica's coming, and I don't know if we have any more questions because I'm throwing curveballs at the team, but we have 4 minutes till the next hour if you want to give it a shot. Hold on. These are the notes I'm getting. Do you want to say anything else about Erica? Because you know Erica really, really well because you traveled with Charlie and Erica.
Yeah, she's also very strategic and Charlie is very fast paced and he would travel all the time.
She's more measured.
She's more scheduled and measured. So Charlie always had the vision in the long game, and she has that too. But she's like, it's fun seeing her kind of piece it all together. And
She's
have
very
the game
clear
plan.
thinking. You know, she's got like a very organized brain. So we have some that are written. Hi, I have 2 questions for the show today, and I've put them below. Thank you. What do you think Charlie would want young Christians to remember most about living in their faith? And what was one of the most powerful moments you witnessed of Charlie living out his faith behind the scenes? I would like to take the second one first. This was a little moment that does not paint me in a great light, but it paints Charlie in a great light, so I will gladly share it. It was about a week before he died, and there was something that was going on. It was just a little annoyance. I can't even remember what it was. I should probably actually go back in the text and figure out what it was because I probably have it. But, you know, I just said, why don't we just tell him X, Y, Z? And essentially I was saying, tell a little white lie. It'll make the problem go away. It's no big deal. It wasn't even an important thing. And Charlie wrote back instantly, we don't lie. And it was a really powerful moment for me because it was completely in private. It was completely in secret. Nobody would ever see what he said. And he just said, we don't lie. And the message was implicit. And we means me. It means Mikey. It means Blake. Like, we don't lie at Turning Point.
Yep. And I said this earlier, if we're going to have the truth on our side and we're going to be representatives of the truth, then we're not going to lie. Because if we're going out in public and giving people the truth, and oftentimes that's the gospel, why would the people receiving that message want to receive it from us if in the background we're lying all the time? We have no right to do so.
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to take a stab at the first question, my point, what do you think Charlie would want young Christians to remember most about living in their faith is that to have courage. Courage is the least common of the virtues. It's the rarest of the virtues. And so to have courage in your faith means that you can be used by God. And what does courage require? I think it requires repentance and it requires honesty. And to be used by God means you have to have faith, right? So you've got to have that. You got to know that God's going to meet you in that moment, and he's going to give you the words. He's going to give you the strength. He's going to give you the ability to do what God asks you to do. So have courage. Speak truth into the darkness. Speak truth into the culture, and don't be afraid. Don't cower. Don't parse your words. Don't give an inch. That will make you a man. That will put spine down your back and in your steel in your spine, and it will make you immovable. And when you're immovable, that was what Charlie was. You could not move him off that mark.
Yeah, it's the cornerstone. Of everything.
So with that, I think we've gotten through our questions, and we are going to share some really great. We're going to share some really never before seen Asia videos that Mikey, I believe, took from the trip just before he got back on the Monday before it happened. So this is really precious stuff. And Mikey and Blake are going to take the wheel. And then Erica Kirk joins us. So don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
And a lot of the college campus videos, and it was definitely off-putting because it was kind of pointing out all of the things that I
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, Hour 2. We have a really fun hour in store for you. And by the way, we're going to have a lot more high-profile guests join us in studio next week. We're really excited about that. I cannot tell you enough how overwhelmed I've been by just people that everybody knows in the movement and in the conservative world especially, but beyond that want to come and be a part of honoring Charlie and coming in the studio and helping us do the show. But today is really fun because Mikey and Blake are going to talk about their last trip with Charlie to Asia.
Yep.
And Mikey, you are now in the driver's seat. The floor is yours.
Yeah. It's crazy to think that was just 3-4 days before Utah. And it was Charlie's dream to always go to Asia. And Blake and I got the gift of being able to tag along for that. And so I brought the camera with me. I've never traveled with a camera before, but I decided, it'd be a good idea to mic Charlie up, do some content with him while we're there. And so we put together a little teaser. There's some speeches that are going to be coming out soon, podcasts that are going to be coming out soon, never before seen. So this is exciting. This is new. But number 292.
Look at you calling shots. There we go.
I'm calling it. This is a little teaser of what's to come from Asia.
Imagine seeing, though, what I'm seeing here tonight, a global movement for freedom. I'm here to bring a message of hope to Japan. For those with political will, determination, and bravery, nothing is impossible. Freedom is not only an American or a Western value, it is a value that belongs to the entire world. We are allies because we all share a common enemy, globalism. They preach a doctrine they call diversity. Globalism wants to erase the distinctions that separate different countries and cultures. It takes hundreds of years to build a civilization. It takes one generation of mistakes to throw it away. Protect your freedom and your faith from the evildoers who would destroy it. The best way to fight against tyranny is for good people to stand up.
Blake and I were laughing because the event we did in Korea was
it's so amazing. It was so incredible.
A copy paste of America Fest.
It was called Build Up Korea 2025, and it was so amazing to see. It literally was. They're like, we say, Charlie would want to imitate people who were successful, so we'd learn from people. He would do a lot of the Rush stuff because he's like, well, Rush was successful. So this is people doing the same thing with Charlie Kirk. They're like, I want a successful youth conservative event. Turning Point is a successful. Let's do a Turning Point event. So it has like this
cracking me up when you guys were sending me the clips. I was like,
it has like
they just literally ripped off the
same backstage area, same shape to like the room, same fireworks, same like synthwave color scheme, like like it's out of everything. The 80s sort of.
And the funny part is right at the end they're going USA, USA. They even wanted to copy America.
They had the booths. I remember going through those, and it was great.
Exhibitor hall was the exact
hall, and some of them were very Korean, but one that I got a kick out of it was like the 1776 Institute, and it was a Korean like U.S. fan club. It's like, what you can learn from the American founders and how awesome they are, and I was like, yes.
Yeah.
Well, this was amazing, though. You told me the story how everybody at this Korean event, they were invited to come close to the stage.
So amazing.
And they just started singing and praying over Charlie, which was interesting, like full circle moment, because some of the worship leaders at the event for Charlie's memorial sang that same song, and it was basically like 2 weeks to the day later that this song that these Koreans were worshiping and praying over Charlie that was ended up being sung at his memorial, but he put his hand on his heart. And you told me it was one of the few times you'd seen him get emotional.
Yeah. So they called him on stage. They said, we had one last gift for you, Charlie. And so he didn't know what it was, but he went out on stage and she spoke to the crowd in Korean. Then all of a sudden the piano starts playing and starts, how great is our God. And they're singing it. And I keep saying beauty transcends even language. Even though that song was in Korean, we all knew what song they were singing. And they came and then they were praying over him. They said something in Korean. They yelled it out loud. And a week and 2 weeks later, 2 weeks and 2 days later, that song would be sung at Charlie's memorial, with everybody giving their hearts.
It warms my heart knowing that he had this overflowing of like the Holy Spirit and God and prayer, that he got to just bask in and feel the love in that way. And so it's, it's comforting.
Yeah. And so other exciting things that we got to do is Blake was our tour guide and he took us, what was the palace? Gyeongbok.
Was it Gyeongbokgung?
Yeah, Gyeongbokgung Palace.
I'll confess, Korean syllables kind of all just... it's like syllable gore to me, so I can't ever remember. Let me make sure I got that
we
right.
We fit in so much stuff just into
Palace.
one day. We went to the DMZ, so North Korea, and then he also...
We have that clip.
Yeah, we do. And then we have Blake taking us to the palace. I think we should play the palace clip, 298. Blake, I'm sorry about this one.
Mikey's struggle bus.
He's all like, it's so hot. I can't be cool like the security guys who have full suits. Or Blake, who's got his ridiculous Macy's blazer.
I was gonna say, like you've gotten more mileage out of that blazer than anything I've ever seen in my life.
It's a great blazer. People like
Let me
it.
buy you a couple blazers.
But this is the
wear them because that's like it's the iconic.
It's my
blazer.
favorite blazer.
I know.
It's nice. People comment on it
No
and
matter
stuff.
what the occasion, like where's the Macy's blazer?
Heck yeah.
So I think Charlie secretly had a plan to be a tourist that day and to walk the city, but he didn't tell us that message. So we came downstairs in our suits, fully ready for an event. He came down in gym shorts and a t-shirt.
And his long socks.
We were sweating through 90% humidity.
Every time we'd get to something, he'd just be like, Blake, tell us about this.
That's right.
So yeah, we were at the palace and I'm like, okay, yeah, we got the palace. This is the hall where they would do the Confucian scholarship stuff.
I want to see this one, 297 with the DMZ. I want to see because I didn't actually know he went there. So that's great. 297.
North Korea.
Hey everybody, welcome to North Korea. So this is literally North Korea, Blake. Yep. You ever seen it before?
Yeah, so originally we were supposed to go to the DMZ portion where Trump shook Kim Jong-un's hand, and I'm going to put him on blast, but the United Nations canceled Charlie, didn't allow us to go.
Wow.
So we were scheduled to go, so we had to go to that lookout point, which was really exciting still, so glad we got that.
Yeah, you got to see it.
Something else that's really interesting is when we were at that Build Up Korea event, Charlie was meeting with all these pastors backstage. Do you remember this?
Yeah.
And there's Pastor Son, S-O-N. And Charlie was talking to him, he was talking about politics from the pulpit, which you can't do during an election season in Korea, but he was doing it anyways. And Charlie's like, let me take a picture with you. So he took the picture, and we left Korea. 2 days after we left Korea, the pastor was arrested and is in jail right now.
No way. I saw that.
Because you can't, we have the picture up there. That was 2 days after they arrested that pastor. He's in jail right now for talking about politics from the pulpit. It's just crazy.
Louise.
So after Korea, we ran over to Japan. And Blake, you've been to Korea and Japan before this. So you're
Korea. So the context was I got to Korea early because I had that friend's wedding. So I kind of got used to the city. And then Japan I had been to before in 2019. So very basic amount of experience. We had a very good friend of the show, Rio, who he's been this Charlie super fan for a while. I remember coming to the 2022 AmFest and he was there. So he's been a friend of ours and he's worked with us and stuff. And so he kind of helped pave the way for this visit. And then he was like showing us around and it was so great. I think we have a photo of him. It's when
we do, but there's one video that I want to play that's amazing. 299 if we have time.
Yeah, play it.
Totally getting this for Gigi. This is very offensive. Totally getting this for Gigi.
Hello, Kitty.
Blake, was that the Don Koto? Was that the one that you took us into?
Yeah. And I don't know if that one was the Hello Kitty thing. I think that was just like a little side thing we were stepping into. I think.
All right. Well, more exclusive behind the scenes, never before seen videos from Charlie's Asia trip coming up. Don't go anywhere. All right, welcome back. So Charlie bought a Hello Kitty doll
for his family.
And by the way, explain this. Like, did people recognize him in Japan at all? Or
They did. Not
usually foreigners who were also there, but there was at least one guy from Japan who did recognize him, and a lot of Koreans recognized him.
Actually, there was that group of kids, remember, in Tokyo? They came up to him. They're like,
those were Korean,
fans,
I believe. Those were Japanese kids.
Yeah, they were. So, yeah. So the only time Charlie would stop, again, 90% humidity,
He's
95 degrees outside. It was terrible. We're in suits. We're sweating. And he doesn't stop.
Well, and I just want to make a note on that. I've said it before, but it bears repeating. When I first started working with Charlie, he would run like 7 or 10 miles in a day. Yeah. And then eventually hurt his back.
Now he would walk.
It would just walk. So he would do these long walks, and he would walk fast. Yeah. He walked very fast. He had very long legs.
So the only time he would stop was if it was at the coffee shop, which we went to, Blake, or if it was to get a gift for his family, which you saw in that last clip. But 282, the clip of us in the coffee shop. Do you remember this, Blake?
Yes. yeah.
Let's do that one.
Oh, do we have no
sound?
sound?
No sound.
Well, we'll narrate it. We're in a coffee shop. Charlie I think he got a hot tea.
Play that again. I want to see this. He would.
He was so happy, giving the thumbs up.
Look at you and your camera skills, Mike.
It was the only place with AC.
I just love. Yeah, we're wandering. It's super hot, and it's this kind of Bukchon Hanok village is kind of what they call it. It's some more traditional looking buildings in Seoul, and there's all those back alleys, and it was just so great. It was like. Yeah, there's big stores here, but you can also just step into any alley and there'll be all these places. And then there was this little coffee shop, and it was great. We could just step in. They had no idea who we were, and I think Charlie absolutely enjoyed, being an activist on a big scale, but I think he also enjoyed that he could actually wander around Seoul and not be spotted by everyone.
You mentioned in your thread on X that because one of Charlie's big missions was restoring the family, increasing marriage, and having babies, and he was even taking that message to Seoul and South Korea. But you said it was you guys noticed as you were walking around the lack of children.
Actually, at that event, there was a bunch of babies in the back. That was the only place
That's
I saw
amazing.
the kids.
Oh, maybe the churches.
It was really. It would stand out because, for example, you'd get on the subway. Which did Charlie ever actually ride on the train? You just walked through a station. But yeah, I went on the trains. And every subway car has like 2 or 4 pink seats that are for pregnant women. And I'm not sure I ever saw one of them occupied. But
you said they would line up.
Yes. Oh, that was it. Was really busy. They'd get in lines where the things would stop, and you could tell where it would stop because it kind of had a very precise little window that it would be at. And they would have. It would basically be 3 people wide, and they would get 2 parallel lines with a path in the middle for the people who are going to get out. And not only would they do that, they get on and off the train in that orderly way. Like once the train was kind of just getting a little too full, the people would just stop. And they would wait for the next train. Like they did not actually pack to the gills where like you're maximizing the number of people in there.
Yeah. Interesting.
And Blake, the Han, everything's Han. And then you were explaining this to me and Charlie. And when we were at the palace, they had all these get-ups.
Yeah, the Hanbok, I think. Yeah, Hanbok. Han basically just means Korean or like people, basically, which is funny because it's the same word in Chinese. So they both call themselves Han in their language. But so Hanbok is like Korean dress. And it's
is that a Hanbok? We have that clip.
Are they showing that?
That's the clip. Yeah. So the women would wear these dresses, and the men had these kind of top hats. It almost looked like it looked
very cool. I was so heartbroken. I was because I went to my friend's wedding, and like you can wear hanbok to a wedding, and I was like I should have done it, and I didn't. I wussed out.
Did you wear your Macy's blazer?
I think yes. I wager money he did.
Yeah.
So
it looks beautiful though, and that's in Korea. Yeah,
mm-hmm. That's in Korea. Oh, and at this palace, they have this. You have to buy for entry, buy a ticket for entry. But if you show up in a hanbok, you can get in for free.
Just walk in.
So if we had more time, I think Blake and I would have gotten in the garb.
So did you see kids? Just at church. You said you saw these like empty playgrounds.
Yeah, so there was like a playground there's a big Korean War like museum monument, and I went to it, and there was a very nice playground next to it, but it was totally deserted. It also had a very fun sign that had all the different fines you could receive if you broke the rules, like if you captured and tamed an animal, that was one of them. And it had a little fun photo where it was like this man with the kind of little gnome thing.
I love it.
Okay. Asia is quite the place. It really is. I know that it's not monolithic. There are very stark distinctions, but in general, it is sort of very, very alien to me. All right. We will welcome back radio in just a few seconds. Don't go anywhere. Erica Kirk will be joining us in about 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show, radio stations across the country. We are going through some never-before-seen clips of Charlie in Asia, his last trip he took. Go ahead, Mikey.
When we first arrived, it was 4:15 a.m.
Which country?
Korea.
Okay.
And Charlie wanted to do something because he wanted to make the most of the time. So at 4:45 a.m., he wanted to go see the MacArthur statue, which is the biggest.
When you fly into Korea, you land at Incheon International Airport. Yeah. And Incheon is, during the Korean War, a very important battle is fought there where we're losing the Korean War. We're at the bottom end of Korea. And General Douglas MacArthur, he does this very daring maneuver where he sails 200 miles north behind the North Koreans, and he lands at Incheon.
Yep.
And so
that was the landing. And Charlie loved MacArthur. He was one of Charlie's heroes. So the first thing he wanted to do was go see that statue. So this is clip 287. It's playing right there. And Charlie was in awe. He's walking up. He goes, wow, I wish we had statues like this in America. And he walks up to the statue. And Blake, if you could read this, he reads these words out loud.
There is no boundary in justice, nor is there any obstacle to struggle, mountain, or sea. A man who executed such a struggle in the spirit of justice, to the triumph of the cause of the free world, and to the gratitude and admiration of mankind, is the man whom this statue represents.
Wow.
It says that out loud. And
wow. Well, Charlie's going to get statues in his honor.
I know. And, it was just beautiful.
He deserves them. We have some other clips here we have the Tokyo event, free speech, people, principal, place, mass immigration. Which one you want, Mikey?
I think we should do the mass immigration.
All right, let's do mass immigration. It's kind of a longer clip, but
is it?
Let's see. Do we not have it loaded? I don't know. Maybe we don't have it loaded, but we will get it. But it's funny actually seeing him with the earpiece on for translation.
That was fun. Oh, actually, they are so organized. Do you remember this? They have this platter, almost like a silver platter that they put the microphone on. And so when it was Charlie's turn to speak, they kind of walk up to him and they just present this mic to him on his platter.
The other thing I remember that was so funny was just the way they're so deliberate about things. We had that meal and Charlie just wanted to eat fast, but it was a Chinese restaurant that was one thing at a time. And he just after 2 courses, he's like, I'm out, goes and takes a nap.
He loved it. All right. It's a longer clip, but let's do it. 306.
Let's do it.
In America, mass immigration was one of the defining issues that propelled President Trump towards election in both 2016 and 2024. But it was very simple. We asked a series of questions. In America, we said, do you want your hometown to be more people that speak Spanish or English? It was very simple. You see, a nation is also, the globalists seek to eliminate the 3 Ps by getting rid of borders, language, and culture. So a very simple question that I would ask here in Japan that I mentioned in my speech, do you want school children in Japan to learn Japanese, the language? Of course you do, right? But not Arabic. And we laugh, but you know what? People in London would have laughed 40 years ago in an event just like this. And yet more people are going to speak Arabic in London in 20 years from now than today. So you have to make it very real, very tangible. The problem is that Tokyo is so nice and that Japan is so great that you're almost in a place where it's very easy to be apathetic. Oh, this will never happen here. We've stood the test of time. Remember, they said the sun would never set on the British Empire. I'm sure you remember hearing that before. It wasn't war that took down the British Empire. It wasn't any of the other conflicts. It was mass immigration that took down the British Empire. So you must enter with a sense of cautiousness, but also immediacy to communicate in real language, that in real words, that this can have a very serious impact on what people care about most.
There's right after that speech, he did a reporter with CNN did an interview. Blake made a joke, no matter where you are in the world, CNN's still CNN. And she said, don't you feel like your speech was a little xenophobic? And Charlie goes, listen, I think we can both agree. If we import 40 million Pakistanis into Japan, Japan's not Japan anymore. And she goes, yeah, you're right. Okay, fine.
Yeah, and people are commenting, that's the slowest I've ever heard CK talk. And it's like, well, he had to speak slow so the translators could translate him. So he's being very deliberate in his pacing. Because normally, yeah, Charlie could rattle off things pretty quickly. And we're all accustomed to like editing clips and listening to things at 2x speed. So that was extraordinarily slow for my ear. But we are going to take a break. Erica Kirk is joining us next. So we're going to take the break to get her situated in studio. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through RAV. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the RAV family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Here with your Real America's Voice news break. Thanks so much for being here with us. President Trump is back in New York right now, ready to cheer on Team USA. He'll spend the afternoon at Bethpage Golf Course with his granddaughter for the Ryder Cup match between the U.S. and Europe. Before leaving the White House, however, 47 addressed the James Comey indictment, which accuses the former FBI director of lying to Congress as part of the Russiagate investigation.
They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope frankly, I hope there are others. You can't let this happen to a country. Pretty easy case because, look, he lied. You saw my truth today. He lied. Yes. So he didn't say, well, in my opinion, he didn't do a lot of things that maybe he should have, but I don't think he could because he lied. That was a very important question that he was asked. And he wanted to be specific, but he didn't. The only thing that happened to him, he didn't think he'd get caught.
Here's one of the exchanges that led to the perjury charge. It's between Comey and Chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, Chuck Grassley, back in 2017.
Director Comey, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
Never.
Question 2 on relatively related. Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
No.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump, but we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either. I hope instead you are engaged, you are paying attention, and you will vote like your beloved country depends upon it, which it does. My heart is broken for the Department of Justice, but I have great confidence in the federal judicial system, and I'm innocent. So let's have a trial and keep the faith.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. This is Andrew Colvett, executive producer of this fine show. I have Mikey McCoy, I have Blake Neff, and now we are joined by the great, the one and only Erica Kirk. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks. It's surreal to actually be sitting because last time I was standing, but
yeah,
I don't know. Just to sit. It's a little more emotional.
Yeah. Well, you are rightly at the head of the table, and we're just so honored to have you here. I know that you have been, to say that your life has been a whirlwind would be the understatement of the century. And to make time for Charlie's audience and to speak to them, I know that they can't wait to hear from you, and just to see you in this room probably means a lot to them. And you've been up against so much, and you've been doing an incredible, incredible job. The number of messages I've heard just complimenting you and your dignity and your poise and your strength has been overwhelming. And yeah, we're just so glad you're here.
No, I'm grateful. I mean, I know we talked about this. We prayed on it. We really tried to discern properly how to go about the next few stages and steps of everything. And we've been very intentional in a way that always keeps Charlie first and his dreams alive and his legacy going. And what's so beautiful is to see all of you step in and do that. And so part of the reason why I agreed to come on, because this is not going to be a forever thing of me being on hosting the show, was because I gave assurance to people that Turning Point USA is continuing, and it is. I mean, we are so blessed to have more work than we even could ever dream of. I mean, it's beautiful, and Turning Point Action, full steam ahead, so powerful. All of the other programs within Turning Point USA, everyone knows what they're doing. Everyone has their marching orders. And the show, when we talked about this, became very intimate for me because I was there from the beginning of all of it. And I'll never forget 2020 when literally the world stood still, and Charlie and I would go hiking every morning. And we would just talk about what life, the crazy things going on. And we came home from one of our hikes that season, and my mom pulled him aside in the kitchen, and she goes, honey, they had a very good relationship. My mom and Charlie were best friends. We joked around I know. We joked around that he was the favorite child. But she loved him, still loves him. And she said, you know what, honey? She said, God has blessed you with an amazing voice. And you will be the Rush Limbaugh of your generation. Mm-hmm. And 2 days later, you and him engaged in conversations about the show and about the podcast.
Well, it was, hey, we're going to be doing about 5 more episodes a week now. So just tell the team and make sure that happens.
3 hours of this, 2 more hours of podcasting. Yeah. And he ran with that, and the team ran with it. And to see the Charlie Kirk show grow from that moment until now has been so humbling and beautiful. And he loved every single day. He read every email. Yeah. I know you guys have said that so many times, but I can vouch for that, because there were times where he would forward me some of the emails that he would get, and he wouldn't even say anything. He would just forward the email. Mm-hmm. And to me, it was almost like an extended form of family, where you guys were the pulse point of, and the connection point of Turning Point USA, TP Action, the Charlie Kirk Show. It was a triple threat, and the audience was the master and main component of that, because Charlie and the Charlie Kirk Show is not just a show. Yeah. It has a movement attached to it. It has the youth movement attached to it. And so for Charlie, the audience was a barometer of what do we need to be focusing on? The audience is brilliant. How many times did a listener send in something and say, hey, this is going on, you need to dig deeper in this, or check this out? And Charlie's show became, and still is, and I'm going to get there in a second, but Charlie's show became the North Star for freedom of speech, but in a way where when he spoke and whatever came across his desk or whatever he put on the air was right. Yes. It wasn't inflated. It wasn't awkwardly optimistic that had no leverage behind it. It was the gold standard. It was
grounded in the
extremely grounded
wisdom of the audience.
But not only that, he had a team, still does, all of you, that was the sounding board of that. And collectively, each one of you are a piece of his brain. I know we've talked about this. Blake, economics, foreign policy. Andrew, pretty much a lot of stuff. Mikey, humor, Christianity, youth, sports, social, youth, social, pop culture was Daisy. Like, everyone has a piece of his brain that still lives on. Yeah. And so what I'm getting at here is the Charlie Kirk Show is not going anywhere. My husband's voice will live on. The show will go on. We will have rotating hosts, rotating casts, rotating people coming on.
Some great people next week.
Unbelievable. We will have consistency. The members only group will continue to go on. All of his socials that God has blessed us with, the people who follow those socials will go on. Nothing is changing. But I want to preface, we're not awkward. We're not like weird. Cringy. We're not cringe. We're not going to be tweeting as if it's him. That's tone deaf and really disturbing. And anyone who does that's like morbidly off. That's not what's happening. What's happening is the team is keeping this alive because we have Charlie in each and every one of us. Yes. And it is going to be continually the North Star of the conservative movement, of the voice of the youth, of the voice of the base, and that will not end. And the members only will continue to grow, and that will be the tight-knit network of family members that supported and loved Charlie and the team. And that's what it is. It's a family and a team. And this is not going anywhere. It's just not. We need to be able to have people have a show where they can ask questions. Hey, I'm up against this. What would Charlie say? And we play a clip of what Charlie said a month ago, a year ago. We have decades worth of my husband's voice. We have unused material from speeches that he's had that no one has heard yet. We have Sunday specials lined up to the brim because my husband was so intentional about making sure that there was enough content. Always.
He made sure we recorded everything.
Everything.
He would not do a speech unless we could get the video and the
100%. So we have speeches that no one's heard of. We have interviews that no one's heard of. We have stuff from Korea and Japan that no one's heard of.
Podcasts.
So, I mean, in the words of my husband, buckle up, because there is a lot of content to be had. And we have so many amazing things down the pipeline that we are working on currently that will
unveil in due time.
I am so excited.
Yeah.
And so,
by the way, those are things Charlie himself
that he wanted.
He wanted. We were working on some big things, right up until the end, and we've talked about that a lot. Like a lot of the guiding vision that we're using right now to kind of steady the ship and figure out where we're going is the things Charlie himself 100%. Told us where we were going.
100%. And similar with Turning Point USA, Charlie had a plan moving past 2030 that he's shared with the team and has implemented. So we're not going anywhere.
We have the blueprints.
We have the blueprints. We have our marching orders, and we are just remaining humble and grateful to God, and we're remaining just stewards to what God has blessed us with. And I know Charlie's going to continue to guide us, and the Lord will continue to guide us. And I just wanted to let everyone know that this is far beyond any of us sitting in these chairs. This has nothing to do with us. It never will. The glory all to God on that front. And I just am excited. It's weird to say excited, but it's also very surreal to say it, because I know that God will use all of this in a way that will glorify him, further Charlie's legacy. And Charlie's up in heaven just
he's rooting us on. I know that.
He's so rooting us on.
Yeah. And
I know.
I want to ask you just a little bit about, because this is something we wrestled with, the social accounts. Mm-hmm. And I'll never forget when you looked at me and you were like, Andrew, he cared so much about building those up. I'm not letting those die. Mm-hmm. And I just remember being like, yes, thank you. I needed to hear that, because it is a little awkward. Now we're not going to use it for random stuff, but for very specific things.
For his voice, for things he cared about, for movements he cared about, for causes he cared about, those socials. And also, too, to support Turning Point USA, to be the barometer of what's going on, to be the pulse point. Again, we're not going to be posting, I went for a walk today. No, we are using his socials in a way that will continue to honor his legacy. He poured so much time into building those, not from a vain or vanity standpoint or look at me. That's never why he built those. That he built those because he knew that being a voice for the Lord and being a voice for everything that is good and beautiful in this world, and also, yes, the youth, he used that as the North Star, and we will continue that. Yeah. And it'll be done tastefully, it will be done appropriately, and I'm excited for all of it, because we have a good team.
You have every right to be. After everything that you've been through, what the team has been through, to see it's like I keep saying, Charlie's almost sprinkling his little Charlie Kirk magic dust on everything, and I mean that in a very Christian sense. That Charlie lived such a remarkable life, and his mission was so big that in death you cannot contain it. It unleashes something even greater, and it's on us. Mm-hmm. And Charlie would look at us and expect us to do the right things here. And I would say, look at the memorial.
I know.
The memorial is the proof point that the team that Charlie put together can do the impossible, and God's blessing was on that. So there were so many prayers, and I know you feel the prayers, because I feel them. If I feel them, you must be feeling them like 100x.
I feel them. All of them matter, and we will never be silenced.
Amen.
We will never be silenced.
Amen.
And that's why continuing his platform in a beautiful, honorable way will reinforce that we will never be silenced.
Well, let's take a quick break. I'm not going to promise that she's still going to be here, but maybe she will be. We're going to be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. President Trump making headlines today saying that he believes a deal on Gaza is close to coming to fruition.
I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be
The president's announcement coming as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu addressed the United Nations General Assembly today. A number of delegates to the UN walked out in protest before his remarks began. Others yelled out as Netanyahu laid out a case about the dangers of a nuclear Iran and its continued sponsorship of terror around the world.
This map, it shows the curse of Iran's terror axis. This axis threatened the peace of the entire world. It threatened the stability of our region and the very existence of my country, Israel. Iran was rapidly developing a massive nuclear weapons program and a massive ballistic missile program. These were meant not only to destroy Israel, they were meant also to threaten the United States and blackmail nations everywhere.
Meantime, President Trump back in New York to cheer on Team USA. He'll spend the afternoon at Bethpage Golf Course with his granddaughter for the Ryder Cup match between the United States and between Europe. Before leaving the White House, however, 47 addressing the James Comey indictment.
They weaponized the Justice Department like nobody in history. What they've done is terrible. And so I hope frankly, I hope they're honest. You can't let this happen to a country. It's a pretty easy case because, look, he lied. You saw my truth today. He lied. Yes. So he didn't say, well, in my opinion, he didn't do a lot of things that maybe he should have, but I don't think he could because he lied. That was a very important question that he was asked. And he wanted to be specific, but he didn't. The only thing that happened to him, he didn't think he'd get caught.
All right, welcome back to the Charlie Kirk Show. We're joined by the one, the only, Erica Kirk. Thank you for, and she, of course, stuck around. She's like, I'm not going anywhere. What are you talking about? I was like, I just didn't want to, listen,
No,
whatever you want. So we have gotten so many questions about these little toys,
puppet
the puppets,
and
what they are.
Figurines.
We, of course, know what they are, but why don't you tell the audience what they
So
are?
every day when Charlie would go into the office, he would see our daughter, and she would just be playing, and she would look at him. She watched the show every day. She couldn't email, but this was her version of emailing. Every day she'd watch the show. And she did it because Daddy would take the item that she gave to him and have it on the show with him. And sometimes he would say, like, this is the item that my daughter gave me. Sometimes he wouldn't, just to see if she was really watching. And so when he would come home, she would be like, Daddy, I saw the puppet on the show today. Daddy, I saw the moose on the show today. Daddy, you brought baby Buff on the show today? Like, so that was their little connection point of, and he loved it too, because it was a little piece of her that he could have with her on the show. But those little moments of
and I loved it
connection.
too, because Charlie was known for so many things, and I think people just love seeing that side of him.
It humanizes him.
Yeah.
And he's a father. He's unbelievable husband, but father, and loved his babies, and he wasn't embarrassed by that.
He was so proud of it.
Yeah, if Gigi made him something, or if she puts a sticker on his shirt or a sticker on his face or gave him a figurine to bring to work, he did it and he loved it. He didn't care what other people thought.
No,
You
he
know?
loved. He didn't. I don't think it even occurred to him to
No.
think about what somebody else thought
never.
about that. So we talked about kind of some of the things we wanted to just say in this last segment, and I really believe, and you knew this so well, of how much this audience meant to him. And I said this actually in my speech at the memorial, that you in the audience were his firewall, because you gave him so much confidence when he would go in these fancy rooms and with these fancy people and these elites, and they would say, well, this is the way it is, this is the way it is. He knew they were wrong because of you in the audience.
Yeah.
And you always would send him freedom@charliekirk.com, and we want to commit to you right here and now on this show, and you're going to be part of this,
100%,
that we are going to read all of the emails just as we have always done, that you
All of
send to
them.
freedom@charliekirk.com. It might be rule by committee. It might be sort of, I get to some of them, Mikey gets to some of them, Erica gets
But
to
they
some.
will be read.
But they will be read.
We'll get to it.
We will
All
get
of
to
them.
it. All of them.
And you guys were so important to him. And we were talking about this in donor meetings, in private meetings, even at the White House. When people would be wrong about something, he would double down, and he would say to them, no, you don't understand. You are wrong about this. I'm in touch with my audience. I read their emails every day.
Yeah, so
they don't like what you are doing. Fix it.
Yeah.
And so
He's
we're going to
very
do
proud
that.
of
We're committed to
That's
it.
right.
Yeah.
He's very proud of that.
And I just also want to say thank you to the audience, because in
Yes.
the days immediately after, I mean, we looked at each other a couple of times going like, what are we going to do here? And so many of you guys signed up to become members, members.charliekirk.com. So many of you bought the T-shirts at charliekirkstore.com, that you gave us this breathing room in this really hard time. And it was like, we don't know what's going to happen. We don't know if we've got a show. We don't know any, but we committed to the staff. We're going to keep you. We're going to keep you, and you committed to them very clearly. Maybe say something.
I said, you're not going anywhere. You can choose to leave. Any of you can choose to leave, but you are a part of the Charlie Kirk family, Charlie Kirk Show family, and we need you. Each one of you serves a purpose and a role. And again, if the enemy tries to come in and divide, you'll be able to see that very clearly, but we will all remain a united front, and the show will continue.
I mean, a little behind the scenes here. Erica did that speech where I'm standing right now on the podium, somehow got through that, her national address. Then she walks out there to where all of our staff are, and she then goes on to do another speech to all the staff, telling them, you're not going anywhere. We're keeping the lights on. We're doing everything. I mean, watching that, I was blown away.
I think we were all inspired. We knew that Charlie chose well, Erica.
Yeah.
And you chose well.
Yeah.
You both chose well.
God
and
is good.
The world has seen your love affair in a new way. So final seconds to you.
I just am very proud of all of you. I'm grateful for all of you. I'm grateful for the audience, and I'm really looking forward to how this show is going to continue to be blessed and continue to be a voice for all of Charlie's causes and continue to just empower and enhance the legacy of my husband. And I'm just so grateful.
We are going to do everything we can to be worthy of that. Thank you, Erica Kirk.
God bless you.
We'll see you next time.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is King.
Day 5 of the United Nations General Assembly in New York City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is scheduled to speak.
This as protests are expected to break out against the war in Gaza.
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this directly?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now.
Comey is now the first senior government official to face charges in one of President Trump's biggest grievances, the 2016 Russia investigation.
The Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, planning a rare in-person meeting with hundreds of top generals and admirals from around the world. Military sources telling Fox News that this is set for Tuesday at a Marine base in Virginia.
The parking lot behind the Manitowoc County Sheriff's Office filled with federal agents early Thursday morning in these pictures posted online by the FBI's Milwaukee office. Officials calling it a joint operation with U.S. Marshals, ICE agents, and the Drug Enforcement Association. 21 people arrested, who the FBI says are in the country illegally. Authorities say 9 are suspected of sexual assault and or trafficking young girls.
They're anarchists and agitators, professional anarchists and agitators, and they get hired by wealthy people, some of whom I know, I guess, I probably know them. And you wouldn't know it. You're at dinner with them, everything's nice, and then you find out that they funded millions of dollars to these lunatics.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily. I'm here live, Phoenix, Arizona. We're in the Charlie Kirk studio. Today is September 26, 2025. Well, folks, we have it again. Guys, throw it up. Throw up the videos. Another ICE facility is under attack outside Chicago. The violent Antifa left, as it turns out, has not stopped just because they were asked to. Stop, guys! Just stop! It's not going to work. It will not work. It will never work. The only thing they respond to is action. The only thing they respond to is swift government action with government force behind it, whether state or, in this case, obviously federal. What are we waiting for? What are we doing? We got the Comey indictment last night, which I applaud. I absolutely applaud. AG Bondi made the right move. We are now balancing the scales. The scales need to be balanced, because if we don't balance the scales, it's like a young child, right? When you're dealing with your kids, and the kid does something, and he does something, and he does it again, and he acts up again, and he acts up again. Every once in a while, if you got to be dad's got to put the foot down. You got to put the foot down, or otherwise they're going to keep doing it. So with the DC corruption, absolutely. That means you have to indict. You have to put pressure in the opposite direction. When it comes to the violent left, it's the same thing. They will not stop. They are doing this over and over and over to conservatives, to ICE agents, to Christians, to Catholics. You think they're just going to give up because you made some good argument or you made some good debate point? You think they're just going to give up? Why don't you come down here to the Charlie Kirk studio and ask that question? Why don't you ask the guy right here? Oh, wait, you can't do that, can you? You can't ask the guy in that chair about that, can you? No. He went out and tried to talk to them. And what happened? Yeah. We saw what happened. This is as serious as it gets. This is serious business. I wake up, there is another leftist attack. I wake up, there is another leftist attack. It's very simple. It's not complicated at all. It's not even a little bit complicated. For every action, there must be an equal and opposite reaction. And we need that with the color of law under the federal government. It's very simple. And by the way, this attack on the ICE facility today was planned. It was publicized. You could go see it. Conservative media had reporters there. Independent journalists were there. There were press releases. Go look at Georgetown. Andrew put up the thing on Twitter. They're so safe and they are so comfortable that they're more than happy to post violent threats to you on a college campus. And they know the campus isn't going to do anything because all the professors are Antifa. The professors are domestic terrorist idolaters. They are the ideologues. They have turned these colleges into madrasas. They have turned them into madrasas of Antifa domestic terrorism. And we're talking, it's not the video games, it's not Discord, it's not the memes. It is a violent leftist ideology, and it has been a violent leftist ideology every single time this happens. Were the Bolsheviks playing too many video games? I see all these senators, oh, the video games. Was Lenin playing video games? Was Lenin playing too much Call of Duty and Halo? Really? Ridiculous. You should be ashamed. And you shouldn't be up there blubbering in your suits. You should be over demanding action and backing action when action is taken. And let me tell you something. We're going to be taking action. Right back. Jack Posobiec, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share, share, share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
This is Giselle Chaffin. I'm from North Carolina. I'd like to let you know that RAV News is the best news. Number one news. Truth seekers seek to find the truth. It'll set you free.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love RAV? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on RAV. And the RAV family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
Will stand in our way, and our golden age has just begun.
This is Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
Now it's time for everyone to understand what America First truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec live, Phoenix, Arizona, the Charlie Kirk studio, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily. Folks, here's a question that I have, and I want to read this to you. It's a message from one of our partners here. It's very interesting, and you have to think about this stuff, because what they're saying is, what if we told you that parasites could be living inside you right now, causing tumors, severe neurological problems without you even realizing they're the culprit? And this is what MAHA is all about, understanding these issues. And we know that most doctors, they're not trained to look at root cause issues. They're not. They treat symptoms because they want you in treatment. Well, as it turns out, Dr. Peter McCullough, he's one of America's leading medical experts, and he recently highlighted a shocking case in the New England Journal of Medicine, where a man went blind, believe it or not, in one eye from a parasitic worm. Ugh. We are learning across areas of medical expertise that, as it turns out, parasites are a real and growing threat. These are not just third world issues, but unfortunately, they're increasing. The CDC has admitted that millions of Americans suffer from parasites, and these infections that often go undetected, they can cause cancer, they can cause seizures, or even heart failure. That's what Dr. Peter McCullough says. This makes the case to do a medical-grade parasite cleanse at least once a year. Now, the wellness company's ivermectin plus mebendazole parasite cleanse is a doctor-prescribed USA compounded gold standard combination. It's designed to help the body eliminate all types of parasites. One cycle is only 21 days, but you get a 90-day supply. Now, this process is fully digital. That's one of the things that I personally love about TWC when I work with them. You fill out a personal intake form, the doctor reviews it, and then your cleanse arrives in about a week. Be proactive. Get the wellness company's parasite cleanse, and check out everything else they have up there as well. They've got, of course, they've got their great emergency kits, their travel kits. Look, I've been out here in Phoenix for 2 weeks. I didn't know how long I was going to be here when, I made that first flight. I just grabbed the first flight I could. I got here, and of course, I grabbed my wellness company kit with me because I knew whatever I was going to encounter, that I would have my kit there so I'd be prepared. And it's just great to have when emergency situations arise. And the toothpaste is really great as well, so check it out. How do you get there? You go to twc.health/POSO. You use promo code POSO to save $60 off the free shipping cleanse today. Again, that's twc.health/POSO. Folks, look at what's going on in Chicago right now. Look at the ICE situation. This ICE facility, it's under attack. It's under siege, right? And it's not just a Steven Seagal movie anymore. It's real. It's happening in real life. The violent left is not going to be stopped. And folks, it's very simple. If we don't see action here, then the left, the violent left, the Antifa left, will receive a message as well, the same way as an unruly child will. Go ahead and do more. You're allowed. They will declare open season on ICE, on Trump supporters, prominent Trump supporters. It's already happening. And I wish that I could talk about something else. I wish that I could get into other situations, but frankly, folks, this is the topic. This is the story. You have to understand this. They're coming for you. They're coming for ICE agents, and they will not stop and they will not quit on their own. They will only respond to action. And it's really as simple as that. Action must be taken. I'm talking about, and by the way, they all knew that this was going to happen. So let's go, guys. Everyone gets a knock on the door. Here's what it looks like. Everyone gets a knock on the door. If you're planning one of these things, if you're a member of one of these Antifa domestic terrorist organizations, if you're fanning the flames of violence like our vice president said yesterday, we understand what that looks like. You get a knock on the door. Hey, we see you. Hey, keep your nose clean. Hey, we're watching. We're watching your every move. It needs to be persistent. We saw this during COVID. We saw this after J6 when they were arresting patriots by the hundreds. We know what it looks like when the FBI wants to put pressure on networks. And there were so many people who got knocks on the doors after that that weren't even involved with J6. They were tangentially involved. There were so many people who were called up to Capitol Hill, were forced to testify. Like, oh, by the way, Charlie Kirk used to sit in that chair before they killed him, and even Tyler Boyer, who's under indictment in Arizona. We know what it looks like. You haul them up. Haul them all up. Again and again and again. You have to keep the pressure on. You have to keep the pressure on. And Georgia, by the way, and I know that President Trump and Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, have had their disagreements, to say the least, in the past, though they did patch things up for 2024. But I've always, and go back and watch the shows, I've always praised Governor Kemp for what he did to Antifa and the Antifa networks following the Stop Cop City riots and attacks. Remember, we were calling them Treehouse Antifa when they were attacking. They were in the forests. They were laying siege. They were firing. They were violent. They were fatal in some cases in these attacks. It was happening over and over. And what did Brian Kemp do? Not only did the Georgia police arrest all of the people who were involved, they opened up a RICO investigation. They opened up that RICO investigation, and they were going after financiers. They were going after people who were involved in the conspiracy. They were going after anyone who was involved, the people who were donating. They rolled it all up, and they continued and pushed further and further and further. That is the blueprint. So you take the Georgia Antifa RICO case, and you make that the blueprint nationwide. It's very simple. You make that nationwide, and that's your predicate. That's your probable cause right there. It needs to be done because they're going to keep killing people. All right? They just are. I hate it. Wish I didn't have to do this. But guess what? It's all real, folks. And we don't have to ask anymore. We don't have to ask anymore. How bad could it get? We don't. Because we know what happens. They will show up on your way to work on top of a roof, and they will etch anti-ice into their bullets. And they'll wait. And they'll wait. And once they have you in their crosshairs, they'll open fire. And they might miss and hit detainees like happened in that situation. But do you really want to roll those dice? Do you really want to wait until more bullets are flying? Or they'll wait until you have a campus event. And they'll let you take a few questions, let you get comfortable, let you wait in. And then, that's it. It's a real situation, and our federal law enforcement do not need to face this. It is a crime, what is going on, an absolute crime. And this is the issue that we're fighting back against. This is the issue that we need to stand strong on. Not just for federal law enforcement, but by the way, there were detainees who were even killed, by the way. I don't see anyone on the left talking about that. Did Jimmy Kimmel say anything about them? A violent leftist killed a bunch of detainees. It wasn't the right. It wasn't MAGA. Remember, he was trying to blame MAGA? No. But I don't see anyone on the left who cares. They'll go all the way down to El Salvador for Abrego Garcia, this human trafficker. But when it comes to a couple of detainees who get killed in cold blood by a leftist, silence. Absolute silence. And it's very horrific. We do have Tricia McLaughlin now joining us here from the Department of Homeland Security. Tricia, how are you?
Jack, it's great to be with you. Thank you for having me.
No, I appreciate you coming on. Obviously, everything that your department has gone under, and specifically the ICE agency this week, is absolutely horrific. And what can you tell us as to how the department, and we just have a minute till the break, but I'll hold you if I can, is dealing with this wave of violence against ICE agents?
Well, Secretary Noem has ordered for all facilities, whether it be ICE or CBP, just DHS in general, facilities across the nation to be hardened the security. Our officers have to be vigilant. I mean, we just saw, and we actually just announced that earlier today, about 30 minutes ago, we confiscated a firearm from a riot that's happening right now at our Broadview facility in Chicago. And this is just 2 days after what just happened with this deranged individual opening fire indiscriminately on our ICE facility and the vans down there that led to the killing of one of the detainees and the serious injury of two of them. And thank God that our law enforcement was not injured and everyone's alive, but we're fearful we're going to see more of this. And so we're certainly going to be hardening security, but also, I mean, you've done such a great job, Jack, of pointing out the dehumanization and the demonization of our law enforcement from these media pundits and from the political left, and it has to stop now. We keep on saying, I can't tell you how many times we've had this same conversation, and yet we're just seeing more and more bloodshed.
No, it's absolutely horrific. Tricia, we have to take that break. It's a hard break, but if we can, I'd love to get you on the flip side of this, because we do need to delve into that topic, as well as these threats that are ongoing against federal law enforcement who are just doing their job, enforcing the laws of the United States of America. And yet they don't need to face this. No, we are a nation of laws. We are a nation of freedom of speech and values, and that is all what's under attack.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much. Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
You know, they talk about influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back live here, Human Events Daily, Real America's Voice. We're on with the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin. Tricia, you were telling us in the previous segment about this firearm that was confiscated at this siege, this violent protest that's going on outside an ICE facility, which is near Chicago. Can you tell us, do we know if this was a long gun, handgun, anything like that?
I'm still getting details, Jack, on what that firearm was. But what we do know is that there's about 200 protesters, 200 rioters around this Broadview facility that's in Chicago. Within that facility is child predators, drug traffickers, those who have committed violent assaults, including against police officers. So these are truly heinous individuals. And there are these rioters outside who are trying to obstruct our law enforcement from entering that facility. And they're trying to cause chaos to operations. But among them was one of those rioters who did have that firearm. He has been arrested and that firearm confiscated. But of course, this is increasingly alarming, Jack, after what we just saw out of our Dallas ICE field office, where that deranged individual opened fire and tried to hunt down our law enforcement. Again, one individual was killed and two others are in critical condition. Those individuals are detainees, or excuse me, were detainees, and we do pray for them today. But we know with that deranged individual from the Dallas ICE field office, he was doing this because he was hell-bent on killing our law enforcement. As much as the media tries to spin this and say otherwise, we know the motivation. We saw those shell casings that had anti-ICE messages on them. He left behind handwritten notes that said he wanted to terrorize ICE agents and bring the ultimate violence to them. We also saw that he was largely inspired by the murder of your friend and so many of our heroes, Charlie Kirk, his murder. He used a similar firearm as well. The format of the attack itself was similar, as far as from a rooftop, from a roof that was adjacent to the ICE facility. That's where he was trying to snipe down and rain down these bullets on our law enforcement. And farther, this was very premeditated. He did a lot of research on the Charlie Kirk murder, and we believe that there was very much an inspiration for him. And we are, gosh, Jack, God forbid, we see more copycats of this.
And that's something that I think we're starting to piece out, that, you know, because when I first saw the photo, when FBI Director Patel released the photos of those bullets, I have to say myself, like I'm sure so many others, the very first thing we thought of was, my gosh, that looks exactly like the bullets that were used in Charlie's assassination. And you know, you wonder just off the first glance, was this meant to be some kind of copycat message? And then, as you say, the fact that it was a Mauser, the fact that it was a bolt action rifle, the fact that it was similar brand, similar make, slightly different setup, but again, all of these pieces that come together that really seem to show that this was perhaps meant as an homage or something like that in terms of this type of violent act. And of course, then a call for more, a call for expansion. And unfortunately, and studies have shown that when these types of attacks do happen, they can inspire copycats. I hate to say this, but are you tracking more? Is the department tracking more threats like this?
We're certainly tracking more threats like this across the country. I mean, we've seen, of course, at this ICE facility in Chicago that is a potential sticking point there. Portland has had very violent riots as well, Los Angeles, and there seems to be widespread coordination on this. As the president, he ordered an executive order to be tracking down the funding. What are the funding streams that is fueling this violence and this chaos? So this is a whole of government approach. Homeland Security Investigations is working with the FBI. We're working with the Treasury Department to see where this money is coming from. Is it foreign money? Is it domestic? Are there multiple streams of this? But that's what it has to come down to. And we're also working closely with the Department of Justice. How can we be preventing this, and how do we prosecute these individuals to the fullest extent of the law?
And so when you talk about coordination, and of course the president signed several EOs, can you tell us, or if you can, I mean, I understand if there are current things that you want to get into because of investigations, but are you able to tell us, is this something that the DHS is now able to bring certain authorities to bear because of those EOs?
I think definitely to a certain extent, but I think that's something that's been more important than even some of those EOs, is that President Trump and his cabinet secretaries have really done a fantastic job of breaking down silos in the intelligence community. It used to be, when we started 250 days ago, that left hand didn't know what right hand was doing. They didn't have certain targets or certain intelligence information that would have been helpful to track down these perpetrators and track down those who are trying to harm Americans. And so that's been incredibly helpful to both Homeland Security, to the FBI, and to other agencies that a lot of Americans won't even consider part of the intelligence apparatus, like the Treasury Department.
Well, that's exactly right, and going after finances is absolutely key. In fact, we interviewed Secretary Bessent a few weeks ago, and he said that 50% of his portfolio is national security or criminal related. And in fact, I know from having done previous investigations and work into this that, you know, it always seems that there's some guy in the back of you talk about the silos, some investigator in the back of one of those joint terrorism task forces, the JTTFs that are across all the major cities, who has done in many cases a lot of the tracking of the information of these individuals in these networks, and yet it's siloed and they can't share it with people because they don't don't stay in one AOR. They don't stay in one city. They do other things, and they don't share it with other agencies who could then bring those investigative prowess and and potentially prosecution forward. So I absolutely applaud the fact that that you've done that. I hope the JTTFs can be a resource here as well. Obviously, DHS plays a huge role there. Tricia McLaughlin, thank you so much. Where can people go to get more information about what you're putting out and the department?
Absolutely. If you all are on X, go to @DHSGov, and I'm also on X @Tricia Ohio.
All right, Assistant Secretary Homeland Security Tricia McLaughlin. She's been so open with us. She's been so available, even in the midst of all this heinous chaos and violence that her own department is dealing with. God bless you, Tricia. Thank you for being there, folks. It's very simple. The JTTFs have the information. The information is out there, breaking down the silos. I love hearing this because as a guy who used to be stuck in one of those silos, hoping for some kind of action in the intelligence community, this is exactly the moves that need to be made. Right back, Human Events Daily, America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much. Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack Posobiec, we are back here live, Human Events Daily. We've got Joe Lavernia. He's the senior counselor to the Secretary of the Treasury. He joins us now. Joe, how are you?
Good, Jack. Good to be with you. Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. So, as we go through these weeks, and we're talking about the Charlie Kirk legacy, and we're talking about, and we're here in Charlie's studio. I'm next to his chair here, and one of the things that Charlie really went in on was no tax on tips, and he really was so focused on, and not just that issue, but among others, he was so focused on the working class. But he didn't call it that, of course. He called it the muscular class. He would say those guys who have to take a shower before work and after work, and he had so much love for this group of people that had really been given the short end of the stick for so many years in this country, and wanted to help them economically to achieve that wage growth, the home ownership, and really just fought for it as much as he could. So we wanted to bring you on today because I know we have some numbers to report, and I just know that Charlie he's on assignment with God right now, but I'm sure he's looking down and smiling at some of the wins that have really been coming out that he fought so hard for.
Yeah. Well, absolutely. And, when you talk about the working folks, President Trump is a builder. And he understands that because when he built buildings, he worked with all the people that were part of it. That's who he was comfortable with. Without naming names, I actually know a gentleman who worked with the Trump organization for years, and he always said that the president was a huge patriot, and it was the common folk who he bonded with, which is kind of interesting, right? Because you don't think someone as successful as a billionaire is like that. And the same thing with Secretary Besant, if you read his history and how he was working as a kid at a very early age, hustling. And, so the president clearly understands how important it is, as Charlie did, to do what we can to lift the after-tax wage rates for U.S. workers, the backbone of the economy. We like to call the blue-collar workers. And under President Trump, we're seeing now through the first 8 months of the administration, now is actually the fastest growth in real wages, over 1% than any administration in the last 60 years, if you look at the first term. And the bill that was passed, as you highlighted, the no tax on tips is important, but it also includes no tax on overtime. Jack, that's going to encourage people to enter into the workforce, produce more for people. It's going to lower inflation. And then, of course, even working seniors, they're going to get a tax break as well. So all these things that Charlie highlighted, the president clearly has those same views, and we're all working in the right direction, which is lifting American wage rates, lowering their cost of living and raising their living standards, especially for the middle and lower income workers. That is central to what President Trump wants to do.
Well, it's something that, I remember last year, Charlie would, be telling us, I'm in the back of the Uber and I'm telling the Uber driver all about no tax on tips. And I got his address and we're going to send him a ballot. And, he'd be out at dinner somewhere and he wrote it on all the receipts, vote for Trump, no tax on tips. And of course he was in Arizona, but wherever he was in his travels, that whenever he would meet people who were, Uber drivers, waiters, servers, anyone in that, anyone who, is in an industry where they have tips, right? He made sure to just be one of the biggest evangelists for that, because it's something that, and of course we held a couple events in Las Vegas, and of course Nevada, this is a huge issue, and he would talk about it as much as possible. So, he really made it a high spot of the efforts in 2024. And it's so incredible because, we're seeing that take place, but we're also seeing, and again, the wage growth that is coming in for the muscular class now.
Yeah, I mean, I think, unfortunately, I didn't get to know Charlie. I wish I had. But he believed that ideas mattered. And if you had a better idea, he was going to listen to it. And President Trump, with the no tax on tips, knew that was a real important development. And what was a great novel idea that made it, Jack, into the legislation, as you talk about waiters and waitresses and other people that depend on tips for their livelihood. But digital asset creators, content creators, are also now part of this bill, because that's how they earn their money, through voluntary paid tips, or what we call qualified tips. So the YouTubers, the live streamers, the podcasters, all the people that you knew and grew up with, they also now get the benefit of this. So not only is President Trump helping the interior of the economy, the backbone of the economy, he's also gotten legislation passed that take us into and through the 21st century in a way that's going to benefit the U.S. uniquely to everywhere else in the world.
Well, and I certainly appreciate that as a content creator, streamer type person myself. That's really something that is fantastic. And I know that Charlie was a huge part of that behind the scenes to get that included in there, and something that, he was always fighting for, because he was always thinking about different pieces of legislation and different ways that he could help. And by the way, not just people on his political side of the aisle or people who agreed with him on every issue, but actual American citizens. And that was the entire point. And I think that's something that gets lost many times in, these framings, not just of Charlie, but in his legacy, but also the president and the administration in general, that these are wins not only for, if you're someone who wears a red hat, if you wear a blue hat, if you wear a camo hat, if you wear a construction hat, construction helmet to work, guess what? These policies are going to help you, and in fact, they're kicking in now and already helping you. And some of the numbers that we're seeing, the job growth that we're seeing, you and I talked before about the new capital investitures that businesses are doing into the United States. And President Trump talks about it every single chance he gets. He says, America is so hot right now. America is so hot. The money's all coming in. And it's actually true, right? It's actually happening. It's not just a marketing pitch, even though he is the best salesman there is, but it's actually coming to fruition.
Well, you need optimism, the animal spirits, as a famous economic quote would say. So the president, as a builder, knows how the economy works, knows how the private sector works. You're exactly right. One of our earlier conversations, we talked way back about the blue-collar boom that was starting pretty much the minute that the president took office. But we also see much stronger CapEx, Jack, as you allude to. We're at almost a 15-year high or close to it in terms of capital spending. We've yet to benefit fully from the full expensing of capital equipment. That is going to continue to engineer much faster investment by companies. When companies invest more, they can produce more, they make more profits, and they can pay their workers more. In addition, because President Trump's a builder and he wants to make things, and factories and reindustrializing and reinvigorating the manufacturing base, which was really depleted and exhausted under both Democrats and Republicans, this revival, this golden age, if you will, now can start because of the president's forward-looking policies, such that companies are going to make and build things here, and they'll be made by American workers. They will be employed by American workers. And Secretary Besson as well has made this point. What will that mean? It will mean rising wages for everyday Americans. As the Secretary has said many times, Wall Street has done well, and we like Wall Street to do well, but this is mainstream's turn. They need to do well. That was the overriding, unique characteristic of the first Trump administration, where middle and lower class families outperformed the upper end. They had the biggest wage gains, real wage gains they had essentially in history. In basically the first 3 years of President Trump's first term, he had something like 2 to 3 times the cumulative gain in the prior 16 years. So the president knows what makes the economy work, and he's got great people like Secretary Besson to put his policies in place. And Jack, the best news is still ahead. 4% GDP nearly last quarter. Looks like we may be at 4% this quarter. I'm just super optimistic on the outlook.
And quick question, Joe. I have to ask as well, the interest rate cuts that we finally see this situation with Powell, something the president has been pushing for so long. Just before we go to the break, I know we have about a minute left, and I know you have to run. What do we expect to see from finally getting these interest rate cuts?
The Fed finally is cutting rates. They're cutting rates, Jack, because the labor market's weak. We find out after the fact that we had about 1.5 million fewer jobs than what the prior administration thought we had. So it wasn't like the president inherited a good job market, quite the opposite. We're upbeat, though, that all the capital spending in the building will lead to much higher growth. But there are pockets of the economy that could certainly benefit from lower rates. Housing, one, certain areas of manufacturing. And we know from the first Trump term, you could have fast growth and low inflation. So why hold the economy back with high rates? The Fed has cut. The good news is they're signaling in their projections they need to cut more. Understandably, the president has been frustrated with the slow pace of the cuts, but I think finally they're moving in that direction, and that will just give the economy an added prop. We'll be able to produce more, and that will mean actually lower inflation, faster growth. It's a fantastic story, and again, very consistent with why voters put the president back in office, because of the successes he had in his first term.
Joe Lavernia, Counselor to Secretary of the Treasury. Thank you so much, Joe, for being here and for your kind words about Charlie. God bless. We'll be right back. Jack Posobiec, Real America's Voice, Human Events Daily, the Charlie Kirk Studio.
It's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much. Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Jack is a great guy. He's written a fantastic book. Everybody's talking about it. Go get it. And he's been my friend right from the beginning of this whole beautiful event. And we're going to turn it around and make our country great again. Amen.
All right, folks, Jack Posobiec here, Human Events Daily. We're in the Charlie Kirk studio on Human Event on the show today, and we have a very special guest joining us now. She is the acting CEO of the U.S. Agency for Global Media, but even I think more important than that, she's family. Carrie Lake joins us now. Carrie, how are you?
Thank you, Jack. What a sweet thing to say, and I consider you family as well. We're really this kind of hurting family that's been through trauma, and it's the healing process now begins. But we also are in the process of trying to make our kids understand what's going on, why the world has become so violent. So, as a parent, I know it's a long road ahead for a lot of us.
How have your kids been taking it?
You know, interesting. My son's about 21. He's turning 21 here in about a week. And my daughter's 22. So they are right there at the age of the young assassin. And we've talked a lot about it. You know, it's interesting because my daughter worked for Charlie. She worked at Turning Point. She still works there part-time. And so she's taken it really hard. She, of course, went to many of these college campus events. So it's very real to her. She could imagine what it was like to be there that day. She knows how much Charlie loved his family and cared about his personal security as well. So he didn't take that lightly. And she just can't grasp the fact that he's gone. But both of my kids said to me, Mom, we're not surprised that kids our age are, demented like this because of what we've been through. They were seeing, and I tried to send them to schools, Jack, where they didn't have a bunch of leftist teachers. But they still experience in their growing up at school a constant barrage of leftist ideology, and they experience it. My son's at college right now. He said the leftist professors and teachers are out of control. I asked him, well, surely, Leo, you have at least a couple of conservative professors, right? He said, no, zero. So this generation has been through hardcore brainwashing their whole life, and it's a miracle any of them could come out of that halfway normal. And if they have, you got to give a little bit of good parenting on one side of that.
No, and I agree with you. And of course, I know your daughter from Turning Point. I met your daughter through Charlie. I met you through Charlie and Turning Point, and she's always been so helpful with when I was doing events, and she'd be working on logistics or whatever it was, and just so committed to the mission. And when you think about how this affects that generation, I've been thinking about my children as well, and this is going to be something that it's a mass trauma. It's a mass trauma where it's different from, say, a military attack or a something that just happens on the news, because it's personal. Right? It was so personal for so many kids in this generation. And I keep hearing kids down to, 10 years old. Someone told me the other day that they were a huge fan of Charlie. And my own kids, they're sort of too young to have been fans of Charlie, even though they knew him personally and had met him, but they just sort of know him as like Uncle Charlie, or, and they don't quite understand the scope and the scale. And they were at the memorial, but they don't get it yet. I think one day they will. But the question is, Carrie, do you think that for the ones that do, and you mentioned that they are seeing what it is, when it comes to the media, when it comes to the professors, do you think that they are really going to start turning against them? Because unfortunately, in the wake of this, what do we see from the media? More demonization of ICE agents, continued demonization of Charlie himself, even in death. And it just doesn't stop. And here's this guy who's beloved by this generation, this younger generation, and they won't stop attacking him.
Oh, and they're attacking Erica. I mean, when I heard that, I just... And
yes, of course.
It's just garbage. And
she was literally just tears.
I think our kids are really going to turn away from that and start speaking out. And for kids who didn't know who Charlie was, I mean, there were kids out there who didn't. Now they're seeing that he was a calm force. He had great ideas. He cared deeply. He was doing this for this young generation. He was putting himself out there for this young generation, for his future. And of course, he had the old folks like me. He had the middle-agers with him as well. I mean, I know a lot of people who are in their 50s and 60s and 70s who love Turning Point. So it's a big loss, but I think Charlie's legacy is going to be that he brought a lot of people over to common sense conservative ideology, and more importantly, to Christ, to his Savior and our Savior. I am blown away by the number of young people now who are telling their parents they want to start going to church, picking up a Bible, doing Bible studies. So the impact is absolutely massive. It's just going to take some time to get over the shock of it all. And he was just a friend to all, a true connector. I met you. I could probably count right now about 50 people without even thinking of it, that because of Charlie, because of Turning Point, they are now in my lives. And I used to tell Charlie, you need to start a dating app or a dating, some sort of a dating department, because so many people through Turning Point.
I remember you saying that. I remember you saying that. I definitely remember you saying that. And yes, we have had marriages here. We've had couples that get together, and I think they did actually do some kind of it was like a Gen Z singles something. I forget exactly, one of the America Fests, and we'll have to bring that back, because
the marriages that have happened because of him, all the children that are
and the
out
children,
there. It's really
the children.
incredible.
Oh yeah.
So we're praying for Erica and the children, and we know that God said to Charlie, I've got a bigger mission for you, but this one's going to require a big sacrifice. But I need to start bringing people over to me, to God. And are you up for the mission? And I think that Charlie said, yes, Lord. So You know, as difficult as it is not to have him here, he's one heck of a guardian angel. I will tell one quick story. I was looking back at text messages because I too got those like Bible verses from Charlie, which always came like when I needed him most, to be honest. And I looked back at some of the things he had sent me about my daughter because she worked there, and really kind words about her work ethic and what she meant to Turning Point. And I shared those with her, and it meant the world to her. He just was a very thoughtful person. And so when I hear people saying, oh, you got to tone down the rhetoric, you've got to be, no, don't be so hateful, oh, he was divisive. He actually wasn't. He did tone down the rhetoric. He did listen to people who had vastly different ideologies and ideas, and people who you would normally just walk away from, they sound so crazy. He would sit and respectfully listen and have a debate with them. And many times you'd see the light bulb go off. I just think that our side doesn't need to turn down the rhetoric. I don't believe that we are inciting people to violence. And at the time for talk, frankly, it's now time for action, frankly. I want to see President Trump dismantle these political agitators who are, frankly, some of them part of the Antifa terror group, and dismantle this this killing group to make this kind of political violence come to an end.
Oh, Carrie, it's really as simple as that. And like I started off the show saying it, this isn't going to stop until it's stopped. It's like when you're dealing with unruly children. At some point, you got to put them on timeout. You got to put the foot down. You can't ask them. They're beyond that point. So you have to act. You simply have to act. Carrie Lake, where can people go to follow you? And thank you again for just being here and for your kind words about Charlie. Well, I wish I miss my beautiful state of Arizona. I'm here in the swamp working with President Trump, and we're working really hard to put the American taxpayer first and make sure their tax dollars are not being misspent, which, believe me, they are right now. But President Trump's working really hard, and I'm working hard as well to be mindful of the American taxpayer. You can find me on Twitter. I guess it's called X now, at Carrie Lake, Karilake. I'm also on Facebook and Getter and, all of the Instagram and all of that at Carrie Lake. Thank you, Carrie Lake. God bless. All right, folks, we are signing off now from the Charlie Kirk studio. I can't even put the last couple of weeks into words. It's been a blur. Well, thank you for your support, for being here. And I'll just always say, we will never quit. We will never surrender, because Charlie never surrendered. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my...
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
America's Voice Live.
And welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr.
The pulse of the people.
We need somebody that's going to hear the people's voice.
The truth the mainstream won't touch.
This guy is by definition a globalist.
And the stories that matter.
Rav's own Ben Berquam.
Right up over this hill. I got him, Cartel. I see him.
Live.
Breaking news right now here on Real America's Voice.
Unfiltered.
These people are domestic terrorists.
And unapologetic.
We're here to take a stand for God and country. Does feel good, doesn't it?
America's Voice Live starts now.
Welcome to America's Voice Live. I'm Steve Gurr. Today is Friday, the 25th of September, year of our Lord 2025. Let's get to the day's top stories. As always, thank you for spending time with us here on Real America's Voice. Former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted by a grand jury on 2 counts, both of which are in connection with the investigation into the Russian collusion hoax cooked up by the far left. But what will come of the indictment? I'll bring on a former Trump attorney to discuss that today. Also, Jimmy Kimmel Live returned Tuesday night after a week-long suspension for his ridiculous comments following Charlie Kirk's assassination over 2 weeks ago now. Conservatives view his monologue as a lackluster attempt to placate the masses, but nowhere near an honest apology. That we'll discuss in more detail today. Then later, Real America's Voice border correspondent Oscar Ramirez has seemingly been targeted for his reporting on Mexico's attempts to hold government officials accountable in dealing with the cartels. He'll be here today to give us the latest. All the details and more coming your way, but we start here today. Dr. Ben Carson, a former neurosurgeon who served as Secretary of the Department of Housing and Urban Development during President Trump's first term, has now been sworn in as the National Advisor for Nutrition, Health, and Housing at the United States Department of Agriculture. Agriculture is an important part of the American culture, of course, providing food for millions and millions of people here and around the world, and improving nutrition for all Americans. That's just part of its responsibilities. But what happens when our agricultural system becomes the target of an attack? That's one question today. That happened not too long ago when 2 Chinese nationalists linked to the University of Michigan tried to smuggle in a potential agro-terror weapon, a fungus that would have proven to be detrimental to American crops, could have taken out half of our corn, wheat, and beans. The threat to our agricultural system is not one to be taken lightly, especially when dealing with the CCP. America is also facing a health crisis, from obesity to autism. The numbers have climbed dramatically over the recent years, but the Trump administration is working hard to make America healthy again with the help of RFK Jr. President Trump made an announcement earlier this week regarding a link potentially between autism and acetaminophen, better known as Tylenol, when taken during pregnancy. It should be avoided, they say. Here with me to discuss this and so much more of the news of the day is National Advisor for Nutrition, Health, and Housing, brand new to the job, Dr. Ben Carson. Doctor, nice to see you again.
Good to see you, Steve.
Congratulations on the new job. Outline it for us a little bit. Tell us what the responsibilities are in a nutshell.
Well, basically, our society has become kind of lazy when it comes to the nutrition. And we eat what's easy and what's fast as opposed to what's good for us. And we want to change that equation and make it much easier for people to get healthy food. And particularly in some of the economically depressed areas, people on SNAP, they don't have a lot of good choices. We've removed some of the bad choices and replaced them with a lot of good choices. We've gone from 12 essential things to 28. And we're working on making sure that the pricing is compatible with their economic status. So that's very important, but also just to emphasize to everyone what food does for you, what good food does for you. For example, I have a very good friend who had diabetes, and he's been in Italy for the last 2 months, and his diabetes has disappeared. It tells you that there's something going on here with the way that we prepare and partake of our food. So those are kind of things we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at the fact that...
Let me ask you about this, because this is one of the things that people have pointed out for years now. The food pyramid, as designed, that I first saw when I was probably in about the 5th grade or whenever. A lot of people say the food pyramid is absolutely upside down. It's wrong. Too many carbohydrates, too much sugar. Obesity in America is off the rails. You know that. You see it every day, as we all do. Is the food pyramid something that needs to be addressed? Do we need to change the way we talk about nutrition?
Well, we need to make sure that people understand where their calories come from. We need to make sure that people are getting an appropriate amount of muscle building materials in their food. And a lot of it is secondary to the fact that people just don't know. We don't talk about it, so they don't know. We also recognize that it's different from state to state. When you look at the state that has the highest longevity, Hawaii, versus the lowest, Mississippi and Alabama, you're talking 8 years difference in terms of life expectancy. These are things well within our purview to be able to study and come up with relatively quick answers to why the difference is so substantial.
Let me ask you about the announcement here a couple of days ago involving the president and Robert F. Kennedy Jr. when it comes to the potential relationship between Tylenol and autism. They didn't say it was cause and effect, but they said it's relational. And that Tylenol has been warning pregnant women not to take its product when they're pregnant for years. It's been out there for quite some time. I found posts from 2017 warning that. It seems many people on the left don't take it seriously. I've seen all these videos of pregnant women taking Tylenol because apparently they dislike Donald Trump so much that they'll just take these pills when there's no need for it. That's reckless, isn't it?
It's absolutely absurd that people would do things like that. But, you know, these studies have been around for a long time. The multi-cohort studies, the studies out of Johns Hopkins, Mount Sinai, have demonstrated that there is a relationship and have issued cautions for people. But, you know, I wonder what would happen if we didn't tell people that this was the case. Then wouldn't they be the same people jumping up and down and saying, why didn't you tell us? Why didn't you tell us this danger existed? Some people you're just not going to satisfy no matter what you do. You know, basically all medicines have a warning label, and they tell you what things could happen. When you see those commercials on television about all these different medications, most of the commercial is about the things that could happen, but it doesn't mean that it's going to happen. It's just that you should be aware of it, and working with your physician, you should be able to determine what the risk to you is and what the benefit is.
Yeah, you know, every drug that's been taken off the market at some point was referred to as safe and effective. So obviously there's a downside out there somewhere. What about that advertising you mentioned? Is that something that needs to be addressed? All this advertising and people self-diagnosing and then maybe self-medicating. That's a dangerous road too, isn't it?
I think it's a very dangerous road. Most countries don't allow it. But we sometimes allow things that others don't because of worship of the almighty dollar. And we really need to start thinking more about the welfare of our citizens.
Yeah, as I sit here, I wonder, and I'll be a bit sarcastic here, but I wonder if Donald Trump came out as the president and said, smoking is bad for you. Would we be seeing a wave of people lighting up cigarettes on TikTok and social media just because they hate him so much they'll do anything that's contrary to what he says?
Well, Trump derangement syndrome is a real thing. You know, I've seen people who've caught the disease who used to be reasonable people, and they're not anymore. And so, yeah, I think some people would probably go out and start smoking if he said that they shouldn't. It's pretty amazing. But, you know, we shouldn't give up on these individuals. They're our fellow Americans. The Bible tells us to love our neighbors. We should continue to work with them, keep the dialogue open, and try to have conversations around the facts.
Yeah, I agree with that. All right, so nutrition, health, and housing, those are the three things in the title. You're the advisor for these things. Let's talk about housing in America. There is a problem. There's a lot of pressure on housing and getting people into housing that's appropriate for their families and for the well-being. And it's also a big part of health, isn't it? Nutrition, health, and housing. These things are together for a reason, aren't they? Yeah.
They absolutely go together. And, you know, the biggest problem we have with housing, quite frankly, is regulations. We're very crafty and skilled at producing housing. Some of the modern technology is just amazing. It can be done for, you know, a relatively small amount of money, but by the time you get through all the regulations, you're way up there in the hundreds of thousands of dollars. And that is something that I think we can solve. We have a very competent team over at HUD, and they are working on this and a host of other things, and we're happy to work with them.
Yeah, one of the things we need to do is reinforce the middle class, make sure that people that go to work every day can afford to eat well, to look after their health, and to have a good place to live. These are all critical components of being healthy in America today. I'll give you the last word, Doctor.
Well, the last word is, it's a choice. And we need to emphasize to people, you get to choose how you're going to live your life, and you will reap the benefits or suffer the consequences. I've always said if everybody ate 3 well-balanced, nutritious meals a day, drank 6 to 8 glasses of water, exercised regularly, got regular sleep, and didn't put harmful substances in their body, most people in medicine would be looking for a job.
That's very true. Nutrition. Sleep, very important. One thing that people don't mention a lot of, sleep, consistent, disciplined sleep. I try to do that every day, actually. Dr. Carson, always a pleasure talking to you, sir. Congratulations on the new job. We look forward to hearing of some of your successes in the future.
Thank you.
Really appreciated. All right. Let's see here. I need to tell you about something else here. As many of you know, I'm located here in the battleground state of Michigan, a swing state, a critical state. And with the midterms coming up, it's imperative that we praise the Republican lawmakers of this state for standing strong with President Trump. My friend, the Speaker of the House here in Michigan, Matt Hall, is trying to do exactly that. He is showing the kind of leadership that Republicans should be proud of, frankly, and not just in Michigan, but all across this country. And that's because he is standing shoulder to shoulder with the president right now to stop the expansion of the 340B drug pricing program, which is in Michigan. Let me explain this to you. The 340B pricing program was intended to help healthcare providers serving vulnerable populations purchase outpatient prescription drugs at discounted rates. But as you can imagine, that's not what's happening. Instead, the 340B pricing program is being exploited by some hospitals to buy drugs at a huge discount and then resell them at elevated prices, generating huge profits. You see the problem. And as one report put it, Trump allies are opposing this expansion for a litany of reasons, ranging from concerns about child genital mutilation surgeries to a broader undermining of Trump's agenda. And Matt Hall has made it clear he is standing up to hospital special interests to protect taxpayers on 340B. And that's exactly what this is all about. That's what this fight comes down to. Protecting families and not padding the pockets of executives at these big hospitals. According to a recent report from the Congressional Budget Office, 340B isn't costing taxpayers less money, it's costing them more, doing the exact opposite of its intention at an increasing rate of 20% a year. The program is incentivizing hospitals to push expensive drugs while draining federal resources. Meanwhile, hospital executives, many of them right here in Michigan, earning 7-figure salaries and lobbying for even more taxpayer subsidies and money. Remarkable, right? Speaker Hall's stance lines up directly with President Trump's Make America Healthy Again agenda, and he is earning praise from conservative leaders. Former Congressman Mike Bishop wrote in the Detroit News that Hall deserves credit for demanding accountability from Michigan's hospital lobby. Bishop pointed out that instead of lowering costs, the 340B program is fueling consolidation, skyrocketing prices, and shrinking real charity care. And that's all important. Matt Hall showing courage. He's standing with President Trump and the taxpayers, all while standing up to hospital special interests that have turned 340B into a cash cow at the expense of patients and you, the taxpayer. This is the kind of leadership Republicans should rally behind, not just in Michigan, but across the country. I tip my hat to Matt Hall. Coming up after the break, a grand jury, as you've probably heard, has indicted former FBI Director James Comey on 2 counts regarding the investigation into the Russian collusion hoax. I'll bring on former Trump attorney Christina Bobb in a moment to discuss. I'll be right back.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
This is Diane from Rhode Island. Why do I love Real America's Voice? Because they deliver us facts from hosts who love America and love God. What's not to like?
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's Voice, whose conservative values align with my own.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the hosts? You can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Disconnected for the last 24 hours. I'm sure you know that former FBI Director James Comey has been indicted by a grand jury on 2 counts, both of which are in connection with the investigation into the Russia collusion hoax cooked up by those on the left. The indictment alleges that Comey obstructed a congressional investigation into the disclosure of sensitive information in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1505. The indictment also alleges that Comey made a false statement in violation of 18 U.S.C. 1001. Comey stated that he did not authorize someone at the FBI to be an anonymous source. Comey is expected to turn himself in to authorities today, and his arraignment is set for 10 a.m. on October the 9th in Virginia. He faces 5 years in prison if found guilty. It's a serious charge. Here with me to discuss this is the former Trump attorney and author of the book Defiant, Christina Bobb. Christina, nice to see you today. Congratulations on the book.
Thank you so much for having me, Steve.
All right, so let's talk about this. I see all of these people on the left on social media going absolutely bonkers, screaming that Trump is using the DOJ to target his enemies. Now, please explain to the audience here how a grand jury works. Usually it's a couple dozen people, 24, 25 people. They get in a room. The prosecutor comes in, throws the case out. They're in there for less than 2 hours. And they returned what's called a true bill of indictment, right? That's how this works. It has nothing to do with Donald Trump. A grand jury made this decision. Explain.
That's right. That's exactly right. I mean, it's independent people, roughly a couple dozen, as you mentioned, depending on the day, depending on how many are available. In this case, I don't know how many days they had the grand jury or if this was a standing grand jury where, this indictment was pretty simple. It's only 2 pages long. There's not a lot there as far as allegations go. And so I don't think it took them that long to present their case to the grand jury. And it's just, is it reasonable to believe that a crime was committed? I mean, that's the standard. And the grand jury said yes. So this is not Donald Trump demanding Jim Comey being arrested and, whatever. But I also can't help but kind of chuckle a little bit because we saw so much lawfare coming at Donald Trump, coming at his supporters, coming at his attorneys. I'm still a criminal defendant in my case. The Michigan electors were just thrown out a couple weeks ago. You still have Georgia open, Correct. Nevada, Wisconsin. I mean, there is still lawfare from the 2020 election going on that the left is still trying to throw people in prison for their beliefs surrounding 2020. So I have a hard time being empathetic on this, especially this is a small, clean, crisp indictment compared to what they did to Donald Trump, particularly if you look at the Mar-a-Lago case, for example. They had 39 counts. They threw everything they could think of in there on a very simple documents matter that he had lawful possession of everything anyway. But they wanted that sensational, 100 years in prison type headline. So this is not that.
Circus.
Yeah, they wanted the circus.
They wanted the circus. They wanted the police cars in front of Mar-a-Lago. They wanted all the chaos and all the nonsense and all the noise. Let me ask you this, Christina. This grand jury indicting James Comey is seated in Virginia, I understand.
Yeah.
This is a blue state, Virginia. So it seems to me it is, as you put it, a clean, crisp indictment. They believed it. They believe he's guilty. And he is in real legal jeopardy here, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. It's not a slam dunk. I mean, anytime you have a case that is perceived to be political this way, I mean, he's accused of lying to Congress about leaking classified information, about the Russia hoax, about the attempts to try to take down the president of the United States. I mean, these are pretty salacious facts, despite the fact that the indictment itself is actually pretty simple. So you never know how a jury is going to react to that. And he only needs one. The prosecutors need to get a unanimous verdict, and he only has to appeal to one juror. So anytime you have a criminal trial, it's always a bit of a toss-up. But it is in Northern Virginia. He may try to change the venue to Washington, D.C., because the questions were asked in D.C. I don't know that it really matters that much, because it's, we're talking about a couple miles apart. It's not, a huge distance. Right. It's still basically largely the same jury pool. So I don't know what will happen with that, but it's not a slam dunk, but I do think it's a solid case.
It's not a slam. No case in the courtroom is a slam dunk, I don't think. Right. I think they all take different twists and turns. We'll see what happens. On another note, you probably saw this. The FBI now admits there were 274 agents embedded in the January 6th crowd. 274. And there's a whole herd of FBI agents that say political bias infected the operations there. The story apparently silenced for the last 4 years or more. What are your thoughts when you start reading these stories?
It's honestly really infuriating, because we all knew this was happening, and it goes to show that they rigged those juries for the January 6th defendants. People spent years in prison, and the government had an obligation to disclose this information to the defense counsel so that those criminal defendants could defend themselves and say, no, it wasn't me. The federal government was involved in this. There are a lot of defenses. You have entrapment issues. You have all kinds of Brady evidence issues that the government is required to turn over to the defense, and they hid it. They lied about it. They lied about these cases for political reasons. They threw people in prison. They destroyed their lives. Many people lost their homes, their families. The stress of the situation caused relationships to fall apart. I mean, it's really tragic what they did to these people. And they did it just to score some political points that ended up, it didn't matter anyway, because they still lost. So it's, on one hand, it's kind of funny because you go, oh, yeah, we've known this. Finally, it's coming out. But when you look at the consequences of what they actually did, it's appalling. And I mean, it's just absolutely appalling.
It is absolutely appalling what they did. It seems that they ginned it up. They withheld the proof of what really went on that day. And I think there are a lot more answers still to come. Real quickly, the book, what's it about?
Yes. So I was President Trump's custodian of records for the Mar-a-Lago raid, for everything leading up to it. I was part of responding to the subpoena, the original subpoena. You get all the text messages, emails, everything relating to the Mar-a-Lago case. You can make up your own mind about what you think happened, but I give you all the details. President Trump did the foreword for the book. So I think you will be appalled to see what actually happened, because it's not what the media told you.
You should autograph and send a copy over to James Comey just for sport.
Right.
Christina?
Yeah.
Thank you for being here. Really
Thanks,
appreciate
Steve.
it. All right. After the break, we'll have more as we look at Jimmy Kimmel has returned to late night time slots. Another affiliate group saying they're going to go ahead and run him again. Now that's Sinclair. So he's back. But was his apology real this week? Most don't think so. I'll be right back.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
As you know, Jimmy Kimmel Live returned Tuesday night after a week-long suspension for his comments following Charlie Kirk's assassination just over 2 weeks ago now. Conservatives view his monologue as a lackluster attempt to placate the masses, but certainly not an apology. I would agree with that. I don't watch the show, but I did catch the clips. ABC announced his return Monday, with Sinclair Broadcasting holding out, but they have just in the last little while said they will put it on their affiliates. Nexstar is also still up in the air. Together, they control almost 70 affiliates, reaching 70 million U.S. households, about 25% of American homes. Kimmel's viewership online for Tuesday was a record 6.7 million, a record high, over 300% from his show's average of 1.42 million for the season. We'll see if that lasts. On Wednesday night, Nielsen estimated the views at 2.9 million, less than half the viewers from Tuesday night, so it's already diving because it's not funny. Breaking news reports show that Sinclair, like I said, bringing back the Kimmel Show tonight. Here with me to discuss all of it, President of the Conservative Caucus, Jim Pfaff. Jim, nice to see you.
Good to see you, sir.
I'm just going to go out on a limb here. First of all, I was wrong. You see, adults can do that from time to time, Jim. We can stand up here, look at the camera, and say, I was wrong, because I didn't think Jimmy Kimmel was ever coming back, and I said it. I didn't think he was ever coming back on the air. I was wrong. However, caveat to that is this. I don't think it lasts. His viewership went from 6.7 to 2.9, and it's going to return to that 1.5, 1.6. And you've got Gutfeld over there on a cable news channel doing more than double that, which he's going to continue to do. Jimmy Kimmel is an expensive piece of real estate to put in front of the camera, and he's not returning the money. So my belief, Jim, is that it won't last. Your thoughts?
No, it's not going to last because he's not funny. The apology, by the way, ended up turning off anyone he might have gained as a longer-term viewer if he'd actually apologized. All he did was talk about all of his intentions, and he didn't want to do this, he didn't want to do that. I mean, no.
It was not an apology, period. Yeah, you're exactly right. He got teary-eyed, and I would never do this. My intention was I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I was callous to the murder of a 31-year-old father of two who left a widow behind as well. I'm sorry that I did that. It was wrong. That's an apology. Jim.
Well,
adults can demonstrate. And you know what? I can say I'm sorry, too. I can say I was wrong, and I can say I'm sorry. I'm good at both of those things. I'm married. Right? Easy thing to do.
Yeah, listen, if for those of us old enough to remember it, the old Happy Days thing, Fonzie, he never could admit his wrong. He would always say, I was, I mean, that's kind of the way Democrats apologize about anything. Here's the problem. There's no heart in the radical Democrat left. It just does not exist. They have no heart for this country. They have no heart for their opponents, their political opponents, and they're not attempting to find an American vision. They've got a new vision of something that they want, and they feel like they own us in these major TV broadcast networks because they used to be the dominant thing, and they're not anymore, but they still feel that they are, and they still feel entitled to tell you how you ought to think and feel. So they were crocodile tears at best, and his ratings are going down. I mean, they're not going to make money off it. Gutfeld makes money because the key demographic that really is where the money is made, he dominates in even more than Jimmy Kimmel's. He's 3 times Jimmy Kimmel's numbers on average, but he's more than 3 times that on the key demographics. So, the late night talk show thing is largely dying until there's a Johnny Carson type person who really was fairly, telling jokes on both sides of the aisle and actually had an idea that, hey, you've had a long day, come in with me, let's sit down and have fun and have some hilarious discussions. Until they even try to do that again, which is unlikely, the whole format's dying.
Can you imagine, by the way, Johnny Carson was the very best interviewer of all time. He had this really great knack, Jim. He would ask a question, and then he would actually listen to the answer, a remarkable trait in somebody asking questions, and he would listen to what people said before he went on. He was the best interviewer ever. Most people are looking at their next question, not paying attention. But can you imagine Johnny Carson doing anything remotely like any of these late night clowns do right now? Just viciously attacking people in ways that are unthinkable. I'll give you the last word on that.
No, yeah. In fact, he was asked about that at one time. There's a famous interview with Mike Wallace on 60 Minutes back in the day where he did talk about that. He said, it's not my job, my position to do that. And interestingly, Jay Leno and David Letterman in their peaks were the same way, roughly. I mean, they weren't as good as Johnny Carson, who will always be the best late night talk show host. It's never going to be challenged. But those guys were pretty good in their prime. And at that time, they were not radically one side or the other of the aisle, even though David Letterman went that way late in his career. But people love to have fun. And if you're not going to let them have fun after a long day, then they're not going to listen.
Yeah, and for anyone not old enough to remember, Johnny Carson was the GOAT, period. Go look him up, watch some tapes. You'll understand how well he did an interview. Real inspiration. Jim Pfaff, thank you for being here.
Great to be with you.
All right. Well, we'll take a break here on America's Voice Live real quickly. Share some thoughts on paying the bills, and we'll be right back.
I'm Bo Davidson, and tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting a 1-hour special all about Angel Studios and the brand new partnership Real America's Voice has forged with them. Now, you know the name Angel Studios because of The Chosen, Sound of Freedom, Tuttle Twins, Cabrini, The Shift, and a ton of other great content. I'll be talking to stars from Angel's productions such as Neil McDonough, Lee Allen Baker, and Sean Stone, who has a great new documentary about the Kennedys. So tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to watch this special, and you'll want to hear all about a brand new promotion that will give you exclusive access. See you there.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Corruption in government, especially across the border in Mexico, is nothing new. But this time it seems like the perpetrators will be held accountable, potentially. Last Thursday, Mexico's Ministry of Finance made an announcement notifying of sanctions imposed on individuals or businesses who deal with the Sinaloa cartel, as the U.S. Department of the Treasury announced investigations into people and entities who knowingly helped the cartel group Los Mayos in Tijuana. Among this list, the major player named was Araceli Brown, who had her bank account frozen. It's alleged that her previous tenure as mayor in Rosarita helped with money laundering for the cartel in the way of businesses being used as a front. What's more is that the former mayor is active on social media, claiming to not know of the investigation by U.S. personnel. Join me here to discuss it is Real America's Voice border correspondent Oscar Ramirez. Oscar, thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate you taking time. Who's reporting on these issues has garnered the attention of some unsavory individuals, right? Tell us as much as you can regarding this ongoing and developing situation.
Steve, thank you so much for the invitation. We started reporting on this just months ago, as the Trump administration historically has never been no other administration who has done this to the government of Mexico, pushing the government of Mexico and exposing the dirty politicians. The state of Baja California, Steve, it is the one that is more aggravating, involved, and it's speculated to be involved with the only trafficking of gasoline, trafficking of synthetic drugs, but also being involved with the extortion in the state of Baja California with the Sinaloa cartel. First, it started with the governor of Baja California, Marina del Pilar. Her and her husband, their visa was revoked, and it was put on stop for just a few moments because the Department of Treasury said that they were under investigation. Then it led to the mayor of Mexicali, the city that is next to Calexico. They suspended her visa, and just recently, the former mayor of Rosarito, Hilda Brown, and actually, she is a federal deputy right now of Mexico. Her visa was suspended to be in cahoots with the organized crime and the cartel, to be also involved with several cartel members. One of them, it is better known as El Ruso. He has been investigated, and also he's wanted by the United States government and also by the government of Mexico. So a lot of things are going on, and particularly the state of Baja, that it is basically looking really bad on the eyes of the world that a lot of these politicians are involved with the organized crime.
Yeah, I heard stories, Oscar, they came looking for you the other day, did some of these cartel members. Tell that story if you could, please.
Yeah, this was around like 10, 12 days ago. A couple of armed men tried to enter the premises where I live, a gated community. They asked for my specific address, my specific home. They wanted to go in, and they said, quote unquote, to the security guard that they wanted to just record the premises, and they wanted to knock on my door and see how I, talk to me for a little bit. The most aggravating thing about this is that after I gathered the recorded video, they went to different family members' houses. I alerted my family members that this was happening, and a lot of them, they told me, hey, you know what, we saw the same vehicle with the same two individuals inside of the vehicle. So this led me to go to the, some friends that we have on the police department over here to alert them. And I had to remain quiet for some days. Then, sadly, the Charlie Kirk situation happened. So I remained more quiet. And now I asked for permission to talk about this. And they gave me permission to explain what is going on. This is, basically, it happens over here in Mexico. It is number 3 in the world for assassinations towards journalists in the world. So it is, it's the dangers that we go through over here, Steve, when we try to report these kind of circumstances.
Number 3 in the world for political assassinations, Mexico.
Yes, towards journalists, yes.
That's chilling. So you're concerned for your safety every day then?
From now on, yes. My family is extremely concerned. My father and my mother are extremely concerned. I have a 10-year-old, Steve, that, he watches my social media. So I had a long talk with them about, nothing is going to happen. Everything is going to be okay. We are taking different measures now with security. We have an investigative journalist that is, following all our social media because of the constant, derogatory threats and consistent, threats of these people. They just basically want to eradicate our voices. And also now there's surveillance of what's going on around our community. There is a concern, on my behalf, personally, yes, on my life, because we have been exposing and explaining all of these things that are happening, to the border next to the United States, Steve.
Yeah, my guess is that you're going to keep going, Oscar. My guess is you're going to continue to tell the truth. I'll give you the last word here.
Absolutely, Steve. We have talked to the Journalists Union, and they have, encouraged us to continue to do our jobs, to continue to expose what we're doing. As a matter of fact, we're not going to stop. We're going to continue. We're sick and tired of this. We are sick and tired of this insecurity, and we want, that what the Trump administration that is doing is what we fully support. These groups are domestic terrorists, and they are terrorist organizations, and that is what they need to be labeled as. And we are going to continue to expose them and do our job, Steve.
Oscar, thank you as always for being here. Be safe, hat on a swivel, all that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. It's always an honor to be with you. Thank you so much for the invitation.
Thank you. All right, when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, what do you think? Do you think maybe now's a good time to get some gold? I do. Whether it's a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification, Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold, and so they created something pretty special. Until September 30th, if you are a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals and qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an information kit now. Just text America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals of up to $10,000. Birch Gold is the only precious metals company I trust, as do tens of thousands of satisfied customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of up to $10,000 in rebates when you buy before September 30th. Text America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free information kit. Again, text America to 989898. All right, we'll take a break and be right back here on America's Voice Live.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with RAV. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are RAV.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love Real America's Voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
I'm Terry from New Jersey, and I just want to say that I love Real America's Voice. I love you guys. Keep up the good work.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the host, even management. We are the RAV family, and we're better together.
Well, almost everyone watching can attest to the fact that they probably have a hobby, and President Trump's favorite pastime, as you all know, happens to be golf. In fact, President Trump enjoys golf so much that he decided to head down to the Ryder Cup happening in Farmingdale, New York today with his granddaughter, Kai. You've seen her around. She's a great golfer, and showing his support for the American team, of course. Join me now to discuss is Real America's Voice correspondent David Zier, who pulled the good straw today. He's live on location there at the Ryder Cup. David, you lucky dog. Looks like a lot of fun out there. Weather's good. And Donald Trump, what a reception.
So Trump boarded Air Force One, Steve. Good afternoon. He boarded Air Force One a little while ago and took back off for the White House. We left the airport and came over here to the Embassy Diner, which is a really patriotic venue. The place is incredible, and people have been coming from the Ryder Cup over here and sharing their experiences. People were lining the street for Trump's motorcade, waving at him, and Born in the USA was blasting as he pulled up. Kai Trump got cheers. 4 fighter jets flew over. The Ryder Cup captain, Keegan Bradley, did a little Trump dance in front of Trump. And, you know, as Bannon said, we'll never see these times again, maybe. And I have, Gus, the owner of the Embassy Diner here. This guy had 5,000 people here for a drone show in honor of 9/11. This place is phenomenal. And I did some man on the streets with some of the kids who just left the Ryder Cup.
All right, so quite an event going on. How are we doing? Honestly, I mean, I saw when Donald Trump came in, the place went wild. They did a flyover with the fighter jets. The place went wild. He came over with Air Force One. The place went wild. Seems like they're pretty stoked on the president being around, and he gave the team a big pep talk. How are they doing?
Europe beat the United States 8 of the last 11 Ryder Cups, even though we have a better record overall. Europe is ahead 3-1 right now. But even Rory McIlroy, who's not exactly, I'd say, the conservative, was praising the United States. There's a lot of unity over there. Bryson DeChambeau and Scotty Scheffler, these guys are friends with Trump. Trump has just added that flair. This thing's bringing $200 million into the local economy here, which is just incredible. And he helped avert a strike on the Long Island Railroad with an executive order that would have crippled this event, because 250,000 people are coming through here by Sunday, and now there's mass transit flowing here. Once again, Trump coming through, and the people love him on the ground. Kathy Hochul got booed 3 times the other day, the governor of New York.
Yeah, they didn't care for her. I got to ask you this, though, David. I mean, Donald Trump might be the biggest sports fan to be in the Oval Office in a very long time. He loves wrestling. He loves golf. He's obviously a big soccer fan because he's bringing the championships to the United States. I mean, that's all. He's just a huge sports fan. He wants to be involved with it, and he gets very well received. Of course, if I'm not mistaken, there's going to be a big wrestling event on the South Lawn sometime in the near future.
Yeah, it looks like that's going to happen. And FIFA is located in Trump Tower. And also, Trump owns 15 golf courses. 3 of them are within 60, 70 miles of here. Hudson Valley, Bedminster, New Jersey, Westchester, New York. He truly loves golf. And this is a golf course of the people. Bethpage Black, I've slept out overnight to get a slot to play there. It's a state-run public course. But, I need an eraser when I play there. It's very hard. These golfers are just incredible. They're incredible. Yeah. You don't want to see me play golf, David. I can assure you of that. Anyhow, nice place to be today. Thank you for giving us an update. And you'll never see me play golf, that's for sure. David's here, everybody, at the Ryder Cup there in New York. Thank you, sir. All right. Do you owe back taxes? Are your tax returns still unfiled? Did you forget to file? That happens, Did you forget? The October 15th deadline fast approaching, and time is running out. If you haven't gathered all your documents or made any estimated payments, you could soon be targeted by the IRS. They can garnish your wages, freeze your bank accounts, or even seize your property. But there's help available. Tax Network USA, a nationwide tax firm, has helped taxpayers save over $1 billion in tax debt. They found hundreds of thousands of tax returns and assisted thousands in reducing their tax burden. They can help you, too. They're trying to get you on track. Don't wait. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000 for a 100% free consultation. In one short call, the experts at Tax Network USA will guide you through some simple questions to determine how much you can save. Take action now before it's too late. Visit tnusa.com/RAV or call 1-800-905-8000. After the break, we'll have a story that reminds us of just how wonderful America is. You don't want to miss that. Plus answers to the America's Voice question of the day. You want to hear this, too. Do you expect a conviction and jail time for James Comey's indictment? Why or why not? We'll be right back.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Donald Trump departing the Ryder Cup aboard Air Force One, about to be wheels up back to, well, it's Friday. I don't know where he's going, actually. But there you have it. He was well received at the Ryder Cup. I mean, really well received. Air Force One made a flyover, huge response. The Jets made a flyover, huge response. And then Donald Trump came out and was treated like a rock star. So you can say what you want. People seem to like him, and he loves sports. So there you go. All right, what makes America wonderful? We do it every day with the hope that you'll leave the program with a smile on your face. Today's story comes to us from Montgomery County, Pennsylvania, where a 9-year-old is on his way to college with the hopes of becoming a pediatric neurosurgeon. Aiden Wilkins has always been described as exceptional by his parents, who recount the young one's aptitude by noting that he became enthralled with brain anatomy, that is. Since he was 2 years old, he watched videos, loved it. Furthermore, Aiden aced his high school gifted exam at just 6. Smart kid. Smart kid, by the way. I don't know if I ever aced anything in high school. Although Aiden is taking high school courses, he also decided to take college courses 3 times a week at Ursinus College, where he hopes to be a pediatric neurosurgeon. And at the pace he's going now, the Guinness Book of World Records is keeping an eye on him to see if he could become the youngest doctor ever. Ultimately, Aiden is humble in his pursuits, as he notes that he wishes to become a neurosurgeon to help out kids his age who suffer from neurodisabilities. And that pursuit, my friends, reminds us just how wonderful America is. There's an exceptional kid, right? Exceptional kid. They have not dropped the throttle yet on Air Force One. We'll keep an eye on it. Here's your question of the day, by the way, while we keep an eye on that and answer the questions. Do you expect a conviction and jail time for James Comey's indictment? Why or why not? Mason Wood writes, it will depend on if the judge is woke and if the Republicans have a spine. Has nothing to do with the Republicans at this point. A grand jury created the indictment, handed down a true bill. We'll see where it goes. John Hogan. Yes, he admitted on TV that he would give his friend information to pass on to the media because he couldn't, then lied to Grassley under oath. Should be a slam dunk. Susan Collins, too, I believe he lied to. CTJ 1221, unfortunately, I do not. The Democrats never seem to ever get what they deserve, which is jail time. Tom Stallings, I don't think he will be convicted. I have no trust in radical judges who are never accountable to anyone. Yeah, there's some truth to that. People feel that way, that's for sure. The Gadsden Warrior writes, he desecrated the American system of law our founding fathers created and then mocked it. And us in front of the world, the whole world. So yes, he must go to prison. Well, we'll see what happens. All right. Trump now landing at Joint Base Andrews, we're told. So there you go. The president back from the Ryder Cup. I thought he was taking off. My friends, he's coming back. He gets around. Let's just put it that way. He gets around. All right. Join me now, Eric Bowling. He'll be taking over here in a moment or two as he watches the Air Force One coming back into Joint Base Andrews. Eric? Good Friday to you.
Beautiful sight. Isn't that a gorgeous airplane? Pretty soon, I guess it's going to be a lot bigger. I had the opportunity to ride on that and Air Force Two once, and it's a pretty amazing experience. You know, kind of had to sit in the back. You know, the principal since it's a wild experience. You have your own, you know, lavatories and what in the back, and everyone has to exit the plane off the back. The president exits off that front one there. It's just such a powerful sight right there. There it is.
A good friend of mine, Eric, here's a side note. A good friend of mine builds those stairs you see rolling up to the plane right there. It's called Lift Aloft. A good friend of mine.
Can you call him up and again to the UN in New York and fix that escalator that broke at the moment Melania and Donald Trump stepped onto that escalator? Pretty convenient timing on that, wasn't it?
On it? Unique timing on that, and then the teleprompter also fails. You know, I'm not much of a conspiracy theorist most days, but come on.
Well, they did him a favor because whatever he was going to say, he threw that out and decided to go right off the top of Donald Head's script, which is always better. Always better.
Much more entertaining, that's for sure, yeah.
He usually gives a couple of minutes, get us all waiting in anticipation for him to make the exit. While we have you real quick, are you a college football fan?
I am. Go Blue.
Yeah, go Blue. All right, listen, I've done very well betting on Michigan, but Alabama at Georgia, number 17 and number 5, Steve Groover. I'm liking Georgia at home.
Well, I'm like the dogs at home, too, I got to be honest. The other thing that I'm watching is one of the... I'm a Tigers fan, but boy, has it been hard to watch baseball lately. The Tigers lost. They finally won a game last night against Cleveland. Yeah, the Detroit Tigers. Man, they had a 10.5 game lead 2 weeks ago, and now they're tied with 3 games to go.
Yeah, they won like 13 in a row. I think, if I'm not mistaken. That was a great run by them. Yeah.
It was crazy run. Anyhow. Yeah, Donald will be out in a minute here. I thought he was going to go somewhere else, but apparently he's staying in Washington at least for part of the weekend.
JBA, yeah.
We'll see, I guess.
He'll play Trump National in Virginia probably a couple of times over the weekend. He loves that golf course. It's kind of funny. I have friends there, and they're like, Trump's going to be here. You're going to be in D.C.? Let's go do lunch. Come on, we'll go watch him. And he loves the crowds at the golf course. Always good.
Good stuff.
All right. Well, I'll take it if you want to go get your weekend running early, Steve. I guess Steve jumped.
All right, Eric, thanks.
All right, brother. Hey, do you want to keep on that shot? Trump coming off the airplane? You got it? Air Force One? Should we do this? Yeah. Why don't we sit with it for a minute? You want to stay on it? Let's just watch it. See what he's up to. See how long he takes. Shall we? He might gaggle, guys, right? Mad Dog, is it you or Ben?
It's Ben.
Mad Dog or Ben? Yes, I got you, Ben. So he may or may not talk to reporters as he comes down the bottom of the stairs there. Should we give it? Can you picture in a picture? We'll start the show, and if it looks like he's going to come out or talk, we'll jump back into it. You want to do that? All right, let's do it. Let's do that. Friday at 4 p.m. Markets are closed. Quick look. Jump over to the markets right now. Good day across the board. Dow Jones is up 300 points or so. S&P up 39 or so. NASDAQ up about 100. Checking in on the other markets, oil was up a bit, about 35 cents up to 65. Gold had a good day, $25 higher on the gold market. And then, unfortunately, crypto is just not performing well. Ethereum did all right. Bitcoin it was down. Bitcoin's down a little bit right there. We don't really see that there. All right, should we, let's bring in, do we have Rudy Giuliani? Our next guest is known as America's mayor. My mayor in New York City for 30 years, was the former Associate Attorney General of the United States. Also happy to have Rudy Giuliani. Welcome back to the show, Mr. Mayor. Right man, right time. Big day, just a couple hours ago, late last night. James Comey was finally indicted on 2 charges, making a false statement to Congress and obstruction of an investigation proceeding before Congress, which relates to his congressional testimony regarding the FBI's investigation into Russian interference in the 2016 election. Here is the moment he lied in front of Congress. Go.
Director Comey, have you ever been an anonymous source in news reports about matters relating to the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
Never.
Question 2 on relatively related. Have you ever authorized someone else at the FBI to be an anonymous source in news reports about the Trump investigation or the Clinton investigation?
No.
And before I get to you, Mr. Mayor, I want to show you that was 2017 when he lied in front of Congress under oath, Senate. Ted Cruz just absolutely slammed the door shut in 2020. Watch.
So your testimony is you've never authorized anyone to leak. And Mr. McCabe, if he says contrary, is not telling the truth. Is that correct?
Again, I'm not going to characterize Andy's testimony, but mine is the same today.
All right, I'm going to make a final point because my time has expired. This investigation of the president was corrupt. The FBI and the Department of Justice were politicized and weaponized. And in my opinion, there are only 2 possibilities: that you were deliberately corrupt or woefully incompetent. And I don't believe you were incompetent.
And as asked, Mr. Mayor, the first question we see Donald Trump getting off Air Force One, about to board Marine One back to the White House. Mr. Mayor, Ted Cruz said you're either completely corrupt or willfully incompetent. I don't think you're incompetent. What say you? James Comey, corrupt or incompetent?
Incompetent. I know James Comey better than most. I hired him as an assistant United States attorney. He worked for me for 3 years. He was not incompetent. I don't think I would have hired him if he was incompetent, but I also was aware of his work more than many of the other assistant U.S. attorneys. And he was a very, very skilled lawyer. Now, that doesn't make him honest, as I think we all know. But he was a very skilled lawyer. And I think he started to go down the wrong road when years later, when I was gone as U.S. attorney, he prosecuted Martha Stewart in what was a publicity prosecution. I'm not saying she wasn't guilty. I mean, she was found guilty, but I'm saying that crime that she was convicted of, one-time singular insider trading with a person with a clean record, almost 99% of the times results in a civil fine with the SEC. It always did with me, unless there were extremely extenuating circumstances. There weren't on here except one: publicity for that guy. Mm-hmm. So this is a pathologically, I would say, pathologically ambitious man and a sanctimonious man to the worst extent possible. He thinks he's holier than everyone else. I call him James Cardinal Comey. Mm-hmm. And when you get to that level, it's frightening. What he did is really close to treason. He participated in a 6 or 7 year plot to destroy a man's career and then to remove a lawfully elected president with testimony and evidence that he knew was not only false, but purchased. I mean, not only shouldn't he be director of the FBI, he shouldn't be even in an honor program in a federal prison. So the fact that we didn't prosecute him before, I think led to the Democrats being out of control for 4 years. I think they were expecting that we were going to prosecute him and Clapper and Brennan. Not a whole bunch of them, but a couple of the worst ones. And,
Comey, Brennan, Clapper, Vindman.
We gave him the example you can get away with it.
I got another one, Mr. Mayor, Hillary Clinton. Now, Comey decided not to prosecute Hillary Clinton when he knew that she had leaked or was holding classified documents in a server in her bathroom, and then she wiped those servers and destroyed her handhelds from her staff. I mean, she was like sitting on so much evidence that she destroyed. There was clearly an ability to prosecute. He chose not to, and a lot of people think that that's why she was even close in the race in 2016. Here's the question, though. He's being indicted for lying to Congress. And the lie, if you pick apart those two sound bites we put together, was when Grassley asked him the second question, did you know or were you aware of anyone or instructed any of your staff to leak classified information? And that is where the lie happened, right? And by the way, we have until Tuesday.
Correct. That's the lie you can prove.
Right.
I mean,
right.
When he says he never leaked or he never, that's an absolute complete lie. He was a well-known big mouth leaker and a dishonorable man. He's on the list of every single member of the Washington press corps, called Comey, and if he can aggrandize himself, he'll say anything to you. I mean, so that first question is a lie. Maybe you can't prove it. The second one is a lie, and you can prove it because his best friend testifies against him, and he admitted it.
Yeah, he admitted in the testimony was, I did leak, but I was told to leak. And you report directly to Comey. Therefore, Comey, you are enlightened. How solid is this indictment? How solid is this case?
Leaking in the FBI during their era was routine. When I represented President Trump for 2.5 years, they used to always write in the Post and those other dishonest newspapers, oh, there's no leaking from Mueller's office. My response was always the same. How come I know about the case before they ever tell me? And I read about it in the Washington Post and the New York Times. They leaked everything. They were among the most dishonorable prosecutors that ever lived. The things they did should be in a book. What you shouldn't do as a prosecutor if you're an honest man.
Are they going after him?
And his FBI. Are they going? It's disgraceful what he did to the FBI.
Is it, Mr. Prosecutor? Put your prosecutor hat on. Is this we want to see James Comey behind bars, or we want to lean into him hard enough where he starts talking about people that they may really want? They may really want Obama, or they may really want Hillary Clinton. What do you think?
Well, you're right. You're right on target. This to me, if it's what I think it is the beginning of a what I call, this was my profession, a beautiful investigation. It always begins with a little 2-count indictment. When I saw the 2-count indictment, I was very, very encouraged. You don't begin and end with a 2-count indictment. You begin with it, and there are a lot of targets here, and there are a lot of people to flip, and there are a lot of people without any morals, dignity, or honor. And it sounds like the mafia, doesn't it? I did a pretty good job of getting them to flip, and there you get killed. So I always considered politicians among the easiest to investigate because they're lying scum when they do this. The mafia guys have their own strange honor. Politicians have no such honor. Do you know the lawyers?
Politicians have a lower level standard of honor than the mafia folks. That's amazing.
You know, I got to tell you, I had a very good friend, a very, very famous lawyer who represented mostly mafia guys. But he had a big congressman that he represented that I convicted. I got the guy to break down on the stand and confess. And he said to me, you know, I always like representing the mafia guys better. At least they didn't crack. They got convicted. But I mean, it's kind of embarrassing. You're 29 years old and you cracked him on a witness stand.
Was it Bruce Cutler?
Slimy little congressman. If he was some Italian mafia guy, you wouldn't have got him.
Yeah, was your buddy Bruce Cutler the guy you're speaking of?
Pardon me?
Is it Bruce Cutler, the defense attorney that you're talking about?
It was James LaRosa.
James LaRosa.
And he was representing Congressman Bertram Podell.
Yeah.
And he represented also, many politicians. And gosh, I think he may have been representing Joe Bonanno as well.
Wow.
But he represented a lot of the mafia guys, and he was a legitimate. Everybody thinks the mafia lawyers are all crooked. It's actually not true. A lot of them were. They didn't have to be.
Right.
Their clients didn't expect to get acquitted. They expected to be defended. So, for them to go to jail for 5 years was like somebody going to a rehab.
Wow. Mr. Mayor, we love you. That's why I loved having you as a mayor when I lived in New York City. That's why we continue to love you. I have to ask you, how are you feeling, sir? I know you had the big car accident. You're showing a brace there. How are things?
No, this is my new device. Elon Musk gave it to me for personally flying around. So I turned this on.
And it's a jetpack?
Yeah, I broke my back.
Yes,
I got hit by a car going 75 miles an hour while I was trying to help somebody that had gotten beaten up on the side of the road. And the poor woman actually lost, I think, she kind of rubbernecked. She saw the accident, and man, she came smashing into my car. Oof. And I was in the hospital for a couple of days. I have a broken back. I was in terrible pain, and last week or so, I'm doing fine. I should be able to be fully operational in about a week, but I can now move around, thank God.
No, that's good. Mr. Mayor, you take care of yourself. We need a lot more Rudy Giuliani around here. Mr. Mayor,
she was a very nice young lady. She wasn't a Democrat.
We were just wondering, what's Rudy Giuliani pulling over to help some stranger on the side of the road? But I guess that's what Rudy Giuliani does, right?
Yeah. I couldn't help it.
I couldn't help it.
My father would have turned over in his grave if I didn't do it.
That's true. I got you there. Mr. Mayor, have a very good, safe weekend. Feel great, and we will talk to you again soon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You're the best,
I love you back, Mayor. I love you back, brother. All right, folks, a new administration, Washington, D.C., well, it's brought a lot of changes, positive changes, by the way, when it comes to fixing the broken healthcare system, but there's only so much any government can do for you. That's where the Wellness Company, they're great doctors, and the Wellness Company come in. You see and hear from those doctors all the time on RAV, this network, and you know that their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy. The Wellness Company makes sure you are prepared for whatever happens with their series of prescription medical kits that contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in their proper use. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products from things like parasite cleanses to methylene blue, weight loss drugs, and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect your health and the health of your family. Go to www.twc.health/voice today and order. That's twc.health/voice and use the promo code VOICE and save 10%. All right. Take a look at this real quick. Tell us about cold plunge therapy, benefits, myths, etc.
Yeah, well, this is another topic that's sort of all over the internet, and where I am in Boulder, Colorado, you know, it's a big deal in terms of sports and recovery from exercise and being used in a number of different athletes. If you really delve into the medical literature on cold plunge, the first thing that happens is you get what's called a sympathetic nervous system response, like a huge response, and that's just what you would expect if you jumped into a freezing cold lake or something. Your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, you start secreting, you know, adrenaline, epinephrine, and norepinephrine, noradrenaline, and cortisol, and basically you get all these sort of changes, and those are sort of the short-term effects. What people are looking for is really what are the longer-term effects.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Hi, Pat from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
So when inflation jumps, when you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, well, maybe you think maybe now might be a good time to buy some gold, whether as a hedge against inflation, peace of mind during global instability, or just for sensible diversification. Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. I agree with them. And so they created something special. Until September 30th, just a few days from now, if you're a first-time gold buyer, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals on qualifying purchases. To claim eligibility and start the process, just request an info kit. Do it now. Just text the word America to 989898. Plus, Birch Gold Group can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible to get that free $10,000 rebate of metals. Birch Gold is the only precious metal company I would trust to do this, as do their tens of thousands of customers. So make right now your first time to buy gold and take advantage of a rebate of up to $10,000 when you buy by September 30th. Text the word America to 989898. Claim your eligibility and get your free info kit now. Again, just text America to 989898. Alrighty, our next guest is the Director of Development for AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, who's here to discuss boot camp for patriots. Happy to have Abby Mills join us. Abby, just tell us about the Association of Mature American Citizens, AMAC for short. Give us a sense of what your group does.
My pleasure, Eric. Thanks for having me on today. AMAC is the premier membership organization for conservative Americans ages 50 plus. So some people call us the conservative alternative to AARP, but really the heart of AMAC and its 2 million members is that we're all committed to building a better country by upholding our Constitution, our inalienable rights, and the traditional American values that have made this family great. You know, for example, faith, family, and freedom. And so we're really excited to be hosting an event and welcoming a large audience to that.
Yeah, tell us about this event. It's Boot Camp for Patriots, September 27th. Tell us about it. Is that tomorrow? I think it's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes, limited time only.
Wow.
So AMAC is hosting our Boot Camp for Patriots, as you said, tomorrow from 12 to 4 in Loudoun County, Virginia, which you may recognize as quite a popular name on the news right now. So we'll be hosting this event to have really discussions about this current moment and to walk away with what can we do in our communities, in our country to make a difference. You know, this time, I don't need to tell you, Eric, but right, we're defined by political polarization, by rapid cultural change, by constant erosion of these common sense values that most Americans hold but are constantly under threat. And so our Boot Camp for Patriots tomorrow is really designed to be an invigorating opportunity to build national engagement on our nation's top issues. And so we're not holding back. We'll be talking about immigration. We'll be talking about education. We'll be talking about election integrity, men invading women's spaces, and the dangerous resurgence of Marxism and socialism. And so these are the really hard-hitting issues that we find across the country, whether your age, your demographic background, it doesn't matter. These are the conversations that we need to be mobilizing around right now.
Very interesting. Yeah, you point out Loudoun County. That's exactly where the whole mess with the school boards was happening during the Biden administration, where the Attorney General actually called parents from Loudoun County domestic terrorists, had the FBI look into whether parents from Loudoun County showing up at school boards should be considered domestic terrorists, even in a memo he sent. That's insane. Also in Loudoun County, there was something where a father beat up a trans guy for going into the women's room of his daughter and harassing his daughter, sexually harassing his daughter. He beat up the I don't know. Actually, I'm wrong. He didn't beat him up. He got arrested at a school board meeting. It's a perfect place for your event tomorrow. We have 4 hours though, right? You have 4 hours to really bring it home.
Yes, exactly. So it'll be a full venue of conversations. And like I said, those real action steps that we can take away afterwards to fit in all of those discussions that have to be had. And like you just pointed out, Loudoun County is the premier place right now for where common sense and our country's political divisions are just hitting each other head on and making it really obvious that we have to do something to change. Yeah. And Rav's own John Solomon will be speaking at the event, along with American Sunrise host Dr. Gina Loudon. No relation to Loudoun County, I'm not sure. I don't think so. And also the host of Rav's Law and Border, Ben Berkman. Quite a cool lineup, actually. Yes, we're honored and excited to get to have, like I said, too, these are conversations where we have these top experts and so many RAV leaders on our panels, but also have time for Q&A to dig in even further with them. Cool. AMAC and TPUSA, you guys have worked together closely for the past few years, right? Charlie Kirk was supposed to speak at this exact event. You've decided to honor him by doing a tribute to him. Tell us briefly about that, if you will. Yeah, absolutely. So like you mentioned, Charlie and Turning Point have been longtime partners of AMAC, and we've been so honored to work with them as we work with Americans 50 plus and they're mobilizing younger Americans. There was such a natural partnership. And so Charlie himself was supposed to be joining us as a speaker at this event. And our team really felt it was the right thing to do to keep his speaking spot as a tribute. And so there's a communal opportunity for us there to honor Charlie and his legacy. and really to take up the spirit and the load of Charlie's mission to build civic engagement, to build free speech, and to mobilize Americans to preserve this country that we love.
Abby Mills, I'm going to say, I want to say thank you, but tell us where to get tickets very quickly.
Yes, you can go to amac.us, amac.us/bootcamp.
I got it. amac.us/bootcamp, folks. That's where we're going to go. Check it out. Some great speakers over there. We know those folks up top, Frank Gaffney as well. And I met Rebecca Weber years ago when she just started AMAC. Amazing, 2 million members strong now. Abby, thank you so much. Abby Mills, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Eric. My pleasure.
All right, folks. Back in 2.5 minutes.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Bo Davidson, and tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting a 1-hour special all about Angel Studios and the brand new partnership Real America's Voice has forged with them. Now, you know the name Angel Studios because of The Chosen, Sound of Freedom, Tuttle Twins, Cabrini, The Shift, and a ton of other great content. I'll be talking to stars from Angel's productions such as Neil McDonough, Lee Allen Baker, and Sean Stone, who has a great new documentary about the Kennedys. So tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to watch this special, and you'll want to hear all about a brand new promotion that will give you exclusive access. See you there.
Angel Studios and Real America's Voice. It doesn't get any better than that. Join us Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern for an inside look at the film studio changing the industry, only on Real America's Voice.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is T.J. Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or editing.
Hi, my name's Paul Poyer. I'm Poyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
Welcome back. What a day. What a day. Hillary Clinton just announced her next manic scheme on MSNBC. Check it out.
I think there's a lot of those conversations going on. You know, I'm at the Clinton Global Initiative, and what we're doing there is focusing on the big gaps that are being left in humanitarian aid, in support for climate resilience, and trying to keep ladders going for economic opportunity, the kinds of things that, you know, my husband and I have spent much of our life doing. And there we're talking to leaders who have come to CGI about, okay, the United States is no longer our partner. USAID has been, totally destroyed. How do we fill the gaps?
So USAID, probably the most corrupt organization for the last 30 years, was working with the Clinton Foundation, which probably was one of the most corrupt organizations over the last 20 years at least. That Clinton Foundation, Bill Clinton was getting $500,000 to $1 million to make speeches. That Clinton Foundation was taking money from foreign governments and then dispersing it around in the United States the way they wanted to. At one point, they had $400 or $500 million in their coffers for Hillary and Bill to spend the hell the way they want. It's insane the amount of grift that group was involved with. And for her to say USAID, they miss it. Yeah, we know why you missed it, Hillary. Hill shady. More from Hillary Clinton, who authored a very weird moment on Morning Joe when discussing the FCC and Jimmy Kimmel. Listen.
I mean, good Lord, the things that have been said about me and the lies that have been propagated. If I had only known, I could call up the FCC chair and say, take this person off the air. Get that person out of my sight, off with his head. Yeah. I'm just looking at Joe.
What?
Yeah.
I've done nothing but be kind to you.
Well, once you saw the light, I mean,
Except that's not what happened. The FCC didn't take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. The company did. CBS did. Bob Iger took him off the air. They took him off because they got backlash from the people who were offended and disgusted by what Jimmy Kimmel said about Charlie Kirk. They were bombarded with viewers saying, get that SOB off the air. And so they did. It wasn't the FCC. The FCC said they would look into things. They didn't pull Jimmy Kimmel. Otherwise, he'd still be off the air. Trust me. ABC, CBS, definitely said, let's bring him back. Let's bring him back after 3 days on hiatus. Wow. With the FCC who pulled him, he'd still be benched. Speaking of the Clintons, Slick Willie, her husband, was drooling all over Gavin Newsom during a recent appearance. Listen to this.
But what really matters is he's a really good person.
I appreciate it.
And an extraordinarily gifted public servant.
Thanks.
And he represents, along with his family. Jennifer, where are you? Stand up.
There, ma'am. The better
this
half.
Is
my wife.
Thank you.
Why? Gavin Newsom is, according to Slick Willie Clinton, a good person, an extremely gifted public servant. Good person. I'm not sure a good person goes to the French Laundry and spend $400 a plate for dinner while your whole state is shut down because you shut down the economy in the whole state. Or send your kids to private schools when you shut down the public schools in the state of California. Gifted public servant. The mayor of San Francisco, Gavin Newsom, promised to end homelessness 20 years ago. End it. He goes from mayor of a major California city to the governor of the state, and things have only gotten worse. The homeless population, the homeless situation in California is absolutely out of control. I don't know who he's gifted to. Maybe he's gifted to the left and the lunatics coming across our border and the criminals that want to go hang out in the fruits and nuts of California. Maybe them. That's who he's gifted to, but certainly not the general citizenry. Looks like Kamala Harris, her book tour, off to a rocking start, maybe a rocky start. She's already getting interrupted after virtually every word, and her fancy presentation was broken out by protesters on multiple occasions. But check it out.
About how and why you were saying what you were saying now and how I felt about it. You're not letting me talk. You know what? I respect your right to speak.
Bring the temperature down. Now they want to bring the temperature down. Well, speaking of booze, take a listen to the beautiful reception Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, got at the Ryder Cup.
Your friend and mine in attendance, Governor Kathy Hochul. Governor, thank you so much for being here. And thank you to your team, too, for getting us ready for the Ryder Cup in New York.
So listen, golf, like it or not, golf is kind of like a MAGA type sport. Golfers love Donald Trump. Trump loves golf. What was she thinking? Governor of New York, very, very disliked by the MAGA crowd for everything she's done in the state of New York, and deservingly so. Did she really think she would get a good reception going to the Ryder Cup? Doesn't make a lot of sense. Read your crowd, read your constituents. That's when I don't know, maybe some other basket weaving or pottery competition. Maybe she'd be welcome there, but not PGA. No. Joy Reid couldn't have been more racist if she tried during her latest appearance. She does this. Remember we talked about Don Lemon and Joy Reid yesterday and her latest miserable racism? Well, she had plenty to say about J.D. Vance getting into Yale. Take a listen to this.
As smart as I know my ass is, Ketanji Brown is smarter. Smartest person I've ever met in my life. When you smart, I'm smart. That lady is smart on a level I've never seen before. And her 3 roommates were even smarter. These girls were so smart that we were shocked that we'd ever met anybody that intelligent. And Amy Coney Barrett, on the other hand, is a Supreme Court justice just like Ketanji, even though her qualifications are minuscule compared to Ketanji's. Maybe that's the affirmative action we've been getting. White people who are essentially mediocre in scale compared to a black person getting the spot because they wanted a conservative. Maybe the way that J.D. Vance got into Yale is because they were tired of just letting in white men from New York, from Choate, from all the elite schools, and they wanted an Appalachian white. That's how that man got into Yale, I promise you. Same thing with Ron DeSantis.
So a couple of years ago, the Supreme Court struck down affirmative action. Affirmative action is what the universities and colleges in America were hiding behind when they put aside test scores and decided to bring in the people of color, minorities, for whatever reason. That's what they wanted to do. And so if you were a white person with a higher test score or a minority with a lower one, you were more likely to get in. It's just the way it was. And they always pointed to affirmative action, affirmative action. The Supreme Court struck it down. It's wide open right now. But affirmative action was in place when Joy Reid, you were accepted into Harvard. Harvard, really? Joy Reid? And J.D. Vance was accepted into Yale. So I don't think there's any shortcuts trying to get a white guy into Yale. Sorry, Joy. No, try again. The airheads over on MSNBC are talking about Jimmy Kimmel like he's some sort of prophet. They've made us return to ABC seem like a reincarnation, a once-in-a-lifetime spectacle, some sort of otherworldly, holy event. I can't understand these idiots sometimes. Just take a listen and see if you can understand this.
Iger wanted to be on the right side of history. Do you want to be the one who caved to the White House and took an institution off the air? Late night television has been with us for a long time. And you could see last night, it can really galvanize the country. It was a very old fashioned moment. We all sat down and wanted to, at the same time, and wanted to hear what he had to say. And it's become, there's been a national conversation about it for days. You don't want to lose that. And that's what's under attack. And I think Jimmy defended it. I think he set the proper tone in trying to comfort people who were perhaps disturbed that you were talking about this in a comedy monologue when people were still raw about it. And he stayed on brand.
So I'm completely a free speech person, but you can't do what Kimmel did. By the way, if he were making money, they never would have bounced him. If that show was doing well in ratings, they never would have done. I read somewhere where they were getting 124,000 people watching that show in the demo. Gutfeld does like double that over at Fox. We'll be back 2.5 minutes.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hi, my name's Paul Foyer. I'm Foyer04 in the Getter Chat. I love rap for all the Getter, all the War Room Posse, and all of you guys. Love y'all. Bye.
All righty, folks. My next guest is the Assistant Secretary at the Department of Homeland Security, who is here to discuss the killings at the Dallas, Texas ICE facility. Welcome, Tricia McLaughlin. Trish, really important. The rhetoric on the left has been heightened. We're seeing bullet casings with leftist ideology scratched into them, and now people are being killed at ICE offices. Tell us what's going on. What are you guys doing? And tell us what you know.
Yeah, absolutely, Eric, and thank you so much for having me. Yesterday was just an awful day. This deranged individual started opening fire on our ICE law enforcement facility down in Dallas. He started spraying at everything in sight, the facility itself, the vans that actually were holding the detainees at the time. You mentioned, you have on screen there, those shell casings that had etched in them anti-ICE messages. We also found out from the FBI earlier today at a press conference, they found handwritten notes by the perpetrator that said that he wanted to terrorize ICE and would do so. We also saw that he might have been inspired by the Charlie Kirk murder. There are some similarities there as far as it was from a far range, it was from a rooftop, and there was a similar firearm that was recovered. This has to stop, this political violence in our country. We have a 1,000% increase in assaults against our men and women, and now we have three human beings, 3 detainees who were killed because of this deranged individual. One of those individuals was killed and 2 are in critical condition. So our prayers are with them tonight. Our prayers are with our law enforcement. But Eric, what's happened in this country, really from the left's rhetoric, being media pundits, being politicians like AOC, like Gavin Newsom, like Mayor Brandon Johnson out of Chicago, it's got to stop. It's out of control, and it's going to lead to more bloodshed.
Yeah, let's play a couple of these sound bites. Let's take Jasmine Crockett first. Just watch this, folks.
But as somebody who understands history, when I see ICE, I see slave patrols. Now, I never lived through the slave patrol period, but if you know the history of policing in this country, then you understand that they were born out of slave patrols.
And they've called Trump Hitler. They've called MAGA people like me Nazis. How about Gavin Newsom, who's making life very, very difficult for ICE officers in California? Watch.
I'll be signing a bill, the first in the nation, saying enough. To ICE, unmask. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? If you're going to go out and you're going to do enforcement, provide an ID. Tell us which agency you represent. Provide us basic information that all local law enforcement is required to provide.
How dare that SOB dox ICE agents or demand them be doxed in the state of California? By the way, that bill he signed right there was September 10th, on the very day Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Thoughts?
I mean, just horrendous. And unfortunately, Americans got the answer. Gavin Newsom got the answer. What are ICE law enforcement afraid of? Well, it's deranged individuals like this who go after them with violence, who try to kill them, who try and dox their families. We're seeing that increasingly. Individuals are doxing the ICE agents' spouses where they work, their children where they go to school. We're seeing increased targeting. But Gavin Newsom, just hours before that press conference where he announced that unconstitutional law to ban the wearing of masks by our ICE law enforcement agents, he also sent out a very menacing, threatening tweet against Secretary Noem. It just shows he will go to any length to get a fundraising click, to get a viral moment, or to get his next hit on MSNBC. It's incredibly selfish, and it's incredibly dangerous for the country.
Yeah, I tell you, folks know that I went out on an ICE raid, largely in part of Tricia helped me secure that, and the agents were wearing masks, and I talked to them about that, and they said, Bowen, do you understand something? If I take this mask off, they have facial recognition. Tren de la Agua has facial recognition software where all they have to do is live on the spot, live stream me for 1 second, and they'll know exactly where I live or where my family are. That is scary, insanely scary. These people deserve the privacy of being able to do their job without risking their families' lives. Gavin Newsom, I would say, has blood on his hands based on what... Now, the shooter happened to shoot an illegal that was being detained. He didn't even shoot an ICE agent, but he could have, and he could have killed a lot.
Completely. And you made a great point, Eric. The fact that they have the technology, these activists, these rioters, to track down who our ICE enforcement officers actually are as well. They're targeting the worst of the worst. We've said it before, Tren de Aragua, MS-13, known or suspected terrorists. But we also know that this deranged individual who conducted this shooting at the Dallas facility, he was very reliant on the use of these ICE tracking apps to know where our ICE law enforcement is. And again, that leads us to why do these ICE law enforcement wear masks? They clearly present themselves when they're on an operation. They're most of the time wearing either an ERO or a Homeland Security investigator or a DHS bulletproof vest. They verbally tell the target who they are, and they're flanked also by vehicles that have DHS emblem on them. I've been on almost a dozen of these operations at this time. I know you were on one recently as well. They very clearly present who they are. And by the way, Gavin Newsom clearly just doesn't know his facts here. These individuals have full due process, in fact, more due process than most Americans get.
100%. There is no question who's coming in to arrest these folks. They're lit up. Sometimes there's local law enforcement with them, but they're well marked as ICE and other forms of law enforcement. There's no secret about it. But to say that their face needs to be exposed, especially from a person, I don't even barely call Gavin Newsom a person these days, who walks around with armed security just to make sure he and his family are safe. He's willing to do that, but he wants other law enforcement people to risk their families for what? Ideology, for political ideology, just for a few clicks, as you point out. Tricia, to your credit, I'd like the folks to understand something. Oscar Ramirez, a reporter for RAV here in south of the border. He's in Tijuana right now. He's got his family, his young son, his wife there. He's been threatened by the cartels down there to make the folks up, to bring the full transparency. I texted Tricia a couple days yesterday. I said, is there anything you can do? So we have this guy, and we're showing some video of what he believes, what he's told by the police, local police, that those are two cartel members who've been showing up at his residence and family members' residence in Mexico, armed, looking to intimidate and scare who knows what to the Ramirez family. What can we do, Tricia? Is there anything we can do?
This is something we will certainly look into and make sure that Oscar and his family and his children are safe. We know that the cartels are becoming increasingly desperate. President Trump has really cut off so much of their market by closing that border, because no longer are our law enforcement stuck at those processing centers, but they're now out on the field stopping these drug traffickers, stopping these drug mules. So they've turned also to maritime trafficking. We've seen the Department of War step in, and we've seen those strikes on maritime drug traffickers. So I think that is part of what we're seeing is an increasingly hostile cartel. But I know this is a good friend of yours, Eric, and this is absolutely something we're looking into, and we're going to look out for his safety.
You know, he's a great reporter. He's puts himself in harm's way. Put out video of cartel mass graves that they found literally that no one had known about, of cartels dropping off refrigerators with dead bodies in them. And he reports this, you know, putting aside his own security to do it, and we're just very concerned about it. And by the way, Tricia, personal note here, I lost an only child, a son, to a fentanyl death the fentanyl came from China. So I appreciate everything you guys are doing on the southern border, and appreciate you guys really just taking care of the folks who are the good people. And for once, and you know, the difference between left and right, on the right, we take care of the citizens, the good people, and we don't protect the criminals. On the left, they like to protect the criminals at the risk and stake of the good people. Tricia McLaughlin, thank you, and please send our best to Secretary Noem.
Will do. Eric, thanks so much for having me, and God bless you.
And God bless you too. Thank you so much. All right, folks, we'll be back. 2.5 minutes.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to Rav. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
Tell us about cold plunge therapy, benefits, myths, etc.
Yeah, well, this is another topic that's sort of all over the internet, and where I am in Boulder, Colorado, you know, it's a big deal in terms of sports and recovery from exercise and being used in a number of different athletes. If you really delve into the medical literature on cold plunge, the first thing that happens is you get what's called a sympathetic nervous system response, like a huge response, and that's just what you would expect if you jumped into a freezing cold lake or something. Your heart rate goes up, your blood pressure goes up, you start secreting, you know, adrenaline, epinephrine, and norepinephrine, noradrenaline, and cortisol, and basically you get all these sort of changes, and those are sort of the short-term effects. What people are looking for is really what are the longer-term effects.
All right, you got to go here. I do this all the time. Just go to that page, at Eric Bowling The Edge. Subscribe, do it. I watch every time. Every time you come through, I watch the numbers. They scroll up every time I talk to you. You're amazing. Thank you for that. Mad Dog, you have a soundbite for us, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Let's play
Here
it.
it is.
Jasmine Crockett recently.
Jasmine Crockett. Remember what I said? Is she a relation to the late, great Davy Crockett? I don't think so. Jasmine Crockett, let me tell you, before you even ask, she's a very low IQ person. I mean, if we ever had to pass an aptitude test, that's the one should take one because she shouldn't even be in the crowd. So I have no idea what you're going to, but I don't think we should waste our time. This is a low IQ person who I can't even believe is a congressperson. Between her and Ilhan Omar and the group. You know, I met the head of Somalia. Did you know that? And I suggested that maybe he'd like to take her back, and he didn't want her. He said, I don't want her.
We just thought you loved that moment that the president agrees with all our assessment of Jasmine Crockett over the last 6 months. Is a low IQ person. I love that. That's awesome. All right, Mad Dog, you know what it is? It's Friday. I'm wearing my Hard Rock Bet shirt. I think we should talk a little football. What do you say, dog?
I think we should.
Okay, so for purpose of brevity, I picked one college football game tomorrow that I think everyone's going to be watching. It's a huge game. Mad Dog, we have Alabama, Crimson Tide at the Georgia Bulldogs. The line is 2.5. Georgia's favored by 2.5, giving 2.5 to Alabama. Mad Dog, I'm taking Georgia. I like Georgia.
I'm taking
dogs
Georgia too. It's looking pretty good.
It is looking pretty good.
The spread is 3.5.
Oh, 3.5. It moved to 3.5.
Yeah.
It was 2.5. Okay, 3.5 on that. I still lay the wood. Lay the wood on that one. And don't forget, Alabama's been nothing but a disappointment over the last 2 years. All right, let's do a little pro ball. You want to do a little pro? Here's one of them. Well, that's college. Let's do the other one. Let's do Chargers at Giants. Now, folks, if you've been watching this show for the last 2 seasons, right? End of last season when I started here and through this beginning of this season, I've said bet on every team that plays the New York Jets and the New York Giants. So I will take the the Los Angeles Chargers.
Definitely the Los Angeles Chargers.
You got to give up 6.5 points. Don't forget, Giants replaced Russell Wilson, who had 434 yards, I believe, 2 weeks ago. Just lighten it up. Giants replaced him with some rookie quarterback, something dart. What are you doing? Do this in the preseason, the offseason. Do it after you're out of the playoffs. You're going to be out of the playoffs in like 2 weeks. Then do it. But not now. You still have a chance. Anything can happen right now. I don't know. I like the Chargers there. How about a couple other, Mad Dog? And I'll just go off my Hard Rock bets. Maybe I'll just do the bets that I made this week because I'm an active bettor.
Yeah, let's hear them.
All right, ready? Panthers at the Patriots. Panthers at the Patriots. Here's what I bet, though. 42.5, the over-under. 42.5, Panthers at the Patriots. Over-under, Mad Dog.
Under.
We agree on that, under. Chargers minus 6.5, we just said that. I bet that one. I have a big 4-bet parlay. Texans, Lions, Bills, and Chargers are all kind of favored, but that's okay. We'll still take them all. Big bet on that one. Ravens at the Chiefs. 2 of the best teams in football right now. Ravens at the Chiefs.
Nobody likes that.
And the line is 2.5. Ravens give up 2.5 at the Chiefs, so they're favored away. So home dogs are tough to beat sometimes, but Ravens at Chiefs. You like who?
Definitely the Ravens.
I like the Ravens too, but for other reasons. Because I am so sick of Taylor Swift in the stands. I can't stand Travis Kelce. Can't stand that and that stupid face, you know. She's so surprised when something happens. Can't stand that. So, yeah, I took the Ravens also. All right. Remember I said bet against Jets and Giants? This is a tough one. Ready, Mad Dog? Jets are playing at the Dolphins. Dolphins favored 2.5. Jets down here in South Florida, Hollywood.
I hate, Dolphins.
It's hard to bet on the Dolphins because it's not a very good team this year, but I'm going to agree with you. I'm going to take the Dolphins. Do we agree on every single bet so far?
I think so.
Here's a good one. Lions and the Browns are playing at Detroit Lions. So the Cleveland Browns at Detroit Lions. Over or under 44.5?
Over.
I took the over too. We are seeing eye to eye on all this stuff. I took the over. Lions put up 50 points 2 weeks ago. They put up 38 points this week. It might be 43-0 though, and we'll lose the bet because Cleveland's not very good this year. And how about this other bet? This is one I really want to talk to you about, Mad Dog. the cheeseheads, like the Green Bay Packers, are going into Dallas to play Dallas at home. But Micah Parsons was a Dallas lineman, one of the best linemen, maybe the best lineman in the country. He was traded to Green Bay a couple of weeks ago. He's going back to his hometown, Dallas, to play against the Dallas Cowboys. This is a tough one. Which one do you like on that?
I'm not a Cowboy fan, but I am going Cowboys.
You're going to go Cowboys. I just got to find the line is Dallas gets 7 home dogs, gets 7 points at home. I will take the Cowboys as well. I'm going to take that.
Oh, there it is.
That's it. We agreed on every single bet. Let's see how we do. In fact, I'll put some action down for the folks in the control room. Listen, you guys have a great weekend. Be safe. It's been a pretty rough couple of weeks. Take a breath. Maybe just, I don't know, say a prayer, whatever. Think about Charlie. And have a very, very safe weekend. And we will be back at this again on Monday. In the meantime, Warham's on. Was Bannon here today? Have we seen Bannon today? Steve Bannon in the house? I have no idea if he's there or not, but if he is, it'll be a great show. And we'll be back here with you again on Monday. Have a great weekend, folks.
Now, I mention the church committee because at the time, it was part of a larger movement aimed at curbing abuses of power. Members of both parties wanted to prevent a repeat of Watergate. They went to great pains to make sure something like that never happened again, passing laws and measures to claw back congressional powers and curb political influence. 50 years later now, Donald Trump has blown past many of those protections, culminating in last night's indictment of former FBI Director James Comey, only days after publicly pressuring Attorney General Pam Bondi to prosecute him. So we have to ask, is this the moment Senator Church was warning us about? That abyss from which there is no return. Senior White House official telling Politico that they are strapped in for a fight. But Democrats aren't budging either, betting that the White House is bluffing about its threats to carry out a mass firing of federal workers and hoping voters hold Republicans responsible for a shutdown. Voter registration, things like that. Why do Republicans use Soros as such a bogeyman?
Sure. I mean, this is did not start with Donald Trump and will not end with Donald Trump. I mean, this has kind of been, the Charles and David Koch of the right here. And by that, I mean, this is a target who Trump brings up all the time. When Trump was indicted by Alvin Bragg in 2023, his first line of attack was that Bragg was funded and handpicked by George Soros. So to some extent, it's surprising this didn't happen earlier. What's happening now after the killing of Charlie Kirk is Trump is kind of targeting the Democratic infrastructure and sort of the left wing that he sees as fomenting political violence. And lots of that, as he put it yesterday in the Oval Office, he says he keeps hearing about George Soros. It did not take him a long time to begin hearing that because he has become an obsession of conservative media. And it appears now this is going from talk to action, right, where we have DOJ planning to try to find a way to bring charges against the OSF, or Open Society Foundation, and maybe against George Soros himself.
There are a lot of people who are saying this is crossing the Rubicon. If you couple this with all the other moves that Donald Trump is making, I'm wondering, Tom, just to get your gut on where we stand.
Look, I mean, there have been a number of potential Rubicon crossings in the last few months. I'm not sure that this is a, particularly dramatic departure from other breaks from the norm that we've seen in the past. I do think that last night's indictment, in all likelihood, is a bellwether of what's to come. Look, the president has made no secret about this. That's one thing you can say about last night's indictment. It wasn't particularly surprising. The president has said from day one, he said on the campaign trail, he wanted to go after his political opponents, and that's what he's been doing. So it would not surprise me at all if the Comey indictment is chapter 1 in what could be a longer book where Trump and the Justice Department do bring charges against his other opponents, many of whom he's already identified by name.
In a government shutdown situation that gives the president more power to rift people, to do reductions in force. They've been doing that throughout the last 8 months, and we've had the government open. So this is really mafia-style threats and blackmail. because there's nothing under a shutdown that empowers the president more to do that. In fact, I would argue there are provisions under a shutdown that would limit their ability to do that. But this does go to show the complete, thuggery of this president and his administration. Federal employees have nothing to do with the political and policy disputes we're facing, but they're threatening to take it out on them.
And DeChambeau coming out, we had a feeling that he was going to shake hands there with the president, and he's first to greet him out there as he comes out of the tunnel. It's the dream scenario for Bryson DeChambeau right here, folks.
Incredible. Yeah, they've played a lot of golf together.
And here comes President Trump. We understand he's got golf shoes on, so...
Yeah, Kai Trump, his granddaughter, is a heck of a golfer, starting her freshman year at Miami. She came up, said if the Americans don't get it going, the president might want to play.
I'm thinking if I'm Ben Griffin, this atmosphere is pretty overwhelming as it is. I've got the president dapping up my partner. Wow.
This is match number 2, a 4-ball match between the European team represented by Tommy Fleetwood and Justin Rose. Against the United States of America team represented by Ben Griffin and Bryson DeChambeau. Accompanied by the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
I believe that as Keegan Bradley's father.
First on the tee representing Europe, Justin.
So all 4 matches on the course, and there's nothing like the first tee. It was the first tee experience for J.J. Spahn. He came through big time with a birdie. John Rahm, a veteran of it, along with Scotty Scheffler. And then when you got the president on hand for the festivities, it ramps up the Ryder Cup pressure even more.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Friday, 26 September, year of our Lord 2025. It is packed this afternoon, and just to announce a big Supreme Court win for the president about his Article 2 powers to withhold money, particularly foreign aid, foreign money. We'll get to that in a moment. I want to talk about the Ryder Cup. The American team got smoked this morning 3-1 by the Europeans and needed a much needed charge by the President of the United States showing up. Just overwhelming support. He was there for his close friend, the American team, and his close friend, Bryson DeChambeau. But it was the security that was most interesting. Tej Gill, I talked to a couple of your compadres about how, particularly, I don't even know if it's magged out there, right? How big the crowd is. I think there's 50 or 60,000 people today. But then I talked to somebody who was there and they said, hey, Steve, you didn't see the snipers in the crowd. I sent you, and if we can put this up. Tej Gill, is that your old profession? I mean, let's get some of these pictures up right there. Is that because people told me these snipers were all over? What type of protection is that for the President of the United States, sir?
Yeah, this is what we call a sniper overwatch. They're overwatch positions are what they're called. And because of the environment that we live in now with President Trump, the 2 assassination attempts, Charlie Kirk, and then the ICE detention facility attacks, these guys are usually going to be hidden and like inside buildings, like hanging out windows or on a rooftop, somewhere where it's less visible, but they're putting themselves out there overtly, and they do that for deterrence. So they're basically projecting force right now to deter anyone who wants to take a shot at the president. And that's a bolt action sniper rifle. It's up on a tripod. That's a tripod. It's a improvised shooting position. Like if you're laying down in the prone position, you can be using a bipod, but for tripods are the way to go now. Everybody's using them, and he's got a silencer on there with that wrap on the silencer. That's for heat, and it while you're shooting, if you're taking consecutive shots, it keeps the mirage down. Otherwise, you're gonna have like a heat mirage through your scope, and it right off the silencer, because when you shoot, it gets hot. And then the Secret Service, I don't know what they're using now, but they used to use 7mm Remington Magnum. It's a pretty robust round. The 7mm is really, really aerodynamic, but these guys are out there in force, showing themselves to deter a threat. That's what it's for. This is force projection or deterrence.
I just want to make sure I understand that. So in other words, you're putting yourself out there to let a potential assassin or a bad guy know that if you do anything, it's definitely going to be your last moment on Earth, because we're here to either take you out before you get it done or to take you out the moment you get it done. Is that what it is? And so the snipers themselves are in harm's way?
That is correct. They are projecting force, and by doing that, they are deterring hostile actions of an enemy. So it's deterrence. So that when you're doing the first time I learned how to protect people was in the military. We're going overseas to protect the Iraqi president, and the SEAL Team 6 and the State Department trained us back then, and they told us we need to live a life of deterrence. So when you're doing security, that's your mission, is deter, right? You don't want to have a conflict. The last thing you want to do is get in a gunfight or have a conflict. So if you can project force and deter people from taking action, that's the best way to do it. If these guys are hidden inside of buildings or bushes, like snipers usually do, then it may not deter somebody. And right now we're living in a high threat environment, as you know. They tried to kill Trump multiple times. They killed Charlie Kirk. They attacked the ICE detention facility. So that the enemy is emboldened. You know, they've been successfully attacking the right, and they probably will again. So the Secret Service has to project force, and they have to deter them from taking action. If you look at the Secret Service, traditionally they're in suit and ties, right? Because they want them to look civilized and blend in with the politicians and diplomats in suit and ties. But now you see the Secret Service are in, they're in their camouflage uniforms, whether they're black or camouflage, doesn't matter. It's the same uniform. And then they're wearing their body armor. They're wearing, like, this guy's wearing a boonie hat. Sometimes they're wearing their ballistic helmets and night vision goggles. That is all deterrence. So they can actually shift from low profile, which is going to be their suit and ties, to high profile, overt, which is going to be, guns out, body armor out, armored vehicles out, sniper rifles on tripods out in the open. And that's strictly for deterrence. They're projecting force.
Tej, I want to get you back on here. I know you're going in for some physical therapy. I want to get you back on here maybe tomorrow or early in the week to talk about latest developments you know about some of these shooters in these situations, from Dallas to other things in Texas, and, of course, to the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Where do people go? You're now a master roaster. You're a master roaster and CEO, one of the greatest startup companies in America, selling the champagne of coffee. Where do people go today?
You go to warpath.coffee and use promo code WARROOM. Right now it's 15% off. And if you haven't tried it, you got to try it. It's the best coffee out there. Like Steve said, it's a champagne of coffee. And all you have to do is go on the website and look at the reviews. We got over 13,000 5-star reviews right now, and it's growing every day. We can't roast it fast enough. It's the best coffee out there. Warpath.coffee, promo code WARROOM.
Will you get a 15% discount, or we're at 15% today?
Yep, 15% today.
Thank you, brother.
They
Tej,
change
I'll
all
let
the
you go
time.
do your physical therapy. Maybe we'll get you on here tomorrow. Talk about
All right, sounds good. Thanks,
some
Steve.
of the shooting.
Appreciate.
Thank you, brother. I tell you, it was great. We got a lot of work to go through this afternoon, the show. But did you see President Trump, his face, how much he enjoyed this? It was really incredible. He was in his element. Highly competitive golf. The American team down. President Trump coming in for an energy boost. His granddaughter, who was a low handicap and just made the University of Miami golf team, he couldn't be prouder of. And the reception he got was pretty overwhelming. Of course, golf fans tend to trend Republican or conservative or a MAGA, but it was an overwhelming response and really interesting, like you said, show of force up in your grill by the Secret Service and Department of Homeland Security. So good on you. Real show of force today at Bethpage Black for the President of the United States. We're going to take a short commercial break. We're loaded in today, so stick around in the War Room.
I got American faith in America's heart.
Great news, America. Real America's Voice is now on YouTube.
We are the media now.
That means you can watch live, join the chat, and connect with fellow patriots in real time.
Share.
Your voice matters, and this is your chance to be part of the conversation shaping our nation.
God bless all of you.
So don't wait. Hit that subscribe button, turn on your notifications, and tune in to Real America's Voice on YouTube today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? If you ever talk to the host, you can do that on Rav. And the Rav family, they'll talk back to you too. Let you know what's going on. Take care.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Okay, gold always around, was it 3,800? setting new highs, maybe backing off a little bit every day. I've got Philip Patrick on tomorrow. We're going to go through the OECD did a report. Financial Times broke it down. $338 trillion of global debt at every level, from your credit card debt to maybe the debt you owe the IRS, to local municipality, everywhere in the world. Sub-Saharan Africa, all the way to New York City. $338 trillion, most in history, most leveraged the world's ever been. I keep saying, hey, I think we're going to have a global margin call, and it's going to be quite bad. This is why now more than ever you need to understand the process of why gold is a hedge. You learn that, you're going to learn a lot about life. The way the world works, I should say. The way the world works. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, the end of the dollar empire. Also, take your phone out, text Bannon at 989898 to get the ultimate guide to investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Study these. Cut the TV off every now and again. Check it out. You'll learn a lot. And talk to Philip Patrick and their team. Tomorrow, I've got Philip Patrick on here even more to explain about how they work together with you guys. But they're there to teach you. Because they understand, if you understand the process, you understand why gold's been a hedge for 5,000 years, you will be somebody that wants to have at least part of your assets in gold. So go check it out. Of course, gold's been on a historic run. And tomorrow we're going to get to why. We're going to give you the answer. You're going to be shocked. Dave Walsh. So, okay, we got a number of issues. We're going to have DeGrasse is going to be here on the redistricting, which has caused a firestorm. We got all the things President Trump's doing to take apart the administrative state, the deep state, all of that. You have this government shutdown. Folks, get ready for it. I think it's happening. Phil Wegman from Real Clear Politics is going to be here. He's got a great piece. He's going to be here in a moment to talk about that. Dave Walsh, as I go around the country and look, there are protest signs in people's yards. They don't want the data centers because they say their utility bills are going through the roof. Also about water. You continue to tell me, which I can't understand, that even red states are still pushing these renewable projects that are not cost efficient. Electric bills are exploding. In New York City, Mandami is hiding behind affordability. In New Jersey, I believe the Republicans are going to have a massive upset on affordability on houses and electricity. And tomorrow we're gonna break down New Jersey and have some folks running in races there to break it down for us. Sir, what is going on here, Walsh? I thought it was all going to change when Trump got in here.
Well, we may have massive upsets in places like New Jersey going in that direction, and possibly even Maryland. Same thing happening, because in PJM, the forward auction price for power went up last summer by a factor of 10 times going forward. This summer it went up by a factor of 2 once again because of the massive shortfall of coal-fired nuclear power, no new gas turbine combined cycles built across PJM for the last 7 years, all solar, battery storage, and wind costs a fortune. Now you've got the AI boom, compounding that issue. So sure, in places like New Jersey and Maryland, occupied by Democratic governments, they may lose positioning. On the other hand, in states like Florida and Texas, continuing to push forward with all renewable policies, Republican governments are also badly exposed to the same thing.
Hang on.
Because people here and in Texas and numerous red states are facing the same issue.
You got DeSantis and you got Abbott. You got the two most, I would argue, you throw in Ohio, you got the three of the most MAGA states. How's Texas and Florida doing? Particularly when President Trump, I don't know if there's a thing, maybe besides autism, that can trigger him quicker than to talk about the renewable energies. He loses it. He's been told he's doing everything possible he can do. He just thinks the renewables are not affordable, not practical. They're all cons and all scams. They just don't work, right? Why is Florida and Texas continuing to push this, sir?
It's all about the money. It's all about NextEra, Duke Energy, and TECO own the Republican State House, State Senate, and the governor here. They own them through donation processes, through PAC monies. and therefore their agenda for powering Florida holds the day. The government is uninvolved in making decisions through the Public Service Commission to do the right thing for the ratepayers in Florida, and allowing these utilities to bootstrap on this net zero decarb mantra that they've all kicked into high gear, yes, before Trump, but they're continuing it right through because, frankly, nothing has really happened so far to make solar impossible to install in this country. We continue to support Xi Jinping's government by importing massive quantities of battery storage, solar power panels, and inverters from his country, while we're supposedly penalizing India and China for dependence on Russian gas. Russia's ally, China, is flooding this market with solar panels, inverters, and batteries to basically depower the United States and move the balance of trade in that perspective strongly to the Chinese side. So in exchange for political donations, we have utilities making a fortune off of doing this. And they continue to do it, and nothing has happened to stop them.
Hang on. You're ruining my weekend already because now hang on, this is what I get. You got Trump in the White House. He hates this stuff. I thought we had this whole concept of public utility commissions that had to sit on top of this, and the public got to show up and they got to voice their grievances and say, hey, this is not right, you're doing this. Why has this been done in the North? Where are the public utility commissions? And folks, I know folks are upset. Every time you come on, the chat room blows up. People get furious. The process of having public utility commissions with commissioners, where is that? What happened to that process?
Well, in this state, like most states, the governor appoints the Public Service Commission members. He appoints them. In this state, for example, since 2019, all of the new capacity power generation that has been approved in this state for its 3 regulated utilities by the PSC has been solar and battery storage. Under a Public Service Commission appointed by the governor, who's a red state governor, Governor DeSantis, and approved by his Senate, which is a majority-controlled Republican Senate. So go figure. Why is this happening? Duke, TECO, and especially FPL make much more money on churning their asset base for adding all of these billions of dollars in solar. They've added $14 billion already in money. They're adding another $49 billion over the next 10 years, according to their announced plans, in basically nothing but solar power and battery storage for Florida. Now, they'll also tell people and tell the Public Service Commission they can't get gas turbines. GE, Vernova, and Siemens and Mitsubishi are sold out. Not the case. They're sold out because NextEra has made a huge commitment to GE for gas turbines. Duke Energy has purchased 19 huge advanced frame gas turbines to auction to solar battery AI and data center clients, and not provide these units for baseload power for citizen ratepayers. Instead, the citizen ratepayers eat cake, get solar power. It costs 5 times the money than gas-fired combined cycle. Segment the gas turbines over for the data center and AI clients. Let them get those because they can't run those places on 5 times more costly electric power. They need cost-effective power, too, that runs all day long, just like citizens. Citizens need the same thing. In hospitals for refrigerated food, for watching this activity on the web, for anything they're doing. They need baseload continuous duty power also. But it's liable that in the auction for this capacity, the data centers and AI will pay more for it. So you've got these massive utilities buying the capacity they need in turbines, but they're saving them for data centers and AI and giving ratepayers solar panels still hiding behind the net zero decarb argument. It's horrible. And frankly, the government has done little about this. Wind, but not solar.
If Trump knew this, if he spent 10 minutes a day, well, he would ruin his trip to the Ryder Cup. Walsh, where do people go to go more in depth on this, brother? You've been preaching this gospel. Now we're in power, and we're still getting played by the utilities, and politicians are bought off. Where do folks go?
He has spoken elegantly about wind power. Wind power is now only about 15% of the renewables being installed. The vast majority is Chinese-sourced batteries, inverters, and solar thin film PV, all coming from China. That's the big renewables now, not wind. We need to get on top of stopping the solar panels and getting in the way of this. Anyhow, you can reach me at Getter and Truth Social and X at Dave Walsh Energy. Thank you, Steve.
Amazing, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, we got Tina Deskovitz on a situation in Iowa you're not going to believe. You got these parents' rights groups that are fighting like crazy, school boards, everything like that. You can't believe what's happened out in Iowa. Tina's going to be here. The great Alex DeGrasse has a chart up that talks about if we do our job, we're going to get a net 11 pickups in redistricting. Yo, we want a net 15. I'm also going to talk about California, what the probability that is. If you like geopolitics, tomorrow we're going to have, like I said, Philip Patrick on. If you like our discussions on geopolitics, capital markets, national security, intelligence, Jim Rickards, one of our contributors, is the best. He's cut a deal with us. You go to rickardswarroom.com. That's a landing page. You can get access to strategic intelligence. That's his base newsletter. He's got a lot of other ones too, but that's the one that has the predictive analytics in it that chairmen and CEOs all over the world read. You get access to it too, and he throws in a free book on artificial intelligence and currency. RickardsWarRoom.com for strategic intelligence. Go check it out today. Also, Home Title Lock. Go to HomeTitleLock.com. Promo code Steve. Every dream you have is in that home. Make sure it doesn't turn into a nightmare. You heard Natalie on the other day, some of the nightmare stories you got. Make sure that that title stays clean and pure. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Check it out today. Short commercial break. DeGrasse, Deskovitz, Wegmouth.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm Lou, MAGA pilot from Rav's Gator Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
Hey guys, my name is Jeff. I'm from Massachusetts. I love Rav because of the free speech and the political wranglings that go on in the chat every day.
I'm Andy M., and I love Real America's Voice, where my voice counts and your voice counts. That is America's Voice.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, I got Wegmans coming up in a minute on the White House raising the stakes on the shutdown. This is high-level strategy, and I think so far it could be a beautiful thing. We've had Russ's guys on talking about how they're going to do the mass layoffs. The White House has raised the stakes more. Phil Wigman, Real Clear Politics, is going to be about that. DeGrasse is here because DeGrasse showed me a chart that blew my head up. It just shows us picking up a net 11 in redistricting. I thought we're net 15. We're going to get back to that. But, Tina, there's a story coming out of Iowa. Explain this to me, ma'am, the Moms for Liberty. You guys do such a great job. Explain this to me. How do I think it's a school superintendent, like the main guy in Omaha. I think he's arrested by ICE yesterday because guess what? He's an illegal alien, and they're going to ship him out of the country. The guy runs the school system in Iowa, or at least a part of Iowa. How does that happen? Don't they have background checks on these guys, ma'am?
He runs the largest school district in Iowa. And just, for the record, that school district has 12 schools that are the bottom 5% of performance. Only 30% of those kids can read. And so it should tell you about the school board in Iowa. The superintendent is one of the only employees that the school board is responsible for hiring directly. They are to be held accountable in this situation. That man should not have been around children. He has a weapons charge from 2020, and they hired him in 2023.
So I don't understand. He's got a weapons charge, plus he's an illegal alien, like, for decades. How does a guy like this get hired? This is my question. Who screens and who makes the decisions on this?
So, yeah, it's interesting because when I served on a school board, I was a little bit ridiculous in my approach to things. And so as a school board, we didn't only just hire the superintendent. We had to vote to approve all of the leadership roles in the district. And our district is twice the size of Des Moines. We had 9,000 employees. And so every single principal in our district, we had to vote for with our name at a school board meeting. And you can ask all of the people on the senior staff. I would come in hours early to review every single one of their files. And if there was an arrest record or anything of that at all, I would reach out to the candidate, have the discussion. It was 30 years ago. I was a kid, whatever the reasoning was. I wanted to know before I put my stamp of approval on it. When it comes to hiring a superintendent, school boards usually reach out and use a search firm, and you ask the search firm to do the background checks and other things. But your HR department should also be screening. There should be several layers of checks and balances before this man should have ever been around children.
So what's going to happen? Is he going to be removed? Do the parents have any say-so here? Do they have any means to get their voice in about the vetting of folks? Particularly, I guess they got to hire a new person right now.
Parents better get their act together and get down to that school board meeting. I don't know when it is. I can go ahead and look it up. I'm sure you could go to the Des Moines Public Schools website and figure that out. You need to hold these people accountable. Those school board members need to know your thoughts on this. They need to do a better job next time around. They need to remove him immediately. Of course, I think I read they've already replaced or placed somebody in the interim to cover the school district, but they're in a lot of hot water. I've also seen, Steve, a lot of people come to the defense of this man, look at him like he is the victim. And I tell you, he is not. He should not have been in charge of over 30,000 students in that public school system.
Tina, where can people go find out more about participating in the parents' rights movement and Moms for Liberty? Where do folks go?
Join us at momsforliberty.com or .org. Follow us on all our social media sites, Moms4Liberty. Get yourself part of a chapter right now.
And Tina, I'll come back to you. We would definitely want to get some parents from that district and get into this because this is outrageous. I want to find out more. So thank you, man. Appreciate you.
Thank you, sir.
So DeGrasse, let's put this chart up. Can you walk through this? Because I'm kind of shocked. I thought.
Well, you found this.
Go ahead.
Send you my own chart, which we'll go through this and then we'll compare my chart.
Okay. Okay, go ahead. Do this chart. If you're telling me this is not accurate, I can junk this because this is this shows us getting a net 11, right? And that includes the 5 they pick up in California, right?
It does. It does. It gives them 4 there.
Okay.
But, so these numbers are a little bit rough. But here's the deal, Steve. Let's just be blunt about it. Okay, we had the plan. I actually laid it out. The White House has laid it out. President Trump's allies have laid it out. People know what the strategy is, okay? We just have to know happy talk, Steve. I mean, people are not moving hard enough, fast enough. We're not seeing what we need to see, full stop. The posse, we have to dig in here. and dig deep, frankly, and get ready to really kind of push on this, Steve, because time is ticking. And, the key thing about what you just put up that chart is, look, all that's done is Missouri +1, right? And then Texas, what we got out of there. And other than that, everything else is few conversations. Certainly the governor in Indiana, I think, wants to move forward. And I think we need to start naming names. That's what we're going to do. I know State Representative Ireland. I connected him with Cameron. He's in Indiana. He's ready to talk and educate people on what's going on. I think that's huge. I think people need to know what's going on.
Hang on. The good folks in Missouri, but we only picked up one. We should get to Texas. We got 5. We should have gotten 8. You got Ohio down for 3. And then after that's possible. Kansas, Florida, Indiana. I'm kind of shocked that Florida's down impossible. What is this different than yours? Because I thought Florida was up as like, we're rolling, we're getting this done. And if not, I want you to come back either tomorrow or Monday when you prepare. And I want the battle plan, who we got to call, what we got to do, because this audience is enraged. We have to have these seats, folks. This is not an option. This is like mandatory. And they're out there, and this is the fair and right thing to do, sir.
Yeah, so my list is we need 4, and that's my understanding in Florida. And so people need to move on that. I mean, we need to start seeing progress, in my humble opinion. Ohio, 3. We can't allow that to be 2.
Yeah, but hang on, but hold it, DeGrasse. You're giving me 4, but they got Florida down as a possible. When I see possible, that tells me in politics it ain't happening, okay? It's the 80-20 rule. It's not even in the probables. Not only is Florida a seat light, it's kind of down and it's not going to happen. And I haven't heard a lot of heat there. We got to put the pressure on the governors. We got to put the pressure on the state legislatures. These people got to know we're not kidding around. And quite frankly, I think the White House has got to rev it up too. This is a priority for President Trump, but he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. He doesn't have time to kind of, get in details. It's not. We can't make him whip the vote again. This is what he does every time there's a bill, right? We can't whip the vote. We have to do that ourselves. And what concerns me is that it's just this kind of apathy. Well, and Kellyanne, you saw her on TV the other day. No, that's not what we do here. I'm really worried about local issues, and every local issue she mentioned ties back to the House of Representatives in the budget. It's like, how clueless are you, lady? Right? This thing is so important. This is how we won 22, and we have to win 26. Or the Trump revolution will come grinding to a halt, and Hakeem Jeffries is going to have subpoenas out to everybody. You're not going to have anything done. I mean, the stakes could not be higher, as we say, DeGrasse.
Yeah. No, this is it. I mean, this is the grind time, as we say in politics. I mean, this is it. I mean, the posse, the weight is on our shoulders, obviously, to get this done for President Trump, because you've got Florida. I mean, there's more, Steve. I want to see Nebraska. So does President Trump's people. I want to see Kentucky. I want to see Kansas. I want to see North Carolina. I want to see South Carolina. Those are, realistically a little bit more reaches. Indiana 2, Florida 4, Ohio 3 needs to be in the bag, and we need to see that put to bed so that we can move down the line and hit the next one and go boom, boom, boom. I mean, we should be pushing on all fronts. And obviously, Harmeet is our, I think. On the VR, I think.
How are we on? Yeah, Harmeet's running on the Voting Rights Act. How are we, real quickly? How are we on Indiana 9 versus Indiana 8-1, sir?
We feel good about it because that's what we want. We want to, full stop. And it's actually easy, clean. The map looks great. I've looked at it. I've looked at possible maps. It literally looks nice and compact because it is. It's legal and fair. And so I do want to make sure this, you get some state representatives on, because I'm going to set them up with Cameron, because I want them to talk about what's going on behind the room. And I know some of it, but I don't want to mess it up. And honestly, people need to we need to unveil, because the dirtiest deals are these sort of these state houses, the state stuff. I mean, it's really just kind of crazy. You think Congress is bad? I mean, all these Albany places.
No, forget it. Tallahassee's places. Okay, last thing. Spend some time with folks in California. Tomorrow we're going to try to go live to one of these canvassing folks on Saturday. People in California are much more optimistic than I thought. Munger's son, when I say Munger, he's 90. His son's older than I am. I think he's put $40 million in it because his concept was the commission, and he didn't want to see his life's work undone. The last polling I showed only had the Democrats at 51%, and they're making it all about Trump. Munger and these guys are making about what's right. They're making it anti-Trump. But the vote right now is just about, the polling shows it's just about 51%. Am I correct in that?
It's tight, Steve, no matter how you cut it. And I think the reality is all these kind of ballot referendums, local elections, it's just like it's the ultimate turnout game. I mean, it's the ultimate battlefield for MAGA. It's the ultimate political battlefield for MAGA because we got to just get our people out. And you'll be surprised. I mean, we have millions and millions, as we know, at the posse here of our people in California. And if they come out en masse, we will win. It's quite interesting. And so it's really just who wants it more. And that's why you see their messaging is not on like persuading people. It's about juice to their own people, just sort of crazy talk for their people to get them fired up. But it is a grassroots game, and I think people need to engage, get out there, educate people, make sure they get out to vote, get 5 friends. Look, the list we've been talking about, write your list, get 10 names on a list, hammer it out, check in with people, get them to make a list, make sure they get out to vote. I mean, you're counting on these Republican rich areas to get out, and we've got money flowing in. I mean, Republicans are dumping in, honestly, and it's, I mean, we can kill his political future right here, and it's huge, honestly. It would be great. It would be quite funny.
No, this is everything. First off, we saved Trump's presidency. We kill Gavin Newsom's presidential ambitions in the cradle. Do we not?
That's the play. Yeah, that's the deal here. And I think I sent you the article on kind of the operation that Charles is putting in. He's the physicist, or his son. But it's interesting what they're doing. And so, it's all about the doors, the phones, local connections.
Yes.
We just did a huge study at a bunch of folks looking at relationship campaigning. So like, going to your network, network campaigning, right? Like voters respond much better when it's someone that they know, obviously. So, and the best way to campaign is go to everyone in your phone book, sit there and hammer them, or show up at their house to hang out and press the issue. And honestly, that is the best way to really make a difference. And then make sure they get out to vote, make sure people have a plan.
Okay, DeGrasse, this thing was a flare. Nobody better but the War Room. You personally got it done with the War Room in 22, and of course all the great folks in the States. We got to do it again. Great work in Texas, although we left a couple on the table. We got to get Ohio. We got to get Florida. We got to get revved up. So I'll talk to you after the show, and we'll figure out a whole battle plan next week. Folks, get ready to get to the ramparts because this is a big one, and we can't let it. And for the folks in California, I got to tell you, you're fighting, you're doing the Lord's work out there, and we're going to follow it very closely and I think be part of it. DeGrasse, social media, where do people go? What are your coordinates?
Yes, this literally could, define whether we can protect this republic going in through the midterm. I mean, this is make or break for everything. Everything that we're doing and President Trump is doing can be grinded to a halt. And then they'll go on the counteroffensive, and it'll be a disaster for all of us. But anyway, I'm at DeGrasse81, Instagram, Truth, whatever, Getter, X. So thank you, guys.
Okay. Thank you, Alex. We'll get you back on here very quickly. Hakeem Jeffries told us. Hakeem's not holding anything back. He told you the other day, hey, we're going to indict them all. We're going to roll. We're going to subpoena everybody, all of it. Phil Wegman's got a brilliant piece up real clear, politics, about the raising the stakes over at the White House on the shutdown next in the War Room.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm Patriot Mermaid, and I'm from West Haven, Connecticut. When the mainstream media wasn't giving us the truth, I went and looked for the truth and found it on Real America's Voice. Come and join us. Come on.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Hey y'all, it's Nancy from Texas. Real America's Voice gives us truth, not propaganda, and we need that. Thank you so much.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Phil Wegman is the White House correspondent for Real Clear Politics. Real Clear Politics, all the sites are free. You go get the links. Every morning you should start Real Clear Markets, Real Clear Politics as a starter. One of the smartest guys covering the White House. Phil, in your professional opinion, are 1 minute after midnight on the 30th of September, so it'll be October 1st, are we shutting down the federal government?
Certainly seems like we're moving in that direction. There's been no momentum the other way. I mean, you have both sides insisting publicly that they're not going to blink. We'll see if there's a last minute deal. But as of right now, everybody's dug in.
You've got a piece up that shows, now we've had the team of Russ Vought they left behind at CRA on about the mass layoffs. And I know I told the story. Russ has been thinking about this and working on this since May of 2017. You've got a interesting piece up that shows that the White House is actually raising the stakes. Can you walk us through what they're saying now?
Yeah. So earlier in the week, when Russ Vought released that memo saying that if there's a government shutdown, that the administration is going to take steps to remove and do some reductions in force with government employees, that was basically Russ Vought telling Democrats, make my day. This is a limited government conservative right in the seat of power. He's happy to continue the Doge mission. That was the warning earlier in the week. This is this next step that the administration has taken is really trying to appeal to the better nature of Democrats. They're saying that if on October 1st there's not a deal, that some of these low-income mothers, infants, and newborns are going to lose access to their WIC benefits. This is a federal benefit so that they can get nutritious, healthy food. And it's not the administration taking something back. It's not them holding something hostage. This is the administration saying, we just don't have any more money for this. One of my sources told me they looked through all the couch cushions and there's just not any more money. Maybe they could keep it going for a day longer. But if there's not a deal, the 6.7 million Americans who rely on this program, they're going to lose access to that benefit.
You saw the Hill had today that after Russ put the shot across their bow, that some Democrats were getting wild. They go, wow, we didn't know that he had the ability to do a RIF of non-essential workers and make some of it permanent. Are the Democrats just waking up now to the fact that this is not, you're not playing around? When you shut down the government, you don't have appropriations done. There are technical things that happen and allow guys like Rush Vought to really want to execute on what was supposed to be the Doge plan to do it? Or have they been asleep at the switch or fooling themselves that this is a White House that will not play hardball?
Well, you know this better than I do. Donald Trump is not an amateur this time around. I hear that from all of my sources. He knows these fights. And what is also significant is that there's no more JV team in MAGA. Instead, you have Donald Trump, who has remade the Republican Party in his own image. And now he also has a number of key staff in key positions. Russ Vought wasn't junior the first time he ran OMB, but now he's got a team around him that's ready to get into the rule book and really lean on the levers of power. And he also has an administration that's behind him on this. So if Democrats thought that they were going to play poker with this guy and win, they might have another thing coming. I mean, remember, this is Russ Vought, who on the outside was kind of the brain trust for the Republican revolt against McCarthy. And what do we see, from Trump after empowering someone like Russ Vought? Where is he today? He's not working the phones. He's not meeting with Jeffries or Leader Schumer. He's at the Ryder Cup. This is not a president who seems to be sweating this, because the message that has been sent to the Hill is that if Democrats don't want this, Democrats have to do something about it.
Phil, technically, do you think there's even a possibility? Could the House be called back Monday or Tuesday? Are we now to a point that Trump just say, hey, make my day? Is that where we are? Do you think there's any possibility the Democrats could collapse and you could still technically get everybody back and get a vote on this?
I don't think Speaker Mike Johnson wants to bring the conference back. One of the things that Republicans feel is in their favor in this is that they have that clean CR. They have a piece of legislation that passed the House and more or less locked in funding where it was previously. There's some additional money for security for the executive and judicial branch. There was a programmatic fix to allow D.C. to have access to more of its own tax money. And then there's the $600 million that the White House requested specifically for the WIC program so that this benefit wouldn't run out. So Republicans, they feel like they already did their job, and it's this White House that is leaning on Democrats saying, do you want to go this route? I think something that we haven't focused on enough is the fact that Schumer, he's feeling the pressure from his left flank. They were furious with him when he went along with a government funding bill in March. Now, he is thinking perhaps about Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez primarying him. He's thinking about unrest in the base. The message that he is getting from his rank and file is fight. And White House is saying, fine, if you want to fight on this battleground, we're happy to do it, but it's going to be painful for you. And think twice, because it'll also be painful for the American public, something that this administration says they don't want.
And Schumer's very cognizant of what's happening up there the first week in November with Mom Donnie. How that's the progressive, the far left DSA Working Family Party is on a roll, up by 20 points. Phil, social media, Real Clear Politics, where they keep on your reporting, because this is going to go kind of hour by hour between now and midnight on the 30th.
Yes, sir. It's going to be a busy couple of days. You can find me at Philip Wegman on X, and then all of our polling and our reporting is over at realclearpolitics.com.
Phil, thank you so much. Great reporting.
Thank you, sir.
Folks, make sure you follow Phil. Make sure you follow Phil over Real Clear Politics. Real Clear Markets and Politics, you got to do first thing in the morning. The quick bang, bang, bang. John Tamney over Real Clear Markets and Phil and the team at Real Clear Politics. Fantastic. Phil brings up the buried lead. Trump's at the Ryder Cup. He's not down in D.C. sweating a meeting with Hakeem and Schumer. Of course, they're New York City guys. He's at the Ryder Cup. And what a response he got. It was so great to see the president. You see him, he looked relaxed. He was loving that. He loves Bryson. He's played a lot with Bryson. We talked about it a lot. Really thinks the world of Bryson DeChambeau, who invited him to walk up on that historic walk up to the first tee on the Ryder Cup, which the guys will tell you, the toughest pros will tell you, they're so nervous because the whole world's watching them. Not just the golf world, but it's one of those events that actually brings in people that are not daily golf fans. Just incredible with his granddaughter, Don Jr.'s daughter, who's a fabulous golfer and has made the University of Miami golf team, which is pretty special in its own right. Stick around. 6 o'clock is upon us, plus the weekend show, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow morning. Don't want to miss that. It's going to be packed. We're going to try to do something about Charlie Kirk to kick the show off. I don't want to tip our hand because we're still trying to pull it off with some great folks. It's going to be action, action, action. Stick around. The second hour of the late evening or late afternoon, early evening war room is upon us.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Good evening, America. Happy Friday. Welcome to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report. What bullets couldn't silence the Charlie Kirk story. We want to thank our partners at AMAC for bringing you this critical conversation tonight. We're honoring the courage and unstoppable spirit of Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA, a fellow anchor here at Real America's Voice. He was assassinated while standing up for free speech at Utah Valley University just 2 weeks ago. This attack was not just an assault on one man, but on the values of free speech patriotism in the conservative movement he represented. Charlie Kirk was a tireless voice for America's youth, inspiring millions to stand up for freedom. Tonight, we'll explore how Charlie's memory has galvanized a movement in ways that few could have imagined a few weeks ago. The legal fight to stop political violence that we also have to get waging, and Charlie's story, what it will mean for the future of our great republic. We have an incredible lineup of guests to break it all down. In just a minute, we'll be speaking to Senior Advisor for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, Carrie Lake, about Charlie Kirk's impact and his mission to break the indoctrination going on in America's school system. We'll also speak to one of Charlie's good friends, Benny Johnson, about how some of the media reacted to the assassination, how they're trying to cover up the leftist violence scourge we have in America. We'll get to that as well. We also have a legal expert, Mike Davis, here to address what the legal fight might look like. And Stephanie Lundquist Aurora, leader of the Independent Women's Network, will share how Charlie inspired her and her family and her 3 sons. But before we get to all that, I want to bring in my amazing co-host for the evening. She is the CEO of AMAC and a great friend, Rebecca Weber. Rebecca, great to have you on the show. We're going to be together tomorrow in Virginia for the latest boot camp for boomers. I am so excited.
Really looking forward to AMAC's boot camp for boomers tomorrow. John, it is so important that we're having this conversation in the wake of Charlie Kirk's passing. I think it's never been more important. He really believed that courage was the most important virtue and that it takes bold leaders to defend faith, family, and freedom. And tonight, we're going to hear from some of those bold leaders. So really looking forward to that. Then again, tomorrow, we'll be meeting with some more incredible people that are really leading the fight. We'll be talking about election integrity. We'll be talking about securing our border, keeping our cities, our streets, our suburbs safe, our children safe in schools. there'll be a lot of things that we'll be sharing with people that they can do to take an active part in their community. So I encourage everyone to tune in, sign up at amac.us. If you can't make it there in person, you can tune in virtually. We'll have a live stream going. But so excited to have you there with me, John, as my guest and co-host. We'll have a lot of fun.
We are. We always do, and we're surrounded by a sea of patriots every time we do one of these events. I'm really looking forward to it. All right, we got a perfect way to kick off tonight's show. Joining us now to kick off the show, a great friend of mine. She was a fantastic journalist for decades, then a fantastic candidate for Senate and governor, and now the senior advisor for the U.S. Agency for Global Media, where she's dismantling a large institution that became so biased using our tax dollars. Our good friend, Kari Lake. Kari, good to have you on.
Nice to be with you.
All right, you're a fellow Arizonan alongside of Charlie. You're at Charlie's memorial. When you saw what played out that day, tens of millions of people probably watched it worldwide. What do you think will be the lasting impact of that incredible ceremony?
Well, the lasting impact of that memorial service will be that millions, potentially, of people around the world will return back to their faith, will turn toward God. And I think that is the greatest legacy of Charlie Kirk. Of course, being from Arizona and Charlie and Erica and their children living there and Turning Point being headquartered there, the impact is massive for the state. Charlie is Arizona's favorite son, but maybe that's painting him into too small of a box, because I think he's really America's favorite son. And laying him to rest has been very difficult and sad for not just our movement, but I really think for America. He will, however, live on through his incredible debating skills. I'm seeing more clips of Charlie Kirk talking about common sense policy to young people, and they're all over social media. I've learned a few things just this last week watching Charlie Kirk clips that just happened to come up through my timeline. He was a genius, really, when it came to how to communicate with people. He was nonviolent. He knew his stuff from Christianity when he was talking about the Bible. He knew what he was talking about. He knew what he was talking about when he was talking about policy. And he had a way of connecting with young people on college campuses. But I always like to say Turning Point wasn't just for youth, because I know a lot of people like myself, middle-aged and even older people who got involved with Turning Point. They were so impressed. My daughter worked for Turning Point and worked for Charlie and did a lot of those college campus events, and she grew so much as an individual. So it's just no one will ever replace him. It's a huge loss, but I think what he has built is only going to grow stronger, and we've already seen that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah. You know, Kari, it was amazing how Charlie Kirk really did break through the noise. And we know that the media, mainstream media, often manipulates and mind controls and goes after the younger people. We see how they're, really controlling media through so many channels. What strategies can conservatives use to really break through censorship and this biased coverage?
So much has changed in the past several years, Rebecca. I mean, shows like the one you're on right now, have become more mainstream. We used to call it the mainstream media, ABC, CBS, MSNBC, all of those networks that have just been pushing out lies and brainwashing and gaslighting. And they used to be the mainstream media, but when you look at the ratings, you realize no one's watching them. So that doesn't make them mainstream anymore. People are turning to other places for information, whether it was Charlie Kirk's show, whether it's Just the News and John Solomon and Rebecca and everybody in these different, smaller, alternative media groups, where people are finally realizing that's where you can get reliable information. So I think we've already made some big changes there. But we have to look at what's happening with our kids and how do we help them? Because when you think about what we've been through as a nation over the past many decades, but especially it came on quickly in the last decade, was this brainwashing campaign. And it came on slowly, and then it warped into hyperspeed, where we were all of a sudden very aware that we're being brainwashed. And look at what they did to our kids. From K through 12, they got into the education system. They started pushing an agenda behind the parents' back, a really twisted agenda where they were teaching kids not to love their country, to be unpatriotic, taking away merit and being excellent and striving for hard work, striving for good grades, striving for knowledge, to you only succeed if you fit into one of these weird categories. They were pushing LGBTQ plus, all of that garbage. They were pushing DEI. And then it extended into college with this Marxist ideology. So our kids have been through their whole lifetime of a brainwashing campaign that has been very heavy on them. And for a young mind, it's hard to push back. I always say anybody who managed to get out of high school and college and still have their senses about them and have common sense are really strong. We have to really help this next generation and explain to them some of the wrong that's been done with this brainwashing and help kind of undo the brainwashing. And Charlie did that. Charlie was a big part of that, making those little light bulb moments. And I know if you watch some of his work when he would be out talking to groups, and maybe some young person, 18, 20 years old, who's been affected by the leftist ideology that's been pumped into their brains for their whole life, when Charlie would break through that with a little pinhole of light, you would see that light bulb moment go off sometimes in their minds. And once that light bulb goes off, it doesn't go back the other way. So I think we have to keep putting the truth out there, continue having these conversations, and I'm glad Turning Point's continuing to do that.
Yeah, so important. Carrie, one of the things that lies ahead is something you've started in your own organization, defunding these propaganda machines, PBS, NPR, all now defunded from taxpayer dollars. That was an epic win for the American people. Downstream, there are all these nonprofits that get the benefit of tax exemption, which allows them to raise money without taxes, and they've used it to sow that hatred, to sow that indoctrination, to sow that weaponization of our young people. Is there a moment ahead for Congress and the IRS and the administration to begin pulling back some of those tax exemptions and defunding those groups?
Yeah, well, first of all, I'm not with NPR and PBS, right, but I fully support defunding them. The hardworking American taxpayer shouldn't have to pay for that. If they're as wonderful as the folks who support those outlets say they are, that they should be able to survive in the open market. I'm, represent USAGM. I'm the acting CEO of USAGM, Agency for Global Media, which is Voice of America, Office of Cuba Broadcasting, and we've got 4 grantees: Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia, Open Technology Fund, and Middle East Broadcasting Network. And we're right now working with those outlets to find out where the money's going. I mean, any taxpayer dollars that are coming into any agency, we should have, for all the way down to every single penny, where is it going? And these grantees that are under my leadership have been refusing to tell us where the money's going. This should alarm people across the country, that their tax dollars going to these agencies that are out there putting news out across the globe about America, and we can't get information as to where the money's going. So we're working really hard right now to figure this out. We can't close down an agency. One person can't close down an agency. This takes an effort. If that is what the president wants, for an agency to close down, and he's indicated that, it has to be done through working with Congress. And I mean, it's like herding cats out there. When you have to work with the executive branch, and you got the judicial branch coming after you, you've got all kinds of malicious lawsuits coming after us, trying to stop us from right-sizing this agency. And then we have to work with Congress as well. It truly is like herding cats. So we're doing what we can. Right now, we have an executive order by the President of the United States to reduce this agency to no more than what is statutorily required. So we have to go by the law. What does the law require? We've boiled it down to what the law requires, and we are a much more lean operation. And then we'll figure out what its future looks like. But I'm just working here for the president and the American taxpayer. And there's not many people in Washington, D.C. who care about the hardworking American man and woman out there who are barely scraping by, and then they have to pay a big chunk of their paycheck to the IRS, and then watching it basically be set on fire in this swamp of Washington, D.C. So every day I walk into work, and I have the hardworking American man and woman on my mind and saying, are we being responsible with their tax dollars? And right now, no, we're not. But I'm working to make sure that we are. And so that's my goal every day.
That's a big deal. No doubt about it.
Well, Carrie, one of the things that AMAC members just loved about Charlie Kirk was he wasn't shy about his faith. And so many people I talk to say they're talking about their faith in God. Our founding fathers, we can see by our founding documents, we are a nation rooted in Christian Judeo values. What role do you think faith can play in really strengthening Western civilization? Because we see so many secular attacks today.
Oh, definitely. I mean, if you haven't been awake to the fact that we're in a spiritual war right now, spiritual warfare, you're probably waking up to it. Many people woke up to that a long time ago. Some are just realizing it with Charlie's assassination. This is spiritual warfare, and there's no way, zero way to get through that and win without God on your side. And so we're working. We're working every day. We keep God front and center. As a matter of fact, I was asked during my deposition, who's your boss? And I said, well, I work for President Donald Trump, but I also consider God to be my boss. And so I try to keep my eyes on what is the right thing to do, what's the moral thing to do every day. But look at what's happening in Europe. I mean, we're looking at a battle for Western civilization right now. And President Trump laid it out in his incredible UNGA speech at the UN General Assembly, where he talked about the globalists. I mean, the globalists would love nothing more than to be one big blob with no culture, no individual people, no individual languages. They want just control over the entire world. And to do that, they have to bring down a great civilization, Western civilization. And they started that with this outrageous migration. It was a crisis, but it was a self-created crisis by the globalists, where they started pumping in people from all parts of the globe into Europe, into America. We just saw 4 years of the worst of it in America, where millions of people from countries all over the globe poured into America. We've seen this. If you go to London, you'll realize it's not even English anymore. It's not even, Great Britain has lost so much of its culture. In Ireland, in England, when you go to Sweden, you cannot import people from places so far away, with cultures so different, with people so different, with religions so opposite of what the religion of that country is, and expect to keep that country. It is truly how you create an invasion and take over a country without firing a single bullet. You just import people. And the goodness of the hearts of the people of Europe, of Western civilization countries of Europe and America, to just allow people in has been really the downfall. We should have a long time ago said, no, enough is enough. We will accept legal immigrants who come in the legal way, but we should have never allowed this invasion. And now it's taking a big effort. President Trump is working to deport these people, and every single one of them needs to be sent back home. I call it repatriation, and we are creating millions of homecomings, and we need to send people back to their homes. And that's why President Trump thinks it's so important to bring peace to the world, because when you have a war-torn country, that's when you have people fleeing. And if we can help create peace around the world, then we won't have people fleeing parts of the world 7,000 miles away, coming to our country and trying to change it culturally, trying to change it when it comes to religion. And it's a big task, but we are up for the fight.
In my last conversation with Charlie, just 2 weeks before he died on stage, we talked about the fight was really more than about America. It was about preserving Western civilization. Carrie, you just summed it up so brilliantly. Great to have you on the show today. Senior Advisor for U.S. Agency for Global Media, great friend, Carrie Lake. All right, folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll speak to one of Charlie's best friends, Benny Johnson, about how Charlie went about winning the culture war and how his memory is still doing exactly that. And while we're in the break, I wanted you to go visit amac.us/justnews, because when you choose a 5-year membership like I did, I'm a 5-year card-carrying member of AMAC, you're going to save up to 33%. That's just a little over a month, $1 a month. Nothing's $1 a month anymore. It's a small investment to help hold Washington accountable and to support a movement committed to preserving America's future, like all our patriots watching today. Join millions of fellow patriots and visit amac.us/justnews right now. We'll be right back right after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence
in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back, America, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report. What bullets couldn't silence the Charlie Kirk story. My co-host, AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber is going to rejoin me in a few moments. He stepped out, but I'm very excited to have this next guest. He is one of the most influential thinkers in the world. He makes us laugh. He makes us think. He makes us tweet all day long. He is one of the most extraordinary folks I've seen in the communication space in a long time. He also was one of Charlie Kirk's close friends. He is the one, the only Benny Johnson. Benny, good to have you on, my friend.
John, I was just astonished there because you're like, this is one of the most influential thinkers of our time. I'm like, who's joining the panel? This is going to be amazing. Wow, we're going to have Victor Davis Hanson or Thomas Sowell on here. I can't wait to share a panel with them.
And it turns out it's just you and me, right?
Yeah, don't line up an IQ test, me against Charlie. I think he's got 70 or 90, maybe 100 points on me. But we're proud to call him a friend, John, and all I've wanted to do is defend my friend these past couple of weeks.
Yeah. And you've done that so brilliantly, and I think you also have helped us understand where the real issue in America is. Before we get to that, before we get to the leftist intolerance and violence and this escalation from censorship now to execution, let's just start with the Charlie you knew, because you knew him in a very special way.
Yeah, so the Charlie I knew was an actual human being. And what I think is remarkable about the Charlie story is that because of the capacity for our modern communication infrastructure to sort of reach deep into the heart of someone's life, people felt like they knew Charlie. Maybe some did, millions didn't, actually personally know him. I know, John, you knew him, and I know that he loved your reporting. And if you don't mind me just saying for a moment that nobody used John Solomon's word as effectively the voice of God than Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk was constantly using John Solomon reporting. He was constantly sending us your articles, your breaking news, and your scoops. We had numerous group chats with Charlie, and it was a John Solomon link at 2 a.m. constantly from Charlie. So, I know that we both lost a friend, and I know that we both knew him together as a person. But what you saw this weekend was that Charlie Kirk touched the lives of tens of millions of people, and they all really truly had this connection with him. When I got the honor to speak at his memorial, I said, raise your hand, stand up, give me an amen if Charlie Kirk helped you Christ-center your life, if Charlie Kirk helped you achieve a little closer to the American dream. And, well, I got to tell you, it's got to be close to 100,000 people stood up, and amazing. I can't see the people watching at home, but that's like the effect that Charlie had. It was the spirit of a revival, and I'll just say this as an ode to my friend. Charlie, you defended me when I was indefensible. You were there for me when my family was under attack. And my brother, I will be there for you now in this time.
Yeah, that you have, and for his whole family and his beautiful widow and his children. I have found an extraordinary dynamic. So you're right, millions knew him before he died, and then there are millions that have had him come to life to them since he's died. They're addicted. I was traveling with someone the other day who said, I have never watched Charlie Kirk until after his assassination, and now I can't stop watching his videos and his debates. He has, his voice is as alive today as it was the day he was shot, and I think that's an extraordinary thing. The assassin's bullet couldn't sign. In fact, it probably made his voice even more strong.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that the sign of a martyr? Yeah. And isn't that pretty remarkable? And John, you and I have both lived through the death of great men. We lived through the death of, let's say, Ronald Reagan, right? Let's talk about another conservative iconoclast leader, right? And did that have the kind of effect that Charlie Kirk's death did? Well, the answer is no. You know, they didn't trip. I don't think Ronald Reagan was on social media, but Charlie's doubled and tripled in following on all of his social media accounts.
It's amazing.
Since his assassination, that doesn't happen to people. People's voices don't grow stronger. This is why my contention here is that in the true tradition of Christian martyrdom, Charlie Kirk is a proper martyr. He grows stronger for the faith. And what you witnessed this past weekend, John, was simply the largest apostolic event in human history. That's just a matter of fact. Yep. Through the miracle of technology, tens of millions and probably hundreds of millions by the time it's all done saw this moment, and then saw the President of the United States and Don Jr., both of whom I know you know closely, John. They don't often talk about Jesus Christ live on stage, right? It's just something more private for them. And they did that in front of this massive audience. It was really the largest single apostolic event in human history.
Yeah, so well put. It really was an extraordinary moment, and faith is bursting out. People are going back to church. I'm a Catholic, and the Catholic Church is seeing an extraordinary resurgence in the last 2 weeks as a result of Charlie's death. It is an amazing thing. I had the great Bill O'Reilly on the show a couple days ago, and he has a new book out, Confronting Evil, and I think that is our generation's call to action. We have maybe allowed, many of us, certainly not you, but they're allowed there. You know, we go to our work every day and we're like, I don't want to deal with that crazy left. They're going to be fine. Just ignore them. But we can't ignore what's going on in the left anymore. We've gone from, all right, ridicule to censorship to debanking to prosecution, now prosecution to execution. How bad is it on the left, and what sort of national conversation do we need to have?
Yeah, I have been trying to take a baseball bat to the knees of the newest left-wing hoax. There's a hoax that is being peddled out there right now, John, and it is an op that is being weaponized by Democrats and their leadership and their allies in the corporate press. And the op is this: both sidesism. They say, you know, we have no blame for this, even though every single left-wing attack that you see is clearly fomented by our side, by our demonization and dehumanization of our political enemies. We bear no responsibility because, you know, the right is violent too. And to that I say, John, I brought a little handy chart for you. Hopefully we can get nice and crisp shot here. Yeah, this is the right-wing violence right here over the last 5 years versus left-wing violence. And you can see here, there's really no comparison. Let's take an example here just over the last 30 days. Okay, so that's 5 years. Well, maybe this includes the BLM riots. Well, you know, that's just a once in every 60 years event for the left. Let's just go the last 30 days. Okay, let's give them a bogey on that one. Last 30 days, we have a trans radical who shot up a church. He hates Christians, hates Donald Trump, wrote left-wing iconography on his tactical gear before he went and murdered children. We have a trans activist living with his furry boyfriend who shot Charlie Kirk and is a left-winger through and through, according to his family. And then we have an anti-ICE murderer yesterday who opened fire on an ICE facility, left-wing iconography written on his bullets. Now, what has been the response from the left? Okay, so you have three sociopaths that go out and do this stuff that are of the left. What has been the response? I think that's very important, right? So the response from the left has been not quiet reflection and ponderance of what can they do better. It has been further terrorism. John. Yeah. They have attacked an local ABC News station with bullets, a spray of bullets. They have placed bombs on a Fox News local affiliate vehicle. There have been dozens of assaults or desecrations of Charlie Kirk memorials. Thousands and thousands of leftists have celebrated the murder of Charlie Kirk, including Jimmy Kimmel, who got his show suspended. And 58 House Democrats have decided that they are not going to vote to denounce violence. So that seems like it's a real problem on the left. That's been their response. Our response, John, has been to quietly pray and go to church. Yeah. So I won't buy the both sides lie. That's an op that needs to be destroyed. And I really want to forcefully ask for the funders of the right to create some type of data infrastructure where you can properly track these crimes. Put a proper name behind it. I'm going to call on think tanks to be doing this. And it's time to get real crime statistics and real crime data. There are billionaires out there that are spending money on things that are far less useful than this. Show us the real problem in the country so we can actually address it. The single greatest existential threat of our time is left-wing violence.
That is a brilliant idea. We need a minute-by-minute tracking system. And I'll tell you what, we'll put Just the News and Real America's Voice right in the middle of that. Every day we'll be putting out the latest data. Let's get that system up and running. Benny, you are an extraordinary voice. You have passion. You have wisdom. You have an extraordinary following. And it is a great honor to have you on the show on a day when we reflect on not only what Charlie left us, but the mission he's left us to continue. It's really a great honor to have you on today.
Likewise, John, again, I don't think I'd even have a podcast if it wasn't for your reporting. So I just, I deeply appreciate that. Let me know what your Venmo is.
Listen, buddy, we're going to get you out a lot more. You are so fun to have on. Thanks for joining us, my friend.
Thanks, John.
All right. What a great conversation. What a great guy, folks. All right. We're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, one of my good friends, Article Lee Project founder Mike Davis, here to talk about what can be legally done to stop this political violence. We'll have that next, right after these messages. But first, a homework assignment. Go to amac.us/justnews right now because you can get 33% off a 5-year membership. I'm a 5-year card-carrying member. You should be too. That's just a little more than $1 a month. That's all it costs. You don't get anything for $1 a month now. Do that. Go there right now. amac.us/justnews. Say thank you for the extraordinary conversations AMAC makes possible every month right here on this network. All right, back in a second with Mike Davis.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back, everybody, to this Just the News, Real America's Voice special report, What Bullets Couldn't Silence, the Charlie Kirk story. It's all brought to you, of course, by our great friends at AMAC, and I'm here with AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber as my co-host, and we've got a fantastic next guest. He has been, I think, one of the most important thinkers when it comes to how to use the law to make America sane again. He's the founder and president of the Article 3 Project, our good friend, Mike Davis. Mike, good to have you back on.
Thank you for having me.
All right. We know that there is a disproportionate evidence of violence on the left, political violence on the left, hardly just a 5, 10, 20 to 1 when it comes to compared to what conservatives have done. President Trump ramping up things. There's an executive order in the last week that declared Antifa a domestic terrorist organization. What are the next things that need to happen legally to start to get a handle on stopping this violence?
Well, I have full confidence in Attorney General Pam Bondi and her Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, FBI Director Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Harmeet Dillon, so many great people in the Trump 47 Justice Department, including the various U.S. attorneys who are just getting in, like Judge Jeanine Pirro in D.C., Jason Redding Quinones down in Miami, and many others. What needs to happen is the Trump Justice Department needs to hold these left-wing violent terrorists accountable, and that includes severe, and I mean severe, legal, financial, and political consequences, including bringing criminal investigations and criminal indictments against these left-wing terrorists and putting them in prison. And there are several ways that they can do that in the Justice Department. I think that's the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, in consultation with the Attorney General Pam Bondi and the Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, they should designate Antifa as a foreign terrorist organization, which gives them more tools to go after Antifa. Right now, President Trump has said it's a domestic terrorist organization, and that's a crucial step forward, but we need to go one more step, and that's a foreign terrorist organization, because Antifa clearly has international ties and international network, probably international funding, and when you do that, that means that the administration can more easily cut off Antifa's funding, can expel the illegal aliens, even legal aliens who are here if they are part of Antifa. And you can also charge those who support Antifa with material support under our anti-terrorism laws. And then we also should look at just general federal charges that you would use, for example, to take down the Klan or take down the mob, like RICO statutes, organized crime statutes. And you can also just look at federal statutes, federal felonies for conspiracy, assaults on federal law enforcement, destruction of property, illegal firearms, illegal use of incendiary devices. There are so many tools that the Justice Department can use to go after Antifa and these other left-wing violent terrorists. And I would end on this. We should also look very seriously at the George Soros financial network, because I think George Soros and his son have been funding many of these left-wing groups for a very long time, and we need to look if there's a tie to terrorism with that.
Yeah.
Mike, many conservatives do worry about the politicization of the courts. How do we restore faith in America's legal system? We got to hold these bad actors accountable.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Rebecca. I've been trying to do this for the last 3 years since the Mar-a-Lago raid, going on your show talking about this lawfare against President Trump for the last 3 years, 5,000 media hits. It helped President Trump win the election, and President Trump won a very broad electoral mandate to cut waste, fraud, and abuse, secure our border, and expel illegal aliens, particularly Tren de Aragua foreign terrorists and MS-13 international gang members. The American people liked what they heard from President Trump and his campaign, and they gave him 312 electoral votes, all 7 swing states, the popular vote. President Trump won the House. He kept the House. He won a comfortable majority in the Senate. The American people gave President Trump a broad electoral mandate to lead. And Democrats don't have the House, they don't have the Senate, they don't have the White House. But what they do have, these Democrat plaintiffs and Democrat attorneys are going to these Democrat judges and these Democrat hellholes like D.C., New York, Chicago, L.A., San Francisco, and they're having these activist judges issue these bogus rulings, these nationwide injunctions to sabotage the will of the American people. And I've said this repeatedly. President Trump is not stealing Congress's legislative power under Article 1. President Trump is not stealing the Supreme Court's judicial power under Article 3. President Trump is exercising core Article 2 executive power to take care that our laws are faithfully executed as the chief executive officer, to protect our nation from an invasion as the commander-in-chief. And what these judges are doing, it's radical, it's un-American, it's unconstitutional, and it's very dangerous. Fortunately, the Attorney General Pam Bondi and her team in the Supreme Court of the United States, cases 6-3. So that shows you how bad that the left has gone here when they managed to lose the Chief Justice and other swing justices. So President Trump is doing what he promised American voters. He's slogging through this, and he's going to save our country.
Yes. And so while Trump seems to be very laser focused, what role do states have really in preserving the principles of Western civilization?
Yeah, we are a Judeo-Christian nation, and we are welcoming of legal immigrants. We're welcoming of people like we always have been, people like my Irish ancestors who came to America and they assimilate into our culture and society. That's a good thing when we have carefully controlled immigration of people who want to come here and share our American values. But when we have people invading our country and do not share our values, that is a very dangerous thing. And our most fundamental sovereign power as we the people is to control our border and population. And these judges simply do not have the power to take away that sovereign power from we the people. We never gave that away.
Mike, before we let you go, there's another agency that I think probably plays an important role in tamping down this violence, and that would be the IRS beginning to pull maybe some of the nonprofit statuses of these groups that have funded the anti-Semitism, funded the Palestinian protests, funded the Antifa-like protests. Do you think the IRS is equipped and ready to do that?
It should do it, because the IRS certainly had no problem going after conservatives who are lawfully exercising our constitutional rights. So if we can go after conservatives who are operating within the law, they can certainly go after leftists who are not operating inside the law, who are actually terrorists inside of our country, who are using their nonprofits to subvert the American society, to subvert our country. So yes, the Scott Bessent should have the IRS. This should be an all-of-government approach by the DOJ, including the FBI, by the Treasury Department, including the IRS, by the State Department, by Homeland Security, an all-of-government approach to get these foreign terrorists and their domestic allies the hell out of our country, and for the domestic allies, put them in prison.
Yeah. To fund them. That's get that fuel out of the tank. Mike Davis, you always are doing such amazing work at the Article 3 Project. Great honor to have you on the show today. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you very much.
All right, folks, next we'll have one of the speakers at AMAC's Boot Camp for Patriots events that's happening tomorrow in Virginia. I'm going to be there. Stephanie Lundquist Aurora is going to be there. She's going to join us next. Stay tuned for that. Meanwhile, while we're in the break, head over to amac.us/justuse, because you can join for as little as $120 a month for a 5-year membership. I'm a 5-year card carrying member. You should join just like me. That's amac.us/justuse to get that special offer. We'll be right back.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Welcome back, America, to this very special report, What Bullets Couldn't Silence the Charlie Kirk Story. It's brought to you, of course, by our good friends at AMAC. I'm here with my co-host for the evening, AMAC CEO Rebecca Weber, and it's time now to bring in Stephanie Lundquist-Aurora, leader of the Independent Women's Network. She'll also be a speaker at AMAC's Boot Camp for Patriots this weekend in Virginia. Stephanie, great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here. Thanks so much, John, Rebecca, for having me today.
It is a great honor. All right. You have 3 teenage sons. I think Charlie was probably a role model for them. Tell them, for parents who watched their children grow up alongside of Charlie, what it was like.
Well, as a mother, I'm so thankful to him. He told young boys that it's good and right to be moral and patriotic and masculine, and to have families, and to have courage, and to speak out for what you believe. So my sons, they liked listening to him. They wanted to meet him. Of all the people I met at the CPAC, they wanted most to meet him. They would, when I came home from an event or something, my sons would ask me, was Charlie Kirk there? Did you see Charlie Kirk? So when they heard news that he was assassinated, it was crushing. It was like losing a friend. And he was one of us, and I think to many boys and young men, he felt like a friend to them.
Amazing.
Stephanie, I can really, really relate. My children, my 2 boys, my 2 sons in their 20s felt exactly the same. I had no idea how close they were to him, how much they were following him. How do we revive the values of faith, family, and freedom just across all 50 states? Those are the values that really have historically defined America.
Yes, I think I'm speaking at the panel on woke indoctrination, and I think that step 1 is to reclaim our schools. In 1963, a congressman read into the congressional record the 45 goals of communists, and goal number 17 was to take over our schools. And I think that they've done that. And I think that from a young age, children are learning to hate our country, to not be patriotic, to lose their faith. And in order to return to faith and freedom, the first thing that we need to do is reclaim our schools.
Important.
That's a really good point. A lot of people say that the decline in America is as much spiritual as it is political. Do you agree?
I think that for a long time it's been trending that way. I actually am more optimistic now. I think that I think that there's a return to faith. And I think that we've seen that with the movement, the people who've been following Charlie Kirk. I think that he said he wanted his legacy to be one for his faith. And I think that's absolutely what has happened in his life and in his death. The numbers of people who went to church the Sunday after he was shot, I've heard, are astronomical. People are looking for God, and they're looking for the peace that faith offers. So even though we were on a downward trend, I think I would like to say I'm optimistic that things are turning around now. And Charlie Kirk has absolutely a lot to do with that.
Yeah. He, like you, realized that you can make a difference. Every one of us can jump into the frying pan and begin to make a difference. And your group's doing something pretty special right now. It's got a petition out there to help parents opt their children out of K through 12 public school lessons about LGBTQ and other issues like that. Tell us a little bit about that and the traction it's getting.
Yes. So the first thing that we learned is that the leftists are trying to tell us that these things aren't happening in our schools. And one of the things that I've been doing on the ground in Fairfax County is to prove that those things are actually happening by publishing curriculum that they're offering. And with the Supreme Court case, Mahmoud v. Taylor, we actually now as parents have the right to opt our kids out of those lessons based on our religious beliefs. And so the Independent Women's Network put out a petition in order to support that movement, in order to support parental rights to have their children be exposed or not be exposed to things that they religiously object to. I think it's getting great movement. The first step is to inform the parents that they have this right. There are several other tools that they have that I think it's important for them to know. Aside from Mahmoud v. Taylor established in the Supreme Court, there's also the Protection of Pupil Rights Amendment, which gives parents the right to review their children's curriculum. There's the Freedom of Information Act, so they have the right to access things that maybe aren't their children's curriculum, but through the school system. And instead of saying, would you please provide this for me as a taxpayer, you don't just have to be a parent. That's absolutely their right to get access to these things. So I think we need to, and Independent Women's Network is great at doing this, we need to educate the public about what these parental rights tools are and then actually have the courage to use them.
I love it. I love what each of us has done here. Charlie stepped into the void and went to work for young people, giving them the strength. Stephanie, you're out there, of course, every day trying to help parents and their children. And of course, Rebecca, the extraordinary work that AMAC does every day to make sure our boomers are in good hands. It's a great honor to be alongside all of you today. Thanks for joining us, Stephanie. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow up in Virginia. Folks, we're going to take a quick commercial break. When we come back, we've got one more good one left. My good friend Bobby Charles, national spokesman for AMAC. But in the meantime, quick homework assignment. Go to amac.us/Just News, as you can join for as little as $1.20 a month for a 5-year membership. Join me in a 5-year membership. That's what I've got. We'll be right back. In the meantime, go visit amac.us/Just News.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Howdy, Rav fam. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hello, America. Welcome back to the final segment of our special report tonight. We've been talking about Charlie Kirk's legacy and how he is continuing to impact the conservative movement and, quite frankly, the entire globe. We're joined tonight by my amazing co-host, Rebecca Weber, the CEO of AMAC. And I now want to put it all together in a conversation. You know this person well. He comes on the show often. He's also a regular on Wednesdays on the John Solomon Reports podcast in the AMAC Wednesday special segment. He makes sense of a world that often feels like it's falling apart at the seams. He's now also not only the national spokesman for AMAC, but the leading Republican candidate for governor of Maine. He's our good friend, Bobby Charles. Bobby, good to have you back on.
It is always a joy and a blessing to be with both of you.
Yeah, back at you, my friend. All right, we know what Charlie did while he was on this planet. We are seeing the extraordinary impact he's had in his exit, a tragic assassination, yet more people are seeing him and watching him today than ever before and hearing his wisdom. Where do we go next? How do we make sure that the freedoms he was fighting for become cemented for another generation?
You know, it's such a good and probing question. I guess I'll start with this answer. I think you have to answer that question personally before you project it out into the nation. And I get up every day knowing that Charlie Kirk was a truly bright light, and I will never be as strong and as thoughtful and as just daily courageous as he was, but I will try, and that's my goal, is to get up with that spirit that he brought to the public square every day, and somehow try to internalize it in a way that it makes me better in my job here at trying to help the state of Maine. But let me say that another aspect of this is to constantly remind people, not just that he's a martyr, and I loved the beautiful statement, I thought it was so true, of one of his close friends, obviously all the words that Erica has spoken, but his close friend that said that a tyrant dies and his rule ends, a martyr dies and his rule has just begun. And that really is the truth of life. It is the truth of history. It is the truth of faith, and it is the truth of Charlie Kirk. So I guess my two answers to you are, first, internalize what you honor about Charlie Kirk in your own life. That's what I try to do. Get myself to my Bible a little more often. Get myself out in front of people with a little more willingness to embrace the uncomfortable face-to-face, as Alexis de Tocqueville used to call it. And then secondly, remind young people to go to his podcast. I've reminded members of my family who actually didn't know him very well. I had just seen him on August 2nd here in Maine, but I encourage them to go and to listen to his wisdom, because it isn't just opinions, and it isn't just facts, and it isn't just a commitment to faith. It's genuine wisdom, and wisdom in this world today is very rare.
Mm. Bobby, Charlie did such an incredible job really reaching the youth, and he did that at college campuses. I want to talk about higher education. These state boards of regents, they often become political tools, and Democrats install ideologues, Republicans reward donors. What can governors be doing differently to ensure that higher education doesn't undermine public safety or the country's future?
Boy, you are right on, Rebecca. That is a poignant question for this moment, and of course made even more poignant by the fact that Charlie spent so much time on college campuses. I guess my thoughts are several. First, we have to remember that education is the pipeline to the future. So whether we're talking elementary, secondary, university education, this is where the future of America currently is. And it's not trite to say we either get it right or we lose it all. So I would say that as a governor, you replace regents that are way off the reservation, just as in Maine, I'll have the opportunity, God willing, to replace 7 Supreme Court justices. And I will replace all of these activist, completely leftist judges challenges with originalists, and the same thing needs to be done in the university context. And I'll use this as the template. Consider that the most important fact here is that education depends on a respect also for the country. So let's use the Bill of Rights as the starting point, from free speech and free expression of our religious faith and our ability to worship, to protecting ourselves with the Second Amendment for the Fourth and the Fifth and the Sixth and due process, etc. If we can get people in the university systems and on our bench that respect the Bill of Rights and the Constitution, we're headed in the right direction.
Very wise. Very wise, Bobby. Tomorrow we're going to gather in Virginia to train folks on how they can make a difference. I'm looking forward to it, folks. Anyone who's in the Northern Virginia, go join the AMAC Boot Camp for Boomers tomorrow. Rebecca and I are going to be there. Charlie was going to pipe in before his tragic death. We're going to miss him, but we're not going to forget him at tomorrow's extraordinary event. Bobby Charles, Rebecca Weber, I am always honored when I'm on a stage with you. What a great conversation. What a great tribute to the extraordinary Charlie Kirk. Folks, before we go, one last request. If you want to say thank you for this conversation, if you want to say thank you to yourself because you want to join a movement of patriots, here's what you do. You go to amac.us/justnews. You can join and get a 5-year membership like I have for just over $1 a month. That is an incredible deal. Go help fight for America's future, just like Charlie did, just like Rebecca and Bobby do every single day. By the way, you also treat yourself to all sorts of benefits and discounts. Go check it out. We'll see you tomorrow. Until then, God bless.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Stinchfield. We have blockbuster news to tell you about. News that we first broke on this program last night with our man, John Solomon. Turns out 250 plainclothes FBI agents were on the ground on January 6th. 250 of them. They were never straight with us. The prior administration. James Comey is the director of the FBI. Christopher Wray, the director of the FBI. Attorney General Garland. They would never give us a straight answer about this. And in many respects, their omission about telling us the truth is the problem. And so now we're learning that in an after-action report, these FBI agents flooded FBI headquarters with anonymous complaints. Those complaints were captured in this after-action report. They read like this, one of them. We were once an apolitical organization, but I no longer see us as such, looking from the ground up. We have been used as pawns in a political war, and FBI leadership fell into the trap and has allowed it to happen. We are supposed to call balls and strikes, regardless of political pressure. Now we can't even be trusted on the field. That's one comment. I will tell you, in many respects, it's refreshing to see that inside the FBI, there were those that were pushing back. There were those that were angry about the politicization of the FBI. Here is another comment for you. Again, also damning. It reads, what is even more unacceptable was the hypocrisy displayed by the FBI and its leadership in their attempt to go after those involved in the Capitol riots, while we as agents watched cities burn across America during 2020. Remember, that, of course, was the summer of love. So again, 250 agents, many of them feeling like they were used as political pawns, and leadership from the Attorney General to the FBI refused to acknowledge that there were so many FBI agents on the ground here. Throwback, Thomas Massie questioning Attorney General Merrick Garland.
Oh, last time, you don't know how many there were, or there were none?
I don't know the answer to either of those questions. If there were any, I don't know how many. I don't know whether there are any.
I think you may have just perjured yourself that you don't know that there were any. You want to say that again, that you don't know that there were any?
I have no personal knowledge of this matter. I think what I said the last time.
You've had 2 years to find out.
Now we find out that there was an after-action report that revealed 250 plainclothes officers, 24 confidential informants also in plainclothes. I believe Thomas Massie was right. Attorney General Merrick Garland committed perjury there. There is no way he didn't know how many FBI agents were on the ground, just as James Comey committed perjury when he said he wasn't leaking information or knew about leaked information to the mainstream media. This is Clay Higgins, also a throwback.
Well, to my question being closed, this is a very significant hearing, Mr. Chairman, and these buses are nefarious in nature and were filled with FBI informants dressed as Trump supporters and deployed onto our Capitol on January 6th. Your day is coming, Mr. Wray.
It's talking to former FBI Director Christopher Wray about the ghost buses. It turns out they may not have been just confidential informants. They may have been FBI agents dressed as Trump supporters. We always knew something was up. Look at the video on your screen. They've got a guy in handcuffs, and then ultimately they just uncuff him and let him go. We all knew it. And now, thanks to Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and of course Pam Bondi, the new Attorney General, we're starting to learn the real truth. Well, we knew the truth. We're having confirmation of the real truth. And again, what John Solomon over at Just the News learned is that there really were agents inside the FBI. They weren't all bad, that were screaming and yelling about all of this.
But it's more important that it is an affirmation from the frontline agents of the FBI that they had recognized their agency had become politically corrupted, politically biased, politically incompetent, and they were crying for help in 2021, and that help was kept from them until Donald Trump won the election and Kash Patel was installed.
Well, they've got help now. My biggest fear, though, is they still have holdovers. Because remember, what you're looking at there, that's the January 6th, that nearly 95% of the people on Capitol grounds were taking part in. An organized tour of the Capitol, shaking hands with law enforcement, as you can see there. We've got pictures of them walking between the ropes. And as they do that, they're mindful of their surroundings, not breaking any laws. But that wasn't the story the mainstream media told you. And they certainly didn't tell us that there were 250 FBI agents there, many of them complaining to leadership. I cannot believe it has taken us nearly 5 years now to get this information. Here with me to discuss this, J6 political prisoner. They sent him to prison over all of this. He's now the creative director at America's Frontline Doctors. My buddy John Strand is back. John, welcome to the program.
Thanks for having me on, Grant. Always great to be with you.
John, what they did to you, all right? They cut off communications between you and me. We're just friends, but they threw you in the shoe, in the hole. They thought you were the worst terrorist ever to hit American soil, and you were one of those people simply walking through the Capitol, shaking officers' hands. Now you learn. Yeah, there were 250 FBI agents there. Yeah, there were confidential informants. Many of those FBI agents complaining. Your thoughts?
Wow, Grant, it is quite a revelation. And as you said, we've been tracking this for years now. I've been going through it personally for over 4 years. We've always known that January 6th was a government crime, a setup, an operation weaponized against the American people. And now we have the truth out of the criminals' own mouths, out of the institution that set this forth. So we knew that there were undercover operatives. We knew that there was pre-planning. We knew that we had learned this playbook from the Gretchen Whitmer Fed-napping hoax, and it was replicated here by the same FBI field.
Can't help but think 250 agents on the ground. Could not just 1, 2, 5, 10 of them come forward and said, hey, none of these people did anything? Because you know they would have witnessed you, John Strand, not doing anything.
Yeah, there are so many lies to unpack here. And it's hard. People get caught up in the moment and caught up in, am I going to get caught or should I say this or that? But the time for truth-telling is now. The time for these lies and corrupt mechanisms needs to be over. So the American people are demanding the truth. They deserve it. Certainly the J6ers who have had their lives destroyed, myself included, have suffered greatly over the past 4 years. We deserve justice. We deserve restitution from a government that weaponized against us and violated our basic constitutional rights. Grant, we were innocently present, exercising our First Amendment guaranteed right to petition our government for a redress of grievances. That is quite literally what we were doing there as a nation on January 6th. Mm-hmm. That First Amendment right was weaponized against us to violate our Fourth, Fifth, Eighth Amendment rights and put us in prison, often pre-trial without due process. And ultimately, the vast majority of people present there are innocent Americans who simply wanted their voice to be heard, particularly regarding a stolen election, which we've now seen proof to evidence that as well. There's so many lies, so much corruption, and we're sick and tired of it. Today is a banner day. I call this the turning point for J6. And it's a very important moment, but we have to press forward. We've always known that there were FBI agents involved. We've always known that there were a lot of lies, but we need to have them exposed with the disinfectant of sunlight, and we need the perpetrators brought to justice. That is essential.
Yeah. You know, I would say this. For the 250 undercover FBI agents that were there, when all the questions were being asked, to those of you, which appears to be none of them, we've had FBI whistleblowers come on this show. None of them were undercover on January 6th. To those of them that were undercover, I ask you to look yourselves in the mirror, because people like yourself, John, went to prison. And any one of them could have stood up and said, you know what, this isn't right. Besides sending anonymous messages to leadership at FBI, they should have been coming to people like me and others that could have put them on TV and done something about it and maybe saved you quite a long stint in a federal penitentiary, John Strand.
Yeah, well, Grant, you know, what we can show the American people is the contrast between those who played the safe game or played the coward game and those who stood firm for the truth. Grant, you and Real America's Voice have been fantastic championing the cause of truth tellers and of innocent J6ers who have fought back. You've platformed me and allowed me to share that story. You can find out more at johnstrand.com to learn what I've gone through. But the point is that people can observe those who continue to stand for the truth and speak it out. And that pays off in the end. It gives you, first of all, integrity and personal satisfaction, but ultimately it's going to allow you to succeed. And lies are just going to keep dragging you down. So we're at a national turning point where we really need to demand the truth and unify in our efforts to push forward for transparency and accountability for bad government actors.
All right, real quick, because I like to give you a platform. You deserve it, everything you've been through. You're running for Congress. Tell people where they can find you and where they can help you, and I would urge people to do just that.
Amazing. So it's not exactly official yet, but go to johnstrand.com. Currently, you're going to see, if you haven't watched it already, a mind-blowing 14-minute video that shows every step I took through the Capitol and explains what actually happened to me. It's representative of what happened to many others. But yes, there are massive political shifts going on. This week has been incredible with the memorial for Charlie Kirk, one of my personal patriot heroes. And it's really a turning point in our nation and a call to action for those who have had their eyes open, that are red-pilled to the war between good and evil and the assault against American values and Western civilization by Marxist, communist, and Islamo-fascist forces. This is the time for patriots like myself and others to step forward and look for opportunities to share the truth, to take leadership, and yes, to run for political office. So there's a lot more coming to johnstrand.com very soon. I'm excited to bring you that in the next few weeks here.
If I outed you before you had made an announcement, my apologies to you, my friend. But
no apologies
you come
necessary.
Back. When you make it official, you come back and announce to me, and we'll make sure we get some people throwing some money in the tip jar. All right, my friend?
Absolutely. God bless you and all your efforts, and stay strong on the truth, Grant. Appreciate it.
Absolutely, always. And we do it for people like you. That's an American hero right there. What he has been through, we've profiled him many times on this program. Nothing short of disastrous for a country like America. All right, folks, but it is a big day, as John said. This right here, this is the indictment. It's not long, not hard to read. It's 2 pages. That's it. Basically says that James Comey lied September 30th of 2020, just about 5 years ago. That's when the statute of limitations runs up, when he said he didn't have any idea about leaks to the mainstream media. He didn't send anybody to the media. He didn't tell agents to work with the New York Times. Those turned out to be what appear to be false statements if you believe the witnesses and the other evidence that investigators have against him. The obstruction charge stems from the lies during that hearing that obstructed Congress's ability to investigate the real truth. This is President Trump today on James Comey's indictment.
This is about justice. He lied a lot, but this was a very important thing. He could have said, well, maybe, or I don't remember. He didn't say that. He gave a very specific answer, and then he verified it numerous times, and he got caught. The problem that Comey has is he got caught lying.
Yeah, he sure does. I actually think he verified in his very arrogant and entitled response to this indictment video that he posted. I think he verified that he did weaponize the FBI. I want you to listen to his words carefully. I don't think his lawyers looked this over before he issued this statement. He's got some big problems here to explain now. Roll it.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump. But we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either.
Costs standing up to Donald Trump? So was standing up to Donald Trump lying about the leaks to the media so you wouldn't get caught, so maybe he wouldn't be reelected? Was that it? I mean, you just basically admitted that standing up to Donald Trump was the mission as you were director of the FBI. That is playing political games with your office. To me, it's disgusting. As the FBI agent in one of those text messages said earlier, you're supposed to call balls and strikes, not go after political foes. You just admitted it there in that video, Comey. And now I want to see you in handcuffs, quite frankly. I really do. You deserve to go to prison for a long time. My guess is he may get convicted, but he's not going to go to prison anytime soon. I don't think they'll do it. I really don't. It's only a prediction. I wish I was wrong. Chris Van Hollen, the senator, Democrat, this is his response.
Look, this is a political prosecution, pure and simple. It's Exhibit A of the corruption of this Department of Justice and our justice system. And it comes in line with all the other lawless things President Trump is doing, cracking down on First Amendment rights, stripping people of their due process.
I'm sorry. Political persecution? Hey, Senator Van Hollen, you tell that to my friend Peter Navarro. You tell that to my friend George Papadopoulos. You tell that to my friend Roger Stone, my friend Steve Bannon. You tell that to John Strand and the other J6ers. You want to talk about political persecution? You tell that to President Trump and everything he's went through. These people are hypocrites with a capital H. They all ought to go to prison, quite frankly. I want to bring in with me now retired FBI Executive Assistant Director and author of Wanted, the FBI I Once Knew. Chris Pehota is with us. Chris, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant, pleasure to be with you and your audience tonight.
Well, it's a pleasure having you on. I guess, first off, I'll get your response. What kind of case do they have against James Comey? I know you worked with this man before. You think it's a good case? Do they have something here?
I think they have a legal strategy, right? And I think that you're going to see that certain facts and events as laid out by the former director are going to be challenged, and they're going to look at his version of events versus the actual documented version of events, as well as possible testimony of other people who were involved. And here's the problem you have with the director of the FBI. This person has to be the bellwether official of the FBI and the law enforcement community, beyond reproach and trusted and respected by all. I think former Director Comey has squandered that type of respect for the organization and for himself, and it's really a shame to watch at this point. But I do think that it'll be interesting to see how this case presents itself and how it's moved forward.
Chris, do you agree with me that in his video here, the response to the indictment, he basically makes an admission that while he was in office, he was standing up to President Trump? That is not his job as FBI director.
No, one of the problems I saw that Director Comey ran into was he got to a point where he started substituting his own political and ideological beliefs for the mission parameters and the mission requirements that the FBI operates under on behalf of the American people. That got him in trouble. And I'll tell you where else he ran into trouble is his fascination with being in the media. And after he left office, his fascination with being on social media. I think those were factors in his demise.
All right, let me ask you about the information about J6, 250 undercover plainclothes FBI agents. Now we have learned that we're on scene there. None of them apparently stood up, went public with the fact that many of these J6ers, all of them just about, were not really committing crimes. Is that as troubling to you as it is to me?
Highly disappointing that no one said anything. But I will tell you, the FBI that I knew, the FBI that I grew up in, ceased to exist over time. And I think the FBI agents who were involved in the response to the events of January 6th, they lived in an environment of fear and retribution. And that's why you'll have a lot of them knew it wasn't good, but they were scared of the retribution. And you've seen how the FBI was conducting business when it made some questionable choices on how it conducted operations against people in the conservative side of the community.
You know, in some respects, it restored a little bit of faith that you did have agents speaking out. If you could throw up that highlight number 5 again for me, guys, that reads, "We were once an apolitical organization," just as you said, Chris, once an apolitical organization, but I no longer see us as such. Looking from the ground up, we have been used as pawns in a political war, and FBI leadership fell into the trap and has allowed it to happen. I like what they're saying here, Chris, but the problem is they send this anonymously. When I talk about people being bold, and FBI agents ought to be bold, you got to stand up and say this, not anonymously, but put your name on it.
Well, the information was probably collected anonymously on purpose because people wouldn't respond otherwise because they fear retribution. I will tell you this, the FBI that I knew, the FBI that I grew up with, you would have had some screaming matches about what was going on at the time. And the FBI that I was proud of did its business in a skilled, objective, apolitical, and professional manner, which we saw a pretty severe departure from over the course of the last administration. And I'm hoping that the FBI is back on the right track, or at least facing in the right direction under the new leadership.
Well, let's hope so. I wish some of the old agents, other guys I know, like you, Chris Piotta, I wish you'd go back in with Bongino and Patel at the helm.
I'd love to help if I could. And, I told you I had a great career. I would do it all over again if they let me.
Yeah, great stuff. Chris Piotta, it's great to have you on the program. First time. I hope you come back again real soon. And I want everyone to check out your book, Wanted, the FBI I Once Knew. Chris, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. All right, folks. Listen, we have a budget battle going on right now. Tuesday is the deadline. Here's what the Senate Democrats want. $1.5 trillion in spending hikes, health care for illegals, $500 million for liberal news outlets, all of that. They're not going to get it. President Trump says, you know what? You shut the government down because it's in the Democrats' hands right now. Trump's going to go fire a whole slew of federal workers. He's going to use it as an opportunity, which he can. He made that threat before. The Democrats said, okay. The Democrats appear that they're not going to do that. This is President Trump, though, talking about it today.
Everything's going good. We're respected by every nation in the world. And you know what happens? The Democrats want to shut it down. They want to shut it down because they want to give billions, ultimately trillions of dollars to illegal migrants, people that came into our country illegally. Some of those people are criminals.
A lot of them. It's not what the American people want. The American people have spoken with the election of President Trump. We want an America first government that puts America first and American citizens first. Democrats don't get it. All right, folks, when inflation jumps and you hear the national debt is over $37 trillion, you ever think maybe now might be a good time to buy some gold? Well, gold is a great hedge against inflation. We know that. Peace of mind during global instability, or just for a sensible diversification tool. Birch Gold Group believes every American should own physical gold. And from now until September 30th, Birch Gold is offering a rebate of up to $10,000 in free metals for the first-time buyers. To claim eligibility and start the process, request an info kit now. Just text America to the number 989898. Plus, Birch Gold can help you roll an existing IRA or 401k into an IRA in gold, and you're still eligible for a rebate in free metals up to $10,000. Claim your eligibility and get a free info kit. Text America to the number 989898. All right, folks, delegates walk out at the United Nations. President Trump weighs in on Israel and Gaza, and Prime Minister Netanyahu delivers a fiery defense. It's next.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love RAV. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Flashosaurus in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Please, order in the hall. Please, order in the hall.
So, folks, that is UN delegates leaving, staging a walkout before Bibi Netanyahu, the leader of Israel, makes his speech to the United Nations today. Now, Israel has become the most hated nation on earth. And quite frankly, I don't really understand it. And I know many of you conservatives disagree with me, but I'm here to tell you, Israel is our #1 ally across the globe. And if you listen to Bibi Netanyahu here, he makes a very good point.
Let's do a pop quiz. And raise your hand if you know the answer. Here's the first question. Who shouts death to America? Is it A, Iran, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, the Houthis, or E, all of the above?
All of the above. That's who, Mr. Netanyahu. And the reality is, do we forget this? The people he named want us dead. They want to march us out on a beach, put us on our knees, lop our heads off, blow us up with suicide bombers. And yet we turn our backs on Israel. It upsets me. It really does. Benjamin Netanyahu again.
Israel will not allow you to shove a terrorist state down our throats. We will not commit national suicide because you don't have the guts to face down a hostile media and anti-Semitic mobs demanding Israel's blood.
I want to remind my conservative friends something. Just because you don't like the way Israel acts in certain situations doesn't mean you have to turn your backs on them when they're fighting a war against barbarians like Hamas. And remember, Hamas and Al-Qaeda in Yemen and the situation we have in Syria and Iran, they all want us dead too. We're on the same side on that front. It's sad, though, that many people forget that. I want to bring in now Rabbi Michael Barclay with us. Rabbi, it's great to have you on the program.
It's great to see you, Grant, and thank you for everything you and your listeners do that Stinchfield Army do for the world.
Well, I appreciate that, Rabbi. Feeling is mutual. Your response, your thoughts about Bibi Netanyahu's speech today?
Look, I think Bibi Netanyahu in a century is going to be remembered like Winston Churchill. I think he is amazing. He has been walking a very fine line. He had to deal with it with the Biden administration. This war should have been over, as you and I have talked about before. This war could and should have been over back in 2023. His hands were tied by Biden. Thank God they are a little bit less tied with President Trump. And I think that it's very exciting to me that he is both, we're looking out for hostages, but he's also very, very clear. The enemies of Israel are the enemies of America. The Quran, the Hadith, they want us dead. We are kafir, we are infidels. And they want to destroy Israel, and that's just the front line. They want to destroy the entire Western civilization. And God bless Bibi for everything he is doing to try and keep that war in the Middle East as opposed to coming to the United States.
You know, this is a good part to play. I mean, it's interesting. It almost makes me smile. He's creating his own game show here inside the United Nations with the question and answer section. But roll cut 10 for me, guys, because this is another example of the truth that people seem to forget.
Second question. Who has murdered Americans and Europeans in cold blood? Is it A, Al-Qaeda, B, Hamas, C, Hezbollah, D, Iran, or E, all of the above? All of the above. Correct. Again.
All three people say all of the above there. I mean, it's really somewhat of a shame. Notice Israel is not on that list, Rabbi.
Israel's always been America's ally. They are an ally to freedom. They are an ally to all the biblical world, Jewish and Christian. It is so important that America supports Israel, especially the conservative movement. And look, Bibi is pointing out what should be obvious. 1,200 people were killed, tortured, murdered, raped, hundreds taken into dungeons and tunnels. If that happened in America, if that happened from Mexico, we would have leveled Mexico in a day.
Yeah.
Yet we're expected to put up with Hamas. Israel has delivered over 3 million tons of food to Gaza, over 3,000 calories per day for every citizen of Gaza. They have dropped off and left into Gaza. Who does that for an enemy?
Well, not many, I'll tell you that. And Israel's been very inclusive as well. When you look at the melting pot of Israel, there's plenty of people that live harmoniously in that country. And you go to the other surrounding countries, if you're not Muslim, you're not allowed in these countries. And again, the world forgets that too. President Trump, though, I will say, seems to be maybe losing a little patience with Netanyahu. Let me play this clip for you. This is from President Trump today.
I think we have maybe a deal on Gaza, very close to a deal on Gaza. There he is. Hello, Peter. And it's looking like we have a deal on Gaza. And we'll let you know.
All right, and real quick, there's that, important, but this is the one I was talking about.
President, did you promise leaders this week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Is that something that you...
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this directly?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But...
All right, so look, for anyone that claims that the Israelis control President Trump, I think that's pretty clear. That's a resounding no. Real quick, if you can, 30 seconds, your response.
Look, the Judea and Samaria are part of Israel. It cannot be two states. There's a place called Mount Peduel. It overlooks, you can see Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and the airport all from this place. You cannot put it in the hands of terrorists. And Donald Trump is a genius and he's shrewd. He knows before you build a building on a piece of property, you got to get the permits. Before he can talk about Palestine, he's got to get Gaza settled first. So let's get Gaza settled. Let's get Hamas out of there. And then let's see what we end up doing regarding any other form of quote-unquote Palestinian.
That's a great point, one step at a time, and maybe that's what's at play there. Rabbi Michael Barclay, it is always great to see you. Thank you. And I know it's an important Jewish holiday we're going on right now, and we will talk to you soon.
May you and your listeners, your fans, all be blessed and written in the book of life for happiness, health, and prosperity. Thank you for everything.
God bless you, sir. We appreciate that. Thank you as well. All right, folks, listen, if you love this country, you can't afford to sit back. Join AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens. They're the conservative alternative to AARP, and they're fighting for faith, family, freedom every single day. AMAC members get exclusive discounts on travel, insurance, and more. You'll also get great resources like the AMAC magazine. And save right now. You can save up to 33% on a 5-year membership. That's just over $1 a month. Go to amac.us/grant. Do it now. Join. Don't wait. America needs you. All right, up next, we deep dive into the mind of assassins with our body language expert. That's next.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
Everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
My name is TJ Ash from Carvinville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Flash a source in the chat. I love Real America's Voice because I can watch news being delivered to me live while I chat with the family I love.
Segment of the week, our body language segment. I want to bring in the host of the Behavior Panel on YouTube and former military interrogator and body language expert Greg Hartley is with us. Greg, welcome to the program.
Thanks, Grant. Always a pleasure.
All right, so I thought we would start off with Jimmy Kimmel's apology. Cut 3 for me, please, guys.
I do want to make something clear because it's important to me as a human, and that is you understand that it was never my intention to make light of the murder of a young man. I don't think there's anything funny about it. I posted a message on Instagram on the day he was killed, sending love to his family and asking for compassion, and I meant it, and I still do.
I don't believe him, but Greg, what do you see here?
Grant, wonder why you don't believe him. Do you see that? You see that adapter? You see that movement? Now, of course, that's release of nervous energy, and this should be a nervous situation. But I can cry about that good, too. I mean, look, without coming out and saying, I apologize for, I don't think that's what we hear. He has his own audience here. He's got a group of people that are following. Look at he's holding his palm out. He's got his fingers extended. That's confidence in what he's saying, but it's in front of his own audience. And that sway is release of nervous energy. This is a short clip and hard to see a whole lot, but yeah.
I got the feeling that it wasn't sincere, that he was more crying about where his career was headed. He was trying to push that off as he was somehow upset about the event.
Well, all good actors pull all of their emotion from somewhere. They don't just simply come up and start to pretend to cry. What they're doing is they're accessing some other memory or some other thing, and they're actually feeling that. So if they're doing that, imagine what he can do.
All right.
And yeah, I don't see, if he were really going to cry, those emotions don't come up and go away that quickly.
Yeah. All right, let's go to James Comey. James Comey, the FBI director, now faces an indictment for lying to Congress, obstruction of justice. He released a video. I had said earlier, what he says here is very incriminating because he says he's got to stand up to Donald Trump. That was never his job, by the way, in the FBI, to stand up to Trump. I think he makes an admission here, but let's roll it and get the body language aspect of this.
My family and I have known for years that there are costs to standing up to Donald Trump. But we couldn't imagine ourselves living any other way. We will not live on our knees, and you shouldn't either. Somebody that I love dearly recently said that fear is the tool of a tyrant, and she's right. But I'm not afraid, and I hope you're not either.
And I always say this to you. I might have put you in a bind because what do you get from that? It's a thin picture. There's not a lot, or is there, Greg?
Okay, let me tell you what I can see. Number one, really, really prepared statement, of course, because he's, his butt's in a sling. So he's going to be one of those people who has to come out with a prepared statement. If you don't believe that, look at the ring light reflection in his eyes. People who do this for a living mostly don't have ring lights. You know that because you look at it all the time. Listen to his cadence go ba-boom, 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 and you can tell he's thinking about what he's going to say while he's reading that because he almost stumbles over when he talks about voting. It's what the democracy needs. So you can hear there's a stumble or two. It's a prepared statement. It's like anything else. It leaves a very thin, like you said, it's a thin video. Doesn't leave a whole lot, but you can see that. And if he had sounded like this in front of Congress, we would believe him a lot more. But he didn't sound like this in front of Congress.
Interesting. All right, this was one of your ideas, and I find it fascinating to read body language from a picture. And I've always said, judge a book by its cover because you can. I've always joked that I was going to write a book. Judge a book by its cover because you can. This is a mugshot of Luigi Mangione. This is the guy that allegedly killed the healthcare CEO. What do you take? And we'll go through some of these, quote, assassins' mugshots, and we'll get your response to them.
So first thing is I wrote a book called I Can Read You Like a Book. So, yeah, that's a great idea for a book. But look at his face. Look, when we see people who are dejected because they've been arrested or wronged because they've done something wrong, we usually see that chin protecting the throat. We see sadness. We may see breaking eye contact. But we don't see that. We see defiance. We see his chin up. We see eye lock. He looks comfortable. This could be a high school photo for all that matters. And part of the reason is because that shows defiance, that shows indignation, that shows validation of him as a person. And I think that's what we're seeing. I said this to you kind of in passing. If this were Islam and he were shooting people for Islam, we would have called him a jihadi, a jihadist, one of those guys, because he is fighting for something in his head. He's fighting for something he believes in. That's what I see.
In his head. All right, let's go to the next one. This is Tyler Robinson, the man that allegedly killed Charlie Kirk. What do you see here?
Well, look again. Add everything I just said, and now add smugness. Look at those lips. That's smug, and that guy is smug, looking down his nose at the camera that's taking his mugshot. The problem with this becomes, if you think for just a minute about the language we're using, calling people fascists, calling people this, calling people that, and you're way out there on the left, then it starts to sound like what you believe is more normal than not. And, the whole concept of it, when we talk about jihadis in Islam, the concept of jihad is one of personal struggle and then occasionally having to go and do something violent to protect. It's not an everyday thing to think that way. But some of these guys, their behaviors fringe on that kind of behavior we see from the craziest of the jihadis.
I want to throw up the ICE shooter from yesterday in Dallas, or day before yesterday, just to see if you see anything there similar to the others.
Well, it's tough because we don't have situation, right? So if he were arrested, I would have a very specific thing to say here. But I don't know whether these are candid pictures. The guy's having a good time. You can see his face. Could be doing something horrific. We can't tell. Could be doing nothing at all. So it's harder to tell in this case. You have to put framework around those others because they've been arrested for a crime. Yeah. If we caught him, maybe we'd see the same thing.
All right, let's do one more because I just love working with you on this stuff. Hillary Clinton. This was her yesterday on MSNBC, warning all of us about guys like you and me, Greg. 2 white guys were the most dangerous men in America.
Recreate a world that never was, dominated by, let's say it, white men of a certain persuasion, a certain religion, a certain point of view, a certain ideology. It's just doing such damage to what we should be aiming for.
Greg?
There's that language. There's the language that makes this seem normal. Look, we all know that all Democrats don't think the same thing Hillary Clinton thinks. We know that. We know that all left-leaning people don't think the same thing Hillary Clinton thinks. And I think she would drink a gallon of pond water on TV if it kept her in front of the camera. Just my opinion. But if you watch her, she believes what she's saying because this is her mantra. This is her message. This is how she almost got to be president. So, of course, she's going to say these things. And she's doing good extended fingers. Yeah.
Is it you keep saying it enough, these people start to believe it?
Well, if all your data coming in is one thing, you're going to get the wrong impression. You're going to build an image that is absolutely 100% there. You see Joe in the background. Earlier, we heard him talking about things about divisive language. Well, he's as divisive as anybody on earth. So if you sit and listen all day to hearing the orange man is bad, this is evil, that's evil, J.D. Vance is evil, and that's all you hear, that's all you're going to hear. People need to open their ears and have conversation. Charlie Kirk was trying. You try to reach across and talk to people about what you believe and what they believe. That's why I say it's time for you to open your mouth if you haven't, and you have right-wing views or right-leaning views. Right-wing is an extreme word to some people, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg Hartley, it's great. She says the white guys are dangerous. I said she's talking about you and me. She is talking about us, and we are very dangerous. If you threaten us or our families, you better believe we may be the most dangerous men in the world. But beyond that, we're keeping everybody around us safe. Greg Hartley, I appreciate you coming on the program today.
Thanks. Pleasure.
Absolutely. ReadBodyLanguage.com is his website, and, of course, the Behavior Panel on YouTube. Nexstar and Sinclair, these ABC affiliates, they caved. Who did they cave to? We'll talk about it next.
Hey there, everyone. I'm Bo Davidson. And tomorrow, Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern, I will be hosting a 1-hour special all about Angel Studios and the brand new partnership Real America's Voice has forged with them. Now, you know the name Angel Studios because of The Chosen, Sound of Freedom, Tuttle Twins, Cabrini, The Shift, and a ton of other great content. I'll be talking to stars from Angel's productions such as Neil McDonough, Lee Allen Baker, and Sean Stone, who has a great new documentary about the Kennedys. So tune in tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern to watch this special, and you'll want to hear all about a brand new promotion that will give you exclusive access. See you there.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Lazar Garcianovich here from Japan. Love real America's voice, real news, honest views, and love seeing everyone there. God bless America.
Florida Sun Goddess here. Let me tell you why I love Rav. They let my voice be heard. They give me a platform for community so I don't feel alone. Thanks so much. God bless.
Hi, I'm Chris from Illinois. We like to watch Real America's Voice in the War Room with Stephen K. Bannon for all the great guts. Everyone from Kerry Lake, the great Frank Gaffney, Trump coming for retribution.
Welcome back, everyone. Let me get to a story that is not getting a lot of national attention, but it should be. And it involves the little-known 340B government program. The 340B program requires drug manufacturers to sell certain pharmaceuticals at steeply discounted prices to hospitals and clinics in exchange for their drugs being covered through Medicaid and Medicare Part B. Hospitals are supposed to use these discounted drugs for lower-income patients. But evidence from a Senate Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee investigation showed that some hospitals end up selling the medication at full price instead. And they end up funding things in a range from profiting facilities to transgender surgery facilities. Now, in Michigan, some politicians are looking to expand the 340B program, which has been ballooning at nearly 20% a year, incentivizing hospitals to push expensive drugs while draining federal resources. So the problem is twofold. These hospitals aren't passing the savings on to the consumer, and the 340B program incentivizes them to overprescribe these drugs so they can get more of them at a discounted price. But the effort to expand the program is running into a roadblock from Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall, who says he is standing up to the hospital's special interest to protect taxpayers on 340B. That's a direct quote. And that stance goes along with President Trump and the MAHA movement, too. Why allow hospitals to profit on a program that is intended to help low-income patients, as well as allow those hospitals to put more money into left-wing medical policies? Michigan House Speaker Matt Hall is helping to push the Trump agenda by protecting taxpayers against left-wing hospital special interests. It's a roadmap national politicians should follow as well. All right, folks, do you believe Jimmy Kimmel is back on the Nexstar and Sinclair affiliate outlet 70? So now he's back on all the ABC affiliates. How in the world does something like this happen? Well, Joe Concha summed it up this way.
I liked your segment before, Will, about debunking a talking point from the left. Well, it looks like we could apply that here, too, because we were told that President Trump was ruling networks and the media and late night with an iron fist. No, this wasn't about free speech. Never was. It was about the free market, supply and demand. Here, the supply was both toxic.
All right. He's partially right. Certainly not about President Trump. But this wasn't about free markets. This was about Disney having the ABC affiliates by the cojones, to put it lightly. In the contract, it's clear Disney can tell them what they want to run. And if they don't run that, they break the affiliate contract and could lose having an ABC affiliate. That would be millions of dollars. So not about free markets. How did Disney put the screws to them? Because all of these left-wing Hollywood stars were threatening to walk off Disney programs. This had nothing to do with the free markets. It had to do with caving to Hollywood. And sadly, that's the reality. So Kimmel is back. My guess is he'll be taken off air May of 2026 when his contract is up. The translunacy craziness has reached new heights. Now we have phantom period cramps. That's right. Phantom period cramps.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rev has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning